And a very good morning to you from a sunny Cape Town. This is the final stop for the Big Air Kite League 2022 season. My name is Hayden Jonas. Joining me in the commentary box is Lewis Crathern. Lewis, we have an action-packed day today. Some of the world's best riders. 9 of these riders have been in the previous King of the Year. 8 of them came through up the ranks of Big Air Kite League. So we are in for an action-packed day.
Yes, we really are. This is a day to remember, I think. You come here today and think, look at the forecast, looks like a 10-metre day, and I can tell you from my drive over from the southern suburbs, the cloud is absolutely huge over Table Mountain today. You open the car door, it flings back, nearly comes off its hinges. This is really looking to be a special day, and I think it's caught people off guard a bit. You know, they were expecting maybe a 20-25 knots day. We've had gusts up to 38 knots already, which is pretty impressive. You're a South African. What do you think the wind speed's going to get up to here?
Look, I was having a chat with Mike earlier. I think as the day goes on, we're going to touch on the low 40s. If we looked at King of the Year, this wasn't even predicted for King of the Year, this type of wind, and we got up into the high 40s. So we're hoping it's going to be one of those days. The swell is rolling in, and the Cape Doctor has an appointment for an epic day.
Yeah, it's been a good season. I think that's important to explain, that some seasons we have here, the wind comes under what's forecast, but we're having a season here, which I think we're being due actually, where the wind is coming in stronger like it used to, and what I remember always visiting here, where the winds would go past 30, 35, up to 40 and beyond. So if you have just joined us from around the world anywhere, it's a big warm welcome to you. The Big Air Kite League is the final stop. We're going to talk a bit more about that and the real important information as regarding us who can actually win this thing. But firstly, we just want to mention our sponsors. This is for the riders, of course, the Big Air Kite League, and we want to thanks to CORE for powering the Big Air Kite League. We've got a bunch of the riders flying the XR7 boosting kite as well on the water. And of course, we're at Dolphin Beach, as we always are, which are sponsoring the event. Everyone that knows Cape Town will know this is one of the best places, the Big Air spot, which is renowned in the world in Cape Town. So we thank you also to them. And it's also actually the only accommodation here with no road in between you and the beach.
How nice is that, eh?
Yeah, most riders here are using a hard shell harness. And we also must give props to Ride Engine, who are the inventors of this harness. So thanks to you. Of course, what really makes this interesting at the Big Air Kite League is the live data by the Surfer app, which is wonderful to have. And they've got some new things coming around the corner as well. Actually, they're going to be going using the Garmin watch, and just the watch only apparently soon. So stay up to date with that information. They're doing €500 to the highest jump as well. The riders don't need to use it. They're not told to ride with the Surfer, the Surfer app with their phones. But it's all about if they want to, and actually all of them are doing that.
€500 there for them. And then just one more big thank you also to Kitemana. Kitemana, I think one of the biggest kite shops in the world, has to be.
I think it is the biggest.
It has to be. Go to kitemana.com/vote and you can vote for your rider of the day, and that rider can win €1,000. And then they'll be taking us out for dinner, which sounds fantastic.
Oh wow, I hope it's somewhere like a steak restaurant, somewhere nice like
Homespun.
that. Homespun. Oh well, that's a bit pricey. That's a bit much.
€1,000, man. You can buy a house in South Africa for €1,000.
Wow, I'm not sure about that, but yeah, action's just on its way soon then. And just to remind you, actually, we have done a bunch of even the early rounds of the pros here in the men have been done, so it's really going to be quite swift, this action today. And with the winds being strong, already spoke to Heel earlier, who told me he's got once again a new move for everybody, and I think this is the exact sort of strength wind that we need for double kite loops and those sorts of maneuvers. We're going to see it all today, so this is really quite exciting. But you can just see there the nice kickers, riders here. Looks like the ladies, some of the early ladies, are on small kites. I mean, that might even be a 5-meter kite that I can see out the window here. And I think it's time to actually update you on the leaders as well, the leaderboards. And the big news here for you really is that the 2 leaders, men and women, aren't actually competing. Andrea Principi and Pippa van Ursel, that are currently leading the tour, both not competing for reasons unknown to me. I think Pippa's actually injured, and I'm not sure about Andrea. So there will be a change in the leaderboards, and really in the men, simply put, Heel He needs to get a second place here to guarantee the win. He'll be level on points with Andrea Principi, but he'll actually take the first place on split, as he's got the highest trick score out of those two. That's how it's split. With the ladies, it's a bit more complicated, but in the mix is Justine, Avril, Zara, Hoogenrad, and I think some of the others might have a chance as well. Natalie, Lambrecht could well push up the leaderboard. So we're going to see a bit of a changing and a shuffle up, but it's all looking set to play for here in Cape Town at the final tour stop of the Big Air Kite League.
That is absolutely correct, Lewis. I think we are in for an action-packed day, and it won't only be my voice and Lewis's voice you're here today. We will be joined by Colin Carroll, the man, the myth, the legend. We're just waiting for the heat to go in. There is no flag that has gone up yet. If you do see a score there, we are just waiting for the flag to go up. Things are just warming up. We haven't got the go-ahead just yet from the judges. So you will see a red flag go up. Once that red flag goes down, there'll be a minute to start. The green flag goes up, and we're in for 10 minutes of action-packed heat. Let's actually talk about the first heat. Heat 1, round 1 of the women's. Noussa Denkler, Justine Avril, and Natalie Lambrecht. So I think we're in for quite a strong heat here. Natalie Lambrecht at the Tatajuba Fest 2022, she finished 4th. But I think the more of the rider to look out for is Justine Avril. Full power to Reefer, she finished 2nd. And at Lords of Tram, she finished 2nd as well. So that looks like more of the heavy hitter in this heat.
She's doing pretty good, Justine. I'd say Natalie's going to give her a hard run, being an experienced lady that also very experienced at competing, because she's very good at freestyle. I think she won the Big Air recently in Saudi Arabia, the event they had there in the Big Air discipline. So Natalie's, it's one of those draws for Justine that she'll be like, I've got a tough rider in here that's not always competing, because Natalie hasn't done the whole tour. No. But with this result that she'll get out here, she's really going to move up the ranking. So this is quite a stonker of a first heat for the ladies. Then we'll go into heat number 2, which will be Gretha, Zijlstra, Alessa, Mensch, and Zara Hoogenrad. And Zara is currently the highest ranked in the leaderboard so far for the ladies. Justine is. Sorry, apologies. There is 32 points between them, but those top two seeds really here split at the start. So it's pretty early action here. And just to give you an idea of the way we're running today, it's going to be round 1 of the women, round 2 of the women, round 2 men, round 3 women, and then kind of chops and changes all the way up. But it doesn't look to me like it's going to be too long. I've been told it's around 6 hours of action to wrap things up, maybe even less, I think, maybe 5 actually. So it's going to be run definitely in a day here of hard action. And actually conditions are, we're not waiting for the wind to build here, which is an absolute joy a competition, not to be worried. That's one thing we haven't been worried about at all today. The wind was good from the get-go. Was windy, like I said, from my drive over from the southern suburbs, and more importantly, the waves look brilliant.
Oh, this is looking juicy. I just want to get out there and send it. But on the wind, we're just looking at the live wind cam from Mullinton Aquatic Club. So that's just up the road from us on the 15-minute average. So averaging 25.5 knots, low of 19.1, and a high of 29.5. So we are in for an absolutely incredible day. It's not even 12 o'clock yet. The wind is almost averaging out at 30 knots. I think, Lewis, we're going to see some big tricks. Like Lewis was saying earlier from Gil. Gil does have something up his sleeve, and Double G himself will be wanting to take it all the way to the top. Like we said, he has to finish 2nd or higher to claim the crown as your 2022 champion. But before we get into that action, the ladies are up first. We're just waiting for a few things. I think the ladies are just warming up a bit, making sure everything's 100%, chatting to the caddies, making sure the caddies have the spare kite ready to rock and roll. And I think we're going to see a lot of small kites, 5 to 6 meters. But Lewis, you've had you've come up through kiting and you've done all the freestyle. Natalie being a freestyle rider, I mean, doesn't make that much of a difference when it comes to Big Air in terms of style and execution.
Do you know what? I used to think it really helped having a freestyle background in Big Air, but as the young generation are now showing us that maybe actually having more experience and time in Big Air also helps. I do think it's bottom line is the more competition experience you've had, the better that is, no matter what discipline that is. So you're used to where to be, where the flags are, how to react to your emotions and calm down when it's going wrong, and how to deliver the structure of your event. So I think it does help to have competition experience, but I think the days have gone now where it doesn't matter effectively that you've had a freestyle background. I mean, if you look at the top names in Big Air over the years, the freestylers, Aaron Hadlow, Kevin Lundgren, world champions, Mark Jacobs, also a very good freestyler. Unhooking was important to transition into Big Air, but the way that Big Air is now, it's just not, kids are just going straight into Big Air. It doesn't matter to have those skills, but competition riding is always important. It's not about who's doing the best moves necessarily, it's about engineering that way through the ladder and getting to the final and delivering. You don't actually even have to win every single heat, you just got to keep going and find your way through. And I think this first heat's going to be really exciting. I think it's going to be close.
Absolutely. And we talk about competition experience. One rider I'm looking forward to watching, just because she's such a powerful rider, the way she executes moves and just really just puts on a show, is Angeli Bouillot. She's in heat 4 of round 1, so the final heat of round 1, and she's been in 2 King of the Years, so she's actually one to watch out for, to maybe take it all the way to the final. Right, we just had a little quick break there, just a bit of a discussion with the producer. So we're going to go to a quick ad break, and then when we come back, myself and Lewis will do a bit more of a rundown on the ladder, and then we'll get straight into 12 o'clock is the possible start for what? Mikey's saying it's happening now. 12 o'clock it's happening. We're going to send it. So yeah, here we go. And welcome back to Big Air Kite League. This is the final stop of the 2022 Big Air Kite League Tour. We are here in sunny Cape Town. My name is Hayden Jonas, and joining me alongside in the commentary box is Lewis Crathern.
Yeah, thank you. We're really close to kicking off now. About 5 minutes to go. 4 minutes. Looks like the riders are all on the water. There is your overview of the ladder then. So this is quite, action-packed here. This is Heat 1, Noussa Denkler up against Justine Avril. Justine Avril looking to try and take the championship here. Currently the highest ranked here, because we don't have Pippa van Ursel, but Natalie Lambrecht is going to throw things in the mix here. You can see these riders then will go straight into the quarterfinals here, and it looks like Zara could well be against Justine if they both manage to win these heats, but Natalie, of course, and Noussa and Gretha and Alessa will be trying to mess that up. But there is a nice little look at the ladder. Another name there I want to bring up there is Francesca Maini. He's an incredible racer as well as a big air rider, all-round rider in the family over from the UK they mostly reside at. She's absolutely top rider and has been on the podium, of course, at the Big Air Kite League. And Heat 4 also interesting.
Heat 4 is looking very interesting. Like myself and Lewis are chatting before the break, Angela Bouillot, the lady that probably has the most competition experience when it comes to big air kiting. She's been into Red Bull King of the Years, and she actually went quite fine King of the Years. She took it to the boys and showed them that girl power rules.
Yeah, I think Angela really pushed for there to be a Queen of the Air. I now believe that's essential that happens, and Angela's been a real trailblazer in the ladies, taking on the guys like that and actually showing she can go as high, if not higher. I think she got higher. I mean, I've been in a heat with her and it was tough, tough heat with her. So I quite like that she's getting a bit more into the competition scene. Michaela Pilkenton also is well into this. So there is a red flag on the beach then that I can see down there, and the adrenaline starts going for the riders now as our three riders head out. It's nice and clear, no one else in the box. We've got a lovely view out to sea here at the Dolphin Beach Hotel, as we always kindly treated to, and this is absolutely a perfect setting. So what's the time here? Midday here in Cape Town. That should make it 10 a.m. in the UK. Not very good at other time zones. I don't really care about them so much. So maybe you're just waking up over to the west in America or South America, or maybe you're going to bed, or just were about to go to bed, over to the east side of the world. But here it's midday. The Cape Doctor is pumping, and the cloud is looking awesome here. Red flag. We're not far away here.
Here we go. And I just got some extra information from Adrian Kerr. Kitesurf 365. Francesca won last year's event. Did not see that. And then Natalie Lambrecht finished third at the GKA. So action-packed all the way around.
This is exactly what the viewer sees.
Right, we are 1 minute to start of this heat. Round one, heat one of the ladies. Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town. And I think we are in for an incredible day. Like we were saying earlier, we are almost in the low 30s. And yeah, the wind's picking up, the swell's picking up, the excitement is picking up. So if you're at home, sit back, relax, maybe open up a cold one or have a cup of tea and get ready for some action-packed kiteboarding.
Who's on what here then? Let's get to the point here.
Okay, so Natalie is on the duotone. She's in the red lycra. The blue lycra out there, that is Noussa Denkler. So she is on the fly surfer, which means Justine Avril is on the blue and, well, pink and purple dice. And Lewis, let's get into it. The green flag's up. Here we go.
Green flag's up. We're going to talk you through it here. We've got a wide angle shot of the mountain here. Oh, here we go. There's our tight cameraman. Oh, he is tight at the moment. And it looks like the first move on the inside then. Was that Justine with the...
No, that was Noussa Denkler on the inside, just with a straight kite loop to kick things off. Justine Avril is on the blue, or purple and pink duotone. And Natalie Lambrecht on the white and grey duotone. I think that is the Rebel. You missed a duotone over here.
I am, but for this event I am neutral, of course. So yeah, I can see the 5 struts of that kite, and yes, going out to sea then, just bouncing and jumping over the first wave. We're telling you what we can see out the balcony here. We will get you some more tight shots of the riders when we can. So we're just watching out the wind at the moment. Looks like she hasn't connected with a wave there from Natalie.
It's so tricky, Lewis. We saw it in the last event. What is happening, I think, with all the beach work that the guys have done, it's very difficult to sometimes spot a kicker. Ooh, that was Justine Avril just taking one there, hitting the kicker. That's a problem with these kickers. Sometimes they send you into a back roll or front roll and you just lose your balance. But like we were saying earlier, with the work that they've done, we think the bank has changed a little bit. So to judge the kickers has been a bit difficult for a lot of riders this year. We saw that in the last event. As here goes Natalie Lambrecht. There's a kicker building up just in front of her. What's she going to... Ooh.
She almost... you could just see her to the left-hand side. So we apologise. You've got a real wide shot of Table Mountain right now. We're just getting... our eye in, I think, with the cameras on the beach. You're going to have to listen to us as we tell you out the window what's going on with these tricks. So Natalie Lambrecht with a nice, decent mega loop to the left-hand side going out. She's landed it cleanly to open her account. So well done to her as our cameraman is back now, panning in on your screen then. It is the lady with the yellow rash vest. That looks like Justine Avril, who will be looking to be in contention for this title here. There she is turning around, and she'll be looking to line a wave up. We will get smoother and smoother, but we are now with the ladies. If you have just joined us, it's Justine Avril, highest ranked here at this competition so far. Goes on the inside, not super high, but nice and controlled. Good landing. Let's see how much that scores her. Let's remind you how this scorings work then. They get 7 trick attempts, and it's going to be their 2 highest trick scores out of 10, which will count. That'll be a maximum of 20, and then 4 overall variation will be given to a maximum of 4. So it's out of 24 their total score. And we are in the ladies. There's Natalie Lambrecht. Just passing her is Justine. Can Natalie? She's currently leading this. She's got a 3.97 for her first mega loop. There she is with the signature bun tied behind her. They will be willing her on over in Egypt, I'm sure, as our cameraman just comes back. You can see Justine Avril with the yellow rash vest. Just a 2.95 for her for that mega loop. So a point down on Natalie's, and I think that was right. It didn't quite have the height, but here goes Natalie out to sea.
Yes, and the kicker just behind this white water. From our point of view, we can just see the kickers rolling in. She's going to go over the... Ooh!
On the inside there. Oh, I just couldn't stick it. That was a mega loop delayed back roll. You didn't see that back at home. We did, and that was, I believe, the other rider. That was Noussa Denkler. Where did that come from? A mega loop with a delayed back roll, heavily downwind, but she's crashed it. So, unfortunately, you didn't see that back home. We're focusing very much on our 2 riders upwind here. There is Natalie Lambrecht.
Natalie now on her way in. There was a nice kicker that built up for her just on her way out. But like we said earlier, this white water is a bit chaos. These waves do break very unpredictably. But here we go. Kicker's built up. Here goes Natalie. Huge kite loop laid back roll.
Whoa.
She brings it down. Nice and clean. What a move. That was insane.
Yeah, that was wonderful. And nicely, our cameraman nailed that one. That was massive. We can hear him from here screaming on the beach. This one's going to score massive for me. That was so in control. Really good example of how delayed you throw that back roll. And as Ruben once said to me trying to learn that move, you've really got to throw it. You have to throw that move round. I can see this. Wow, it's a big score. So it's a 6.04 for that move.
Wow, that was insane. And with that move, it's one of my favorite moves to do. It's always nice to get inverted. And she was nice and inverted, nice and controlled, and stuck the landing. That is very clean there from Natalie Lambrecht. That was a big score as well, so complimenting. Here goes Justine Avril, back roll, kite loop, coming down, very controlled there. Nice back roll, kite loop on the inside, adding to the variety and really picking up those points.
Yeah, really nice to see these riders so comfortable with rotations here. When we're looking at 5 and 6 meter kites from them, great kite control, and Natalie. And well, this is a close heat already, but I think that second score now coming in from Justine, which was a 4.01. So Natalie's really stomping this right now, but there's plenty of time left in this heat. They're 10-minute heats.
Yeah, there is about 4 minutes 20 seconds left of this heat. Here goes Natalie Lambrecht. There's a kicker building up for her just now on her left foot tack. Here we go, out the back. Ooh!
Oh, this is big. Can she? Surely can't land
that was massive.
If she landed that.
So that was a back roll kite loop, but she took her 1 foot out. And then if she stuck that would have been massive.
I think the foot came out. I'm not sure how much you could see the start of that move because you actually got no one on the screen right now. But that was absolutely huge. For a second there, I was worried that she was going to get the kite back round there, Natalie. On the inside, wow, there's a kite from one of our riders. They've actually shot all the way out to the right-hand side. We're on board with the drone now, I think. So that was Noussa Denkler's, I think it's her fly surfer, which is in the water. It looks like Natalie's okay. That was huge, though.
That was massive.
Huge, Hayden. Like, the foot came out at the start, and she still went for it.
And the thing about that, she didn't edge hard enough, so she sort of had a bit of vertical pull. So that kite also went quite low and had so much yank. But man, if she stuck that would have been a nice big score there. But she still leads the heat with 3 minutes to go, just ahead of Justine, Avril, and Noussa Denkler. Noussa still needs to add another score onto her board there. She only has 1 score in, but what a score from Natalie Lambrecht with a kite loop layback roll, 6.04.
So Natalie's having a good heat. Justin's got some work to do, but Natalie's clearly going high. For me, that would have been a new move, that would, Hayden. That would have been a 1 foot out before takeoff. I mean, is that even possible to take off a 1 foot? What do you reckon? Before takeoff, then putting it back in the air. But the way she committed to that and dealt with it, she's going to be, already I can see the way she's riding, she's going to be one of the contenders today. Here she goes back out to sea then. On your screen is Justine, Avril.
She's on a red kite now. She's on a kite change. I think she's gone to a 5 meter, so even smaller. Now, when we see this in the other heats, normally when guys are going onto 5s and 6s, we're going to see doubles. Will we see a world's first woman double in competition?
That would be nice. Maybe that's what she's done here. I don't know. It's just the early heat, and remember, the winner of this heat is going to advance all the way up to the quarterfinals, I believe. Yeah, they do. So it's kind of nice and important for them to get that. Win. Oh no, they also second also goes in there. Oh no, second goes into round 3. You want to win this heat really to avoid that round. Nice wide shot of your 2 riders in this heat then on a red and white kite. Just on the standard dice, that's a small one I think for Justine. As we look to find our next rider. We're back on board here with the drone. Lovely shot here, just shows you some nice waves coming in today. Also out the back too.
Yeah, what a shot there by the drone. Insane stuff there by our camera team. As now there's a kicker building up at the back there for Justine. But Natalie spots it. Here she goes. Bit of white water. But there is one just behind it. That's what happens here in Cape Town. There's white water. There generally will be a kicker just behind it. And here she goes. Yes, it is. It builds up. Back roll. Kite loop. The kite got super low. She sticks it. Wow, that was nice. What the kite angle was insane there by Natalie. Wow, incredible stuff there, Lewis.
Yeah, again, we're sorry she was out your shot there as the cameraman just panning round, but we did see on your screen now though is Justine Avril.
She threw a boogie loop going out. Justine threw a boogie loop. As you look down, she threw a boogie loop there. So this heat is heating up between Natalie and Justine. Wow, this is insane.
Still enough time here for these riders to get them all moves in. Natalie's done 4 moves. Justine will have her 3rd trick score coming in, I believe, with that boogie loop right now.
Yeah, that should add up a little bit, but Natalie seems to be in control of this heat at the moment.
Looks like a big boost. There's Natalie. We've missed Natalie to the right-hand side again with another big mega loop with the white kite. She's just down in the box. She's crashed, though, so that's not really going to score so well. It looks like the riders are getting ready in the next heat. I can see an 8 meter up from someone. That'll probably be Zara, I imagine. But this heat's still going on there, and it's got a quite close heat, 11.54 to 8.82. So that boogie loop scoring her a 4 something. Oh, red flag.
Red flag, yeah.
And we're over for that first heat.
Time is up. So that's the end of heat 1 for the ladies, as now we're going to go to a quick ad break, and we'll be back with you for heat 2.
New to the Surfer app. Accurate session tracking with just a smartwatch. Available now for Apple Watch and currently being developed for Wear OS. Are you just learning to jump or sending massive airs? The watch tracks it all.
Let's try to predict this jump. Height 8.0. 7.9.
And welcome back. This is Heat 2 of Round 1 of the Women's. Gretha, Zijlstra, Alessa, Mensch and Zara Hoogenrad for this action-packed heat. Zara, the previous winner of the full power Tarifa. We'll be going to Tarifa in May. But now Zara, she's making her way out. She's on the white XR7. There's a few kickers building up there now. Here's one just in front of her. Here we go. Huge kite loop. Gets the kite angle and puts it on nice and clean. Very, very clean there by Zara.
Yeah, nice shot coming into the drone there as well as the distance she covered. She's on an 8 meter and she's absolutely stacked, I can tell you. But she's a very powerful rider and that was a super move. We saw from the last heat just how much Natalie Lambrecht scored for just going big and getting solid moves in. And I think this is going to be Zara's tactic. She needs a good result here if she's going to try and take the championship. But there is a nice mega loop as well, just upwind, just landing in a bomb that you've seen there, and I think that was Gretha, maybe with that yellow kite.
Gretha Zijlstra just on a back roll kite loop, like Lewis said, just coming down into a bomb. Not very nice. As we also look at Alessa Mensch there on the 6, is that a 6 meter nexus? Yes it is. As she makes her way out, there's a few kickers rolling in now. She's in the yellow lycra, just trying to spot the right kicker, as Zara is also on her way out on an 8 meter XR. So she's properly stacked and it makes a lot of sense. Look at the height she got on that first kite loop, as I think Alessa sees the kicker out back. Here we go. Oh, she turns around there.
Yeah, maybe sensible. Didn't quite feel it. You don't have to rush this so much, but I really have to communicate to you back home here how good these conditions are. 34 knots coming in here now for these riders. This is epic. This is super strong. It's early in the day already, and riding out to sea now is Zara.
Zara now kite loop with a very, very clean late back roll coming down. She puts it down clean. All that hard work and training is starting to pay off for Zara. Your reigning champion of full power Tarifa stomps her authority in Heat 2 here with a kite loop late back roll, as Alessa is still looking to add another big score onto the charts, and so is Gretha now. Gretha, she's on the yellow north kite in the green lycra, making her way out to sea as the kicker starting to build up. Here goes Alessa Mensch. There is a bit of white water in front of her, but she mustn't stress too much because normally there is a kicker just behind.
That's what you have to believe here in Cape Town. They're so big, the wave, you can't see after it, but the best riders always get a wave. Here she goes there, lovely takeoff. That's a nice kite loop, not super powered with in the power zone for Alessa Mensch, but it's a clean landing and rides away and gets a good score. It's a second score on the score sheet, so that was nice. There she is riding right foot forwards. Now we get up to speed with our cameraman doing a great job here now, focusing on the power of that wave that she has to jump over then, Zara Hoogenrad. This could be perfectly timed for a big one out the back, but no, she doesn't quite make it, and actually Zara doesn't trick there and decide just to ride back upwind.
And Gretha there on the inside. I see she's using a lot of her tricks on the inside, just a back roll kite loop, so just making sure she's adding some scores onto that board. As she turns around now, we look for Alessa. Alessa now making her way out to sea. There's a few kickers rolling in. You don't want to be taken off on white water, but just behind this next wave for Alessa. There in the yellow lycra, she better get the hurry up because it's starting to break.
She's not going to make that one, but she'll be hoping for one just after, just downwind of her. Great shot there of the other rider. That was a perfect kicker for me, that one to take off, and she said no to it. She's sort of gone off one again in the end, but she'll be turning around right foot forwards to come in now. The rider to look at for me here now then is Zara, as she's riding out, and there's actually a little bit of an offshore angle to the riding today. There on your screen is Zara, and she might turn around as well. Didn't like the look of those sets, and the really experienced riders I find are the best riders. They never seem to miss a wave. You can go out riding here in Cape Town and forever think, wow, that wave's just done me in. The waves just aren't in my timing today. Why am I so unlucky? And then you watch the same guys get the same amazing waves every time. Eventually the penny drops. It's not you. Oh no, it is you. It's not the waves, it's you. You're just not in tune with it. It takes the experienced riders. So this is what it's about. Is she going to make this one, Hayden?
No. I just think Alessa's not maintaining the speed, so that's why she's missing the kickers. And to touch back on what Lewis said, the thing about Cape Town is you have to ride with speed. If you don't ride with speed, you're not going to make the kickers. So it's a bit of a risk and reward. Yes, you're going to carry speed and you're going to run up to the kickers. There is a chance it's going to break in front of you, but you keep your kite high, you pop over it. But you rather run with that. Rather, you know, maybe take an impact but get more waves. But there's a boogie loop. Whoa, and the hang time as well there, and she sticks it. Nice there by Gretha.
Great,
incredible
shot as well.
stuff there. Our cameraman getting the shots.
Yeah, that was a good one, and you can see there Justine just a boost on the inside. Sorry, that was a Alessa, just a boost.
Zara with a boogie loop. Oh, she gets it. She sticks it down. There was a bit of a drop there. The wind is a bit gusty. Like Lewis says, it is a little bit offshore, so there are a bit of holes in the wind. And Zara got nice inverted and stuck that down. Incredible stuff there by our full power Tarifa champion.
Yeah, it's all going off in these early heats. Now heading back out to the water with the yellow rash vest. It's Alessa Mensch. Back roll mega loop. Lovely control during that one. We're not quite seeing that one. We've got the landing on there for you, but I can tell you not super high. It's on a smaller kite perhaps than the others, but the control and the ability to pull that off, that's the move actually that I think's really underestimated, how technically difficult that is and the risk of that one going wrong. If you don't quite get a good back roll, maybe you're spinning into 1.5, 2 and you just send it for the sake of it, that's when you get absolutely caned. So to be in control of that takeoff on the back roll, that was a really wonderful move then by Alessa.
It is a very, very tricky move. The boogie loop is a lot more complicated, but sometimes it is a bit more safer because you just got to rotate with it. A back roll, like Lewis says, if you don't get the rotation correct, it can bite you. As here goes Alessa. She's found a kicker at the back. Here we go. Kite loop, just a straight kite loop. She puts it down nice and clean there, just adding numbers to the scoreboard. She's still ahead of Gretha, but Zara is in complete control of this heat.
Not sure if that's worth it for Alessa Mensch there. And just to remind you, they're getting 7 trick attempts and their best 2. Their best 2, which I really like. It really means they've got to go for it, as we see just a front roll there from Gretha. It's their best 2 moves. So really, now that they've got 2 decent scores on a lot of them, they may as well go for it. And talk about going for it. That is massive from Zara here with a mega loop delayed roll, super controlled landing there, and she just about spins the bar and realizes I've got this one in the bag. That's going to be a big score, that one, Hayden.
Absolutely, and the crowd loves it. Zara now sitting, she's only done what I think that was her 3rd trick attempt, as Alessa looks to be leading on at 10.83. So the scores are rolling in. Here goes Alessa now, just looking for the kicker. The kicker's built up in front of her. The cameraman spots her. Here we go. Just a straight kite loop coming down, but we're waiting for Zara's score to come through. That was absolutely massive. I saw that out the corner of my eye. That was insane.
That was a biggie. There's only currently about 0.4 between those two, Alessa and Zara, both in the 10-point region, and that score should come. But Alessa's done 6 moves already here to Zara. I think Zara's taking it a bit easier. And, oh, there's a bit of a wave to the beach there. I wonder if we're seeing a change there from that yellow kite. 2 CORE kites in this heat. Then a big thanks to CORE as well for powering the Big Air Kite League. The XR7 kite is featured amongst many of the riders here. Big boosting machine. 2 of the riders, I believe, in this heat, or at least I can actually see 3 out my window here. But a big thanks to them. We're at crunch time in this heat now, I think. Only a couple of minutes left.
40 seconds left, and Zara's score came through of a 6.14, which puts her in the lead with 11.74, just ahead of Alessa Mensch. As here goes Gretha. Gretha only really does her tricks to the inside. It doesn't really help doing tricks to the inside here in Cape Town, because what's going to give you the heights and the scores are the kickers. As here goes Zara making her way out in the red lycra. There's a few kickers rolling in now, and she spots him. There's one just in front of her. Here we go. A huge boogie loop there by Zara.
I love that. I absolutely love the technique of that. And the real nice tip with the boogie loop is to try and lock the body. She came in toe side at the end there. It's a good example of locking it, not over rotating it. I think Zara's going to take this one at the end as the green flag just about coming down now. There is the end of the heat. Wow, I'm speechless. Then these are the highlights of that previous heat. It was Zara Hoogenrad who we got this lovely shot of the drone with a huge big mega loop, and she had all of her landings really clean, just like that one. There she is with the red rash vest. Alessa Mensch, equally impressive in that heat, but I think she just got pipped by Zara in the end. Zara's power was really impressive during that. There's another nice move, but just the kite was a little bit high for Alessa, which may be why she didn't get as high scores. Another nice move here from Zara. That was the mega loop delayed back roll, which for me was super controlled, and she started to develop a confidence in that heat, and maybe we'll get to show you the boogie loop, which came also with super control. Here it is. Look at that lovely locked position coming out sideways, toe side. A good example, not over rotating and not necessarily needing that second roll, which often riders need if they've over rotated that. So there's a nice shot of Table Mountain as well with the cloud, which actually isn't your usual day, it has to be said. There's lots of high cloud around as well. It's not coming and top spinning over, but it's real wind that we're seeing here.
We're going to go into, oh, here we go. Here's the latest results. That was Heat 1, Round 1. Natalie Lambrecht taking the heat with 11.54, just ahead of Justine, Avril on 8.8 to Noussa Denkler. Not the heat she wanted. Oh, there's the final scores there. Sorry, my bad. Thank you, Mikey, for pointing that out. 13.21 by Natalie and 10.65 by Justine, and 3.85 by Noussa. So not the heat she wanted, but what a heat by Natalie, really stomping her authority here to open things up at the Big Air Kite League.
Yeah, that was a caner of a first heat from her, and she sets her intentions out straight away, notably just the extra height and power. That's 6.04 for one of her biggest mega loops, trick attempt number 2 that you can see there, clearly showing you they get 7 trick attempts, 2 of their best tricks are counted, and then it's the variety score at the end. Interestingly, she had less variety than than Justine, and I imagine that was down to maybe Justine performing some moves on the inside as well. End of the day though, those two big power moves of hers have done the job here, so she will go straight into the quarterfinals. Justine will go into round 3, and Noussa will have to fight her way through into round 2. Next heat coming up then, heat number 3, which looking green flag is just about to come up very shortly. We're going to have Nora, Klement, Francesca Maini, last year's winner in Cape Town, and Jasmine Cho. Here we go. Oh, we got a Brit in there, I like it. Don't have many of them in these big air comps these days. Although Max is getting older, he'll be here soon, don't you worry.
He'll be dominating soon enough, won't he? We're just waiting for the red flag to go up, so the sequence will work. Red flag goes up. Once it goes down, we're a minute away. As here we go, we're about 40 seconds away from this heat kicking off. Nora, Klement, Francesca Maini, and Jasmine Chu. Mrs. Big Air Kite herself. She's out there ready to send it. Mikey and her have been training lots. And I'm quite excited for this heat, because this is quite a big hit of a heat if we think about it.
Yeah, last year's champ here as far as winning the event. But just meanwhile, you might be looking at these fences wondering what's going on at home. This is part of the sand regeneration project. It's all over Bloberg. And it's so nice to see the sand dunes have been flattened here. Driving along the seafront, you can see the ocean. It's totally changed the feeling here. It's really opened up the ocean when you're driving or walking along the front here. And I think it's nice work here by Cape Town. And here's the green flag. Off we go then, riding straight out to sea is Francesca. Whoa! What a big start. Lovely shot from the cameraman there. Can she stick it? What an opening that was.
What an opening. That was insane by Francesca on the buzzer. She kicks it off. Jasmine Chu making her way out now, as there's a few kickers rolling in. There's one just at the back. But look how overpowered she is. I think she's on a 6-meter kite. The wind is coming through like crazy.
Yeah, it's Francesca on your screen already going out for another move here. That was quick. 5.05 coming in for that big mega loop then. And she's already lining up another one. I wonder if she's going to just turn around or take it. On your screens, though, upwind of the 2 core riders. It's the other 2 here, Nora and Jasmine, that just didn't really line up a wave or just taking their time. But right now it's Jasmine riding out. What she got for us? Can she find something? She looks a bit more aggressive as she rides. Lovely takeoff of this wave. It's a nice mega loop. Can she stick it up to open her account? She can. That's a nice move for her. This looks like a real heat, this one.
Absolutely. Here goes Nora now. She goes out a kite loop. She was going for the 1-footer. She had her hand on the fin. She sticks it down, but there was a lot of power there in that kite loop. So I think the judges are going to like that. If we look at Francesca's straight kite loop was a 5.05. I think this will be just as close for Nora.
7-meter kite, 7 and 6s, I think, for these ladies. But all three of these riders getting their first tricks on the board here. What a great opening. Lovely camera work again to catch this rider.
Whoa.
It's Jasmine. Was that a delayed roll in there?
Yes,
as well?
that was
I
a
think it
laid back
delayed roll as well. What a move, and rides out nicely. So upping her game already. That's 2 moves in less than 2 minutes here from some of these riders. This is going to be a real good heat.
What an action-packed heat, as now making her way out is Nora Klement in the blue lycra. There's a kicker bowling up just in front of her. This is what you want to see. Here we go. She misses this one. There's one behind it. I think she sees it.
She does.
Oh, it's a bit delayed. Foot comes out again.
Unfortunately, further foot's come out, and it's Francesca. Just notice how well she positions herself upwind. Very good competitive rider. There she is with the yellow rash vest to the left. Cameraman's got her. Nice takeoff. Megaloop with the delayed roll. Loads of distance downwind, but the kite just overflew a little bit there, and she's bombed out, unfortunately. So she won't get a score there, Francesca, but very clever riding, getting all the way back upwind. It's all about, it's nice to look at the other riders and be upwind and just be sort of in control of the heat.
Absolutely. She tried to channel her inner Tom Bridge there and land to blind by the looks of things. She came down with so much speed, and when you come down with so much speed, your body's moving out the way, well, moving in all directions. It's very, very hard to see how you're going to land. As here goes Nora. She sees the kick in front of her, but there goes Francesca. Kite loop, late back roll, swings down, on, puts it down nicely clean, and that's what you want to see. And from our point of view, we can hear the crowd. They love it, and I think she loves it as well. The judges are going to enjoy that as well.
Tough for the cameraman there. They focused on the other rider, but you actually did just see the ending and the landing from Francesca. Some nice sets come in here now. There is the CORE Kite riding out to sea then of, looks like Nora.
And Jasmine also nice. Whoa!
That was a great. Oh, that's a big caner. Straight off the board, big spray. She's ended up over the side there. I think that would be an impact to the side of the body. That one might hurt a little bit as Jasmine just looks on upwind and rides back to sea to buy herself some space. She's going to be next to trick for me here. Hayden, we're about halfway stage in this heat at the moment. Francesca Maini has got 2 big scores. I think this is the highest heat score so far, 11.24, maybe without her added variation score, which will come at the end, 4 points. But Jasmine, I like the position she's in. She's upwind here. She's comfortably on 2 good scores that she can easily upgrade. As in, that's on your shots on your screen. There is Francesca Maini.
Taking it nice and easy is Jasmine, just making sure she's putting the right scores on the board. She's making her way out to sea now, just on the white CORE Kite. She turns around, but here goes Francesca Maini. She's on the blue and orange F1. There's a kicker building up just behind this white water, and I think she sees it. Once you pop over, you can see it, but riding with some extreme power and some amazing execution here by Francesca. There's a kicker at the back, Lewis. Is she going to go for it?
It's a big one. She might just run out of time. I don't know if she's going to make it. Oh, she's done the right thing there. And it's a tricky day actually for waves, although making it upwind was Jasmine, but her foot came out the board and you just see her there almost ride away on her feet. But the waves are tricky today. They're coming in hard. They're hitting this sandbank. I think we don't look like we're at full high tide or anything here just now, and it's really, I think high tide's a bit later on in the day, and the waves are just breaking at really difficult times. So once you speed up and go for it, or speed up as you should all the time here, as we're having a nice chat earlier, Hayden explaining that riding with speed is an important factor. Riding aggressively rather than defensively here really gets you in tune with the waves. Couple of minutes left of this one here then, with Francesca currently holding on to this one, but I don't think we've seen the end of Jasmine.
Absolutely not. And just on the tides there, so low tide was at 8:33 this morning, so high tide is at 2:37, so the tide is slowly pushing in and the sets are going to start flattening out, and this is where experience pays. Now you got to spot the kickers. Here goes Francesca with all the power out the back roll, kite loop, going into another rotation. Ooh, she does stick it, but butt checks it out, and that is not going to be the scores that she wants to be putting on the board. As here goes Nora now. There's a kicker at the back there for Nora.
Didn't quite get the height there, Francesca, unfortunately, for maybe hit a lull. The lows here we can see are coming in at 17 knots, but the high is 34.8, so It's a bit gusty for these riders. They look totally stacked. But meanwhile, Jasmine's foot come out the board on that takeoff. Devastating for her. So she's just come unstuck in those last few moves. She'll be looking to upgrade her 3.36 here. To try and push up, but at the moment, to me, Francesca Maini with 2 best scores of 6.19 and a 5.05 is firmly in control of this heat. She goes again out the back. Nice shot from our cameraman. It's a back roll mega loop that time. Lovely control with that down loop on the way down, and there's a kite release in the box here. What's happened there? We've lost the core kite in the box. Whose is that? Is it? No, it's not Jasmine. It's her other rider there, Nora. Oh, she didn't lose it. She was attached to the other end of that.
She's been under the
Jasmine with the boogie loop. Wow, into a second rotation. Oh, that's a big hit. What a move.
Whoa, that was insane. That came out of nowhere. So I take back what I said about Jasmine taking it easy. Now she's ready to send. She's warm. She's comfortable. She's going to start adding some big numbers onto that board. But she only has 2.5 minutes left. As now we look for Francesca Maini. They're all making their way in now. So is Nora. Nora just came down there from a kite loop late back roll. She got a bit of a back edge, and it looked like the kite did release itself, but she just swung under the kite inverted, and swung all the way through. That's not the best thing to happen. It's not fun when the kite sort of does that.
Jet ski's in the zone here. I'm surprised it's just checking her out, but it probably needs to get rid. Although Francesca's miles upwind, I think maybe the right thing here is just to check, but I think she's okay. Nice to see the safety is really important here in the Big Air Kite League. We've got jet skis, 2 people, a diver on the back, I think. Safety is important, especially so in these winds. But miles out the back, a huge back roll mega loop. Absolutely slamming the power zone with that. That is one of the best moves of the day so far for me, Francesca Maini. Another move on the inside, the feet coming out, unfortunately, for Nora. But that was a boomer. That was one of them where you think, wow, she's really sent that kite low there. But she got the kite back up there. Wow, what is this going to score for Francesca Maini? I enjoyed that. Enjoyed that very much. Very committed. Good body position. Easily could have stalled the kite in that position in this much wind. But for her 6th trick attempt, she's got 2 trick scores over 6 now. So this puts a message out to the other riders here that the last year's champion here is up for it again.
I mean, let's look at the previous heats with Natalie Lambrecht and Zara Hoogenrad. They were adding the numbers onto the board, and they were throwing some big kite loop lay back roll, some big boogies. And Francesca's come out now in heat 3, and she's doing the exact same thing. So could this be our finalists? We'll wait to find out. Jasmine goes for the boogie loop. This looks a lot more in control. Ooh! So just unlucky, not getting the kites around, but she had the control. She was nice and inverted. That was perfectly executed by Jasmine, just unfortunately not gathering it all together to make the landing.
Looked odds on to land there, but the fact she's come out the board twice already in this heat, to me, points maybe the foot strap setting isn't right. I don't know, she just come out, that's the 3rd time as Francesca gets bounced all over the shot. We've all been there in Cape Town, riding out, trying to line up for a wave and just getting bounced all over the show. So she's not, I don't think she's going to get scored a trick attempt for that. She's only got 1 left. In fact, all the riders, just to remind you, that they get 7 trick attempts. That's nice on the inside, nice and controlled from Nora. You haven't seen that out of your screen, but we've got Jasmine.
Here goes Francesca. The kick is built up in front of her. Here goes a big one. Huge kite loop, getting the angle, coming down. She sticks it. That is insane. Then that's the end of the heat. So on the buzzer for Francesca Maini. We'll be back. We're going to a quick ad break. Myself and Lewis will be back.
Welcome to the new CORE Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear. We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow.
Here are the replays then from that incredible heat that we've just witnessed. Massive crashes, slams down the middle with the kites. It had it absolutely all, but it's Francesca Maini on your screens now with that yellow rash vest. There was the mega loop back roll sent into the second one, which went wrong for her, but she stayed composed and managed to bang in a lot of other big moves. This one here, I highlighted this one. It was interesting. She got thrown into the second back roll, but she was really in control of this heat in the end though, scoring a big one. This was the big move, starting to warm up her back roll mega loops. Nice and controlled this one. She had bigger moves than this, but this was the early stages of the heat. Unfortunately for Nora, kite hit the water. She did relaunch it, and Jasmine looks like she settled with second place there, which was pretty decent. That was where her foot came out, unfortunately, for Jasmine. She had a lovely controlled boogie loop as well, but sooner or later we're going to see this huge back roll mega loop. There it was, hitting the power zone, laying her right out then. Francesca Maini, lovely landing, and that was one of her two big scorers. Two tricks over 6 points then from Francesca. I don't think we've seen that so far. That was Jasmine with that lovely boogie loop. And look at this, you think she's got the landing, but the foot came out. Actually, now looking at that a bit closer, it looked like the waves weren't ideal for her landing. That were her replays. Big shout out then to the Surfer app today, the free app which you can track your sessions accurately with your phone or just your smartwatch. The latest phone isn't required. Don't worry about that. You can use an iPhone 6 or later. And a quick teaser for you that Surfer is investigating the possibilities to track your sessions with just the Garmin watch. Keep a track of that. This is massive though. You don't start a heat like that. Angeli Bula, oh, she could have landed that. Outrageous. There's the scores. We're going to get rid of that. But straight into the next heat here. Hayden, what just happened there?
I just sat down and that happened. Wow. That was insane. Michaela Pilkenton opening up with a kite loop there, but that was massive by Angeli. Like I was saying earlier, Lewis, this was a heat I was looking forward to. Angeli with the competition experience and riding super powerful. She executes her moves perfectly, and she opened up with on the buzzer like that. Insane.
Crashed it, unfortunately. Everything else was perfect about it, but she won't get a score. So it was an absolutely massive boogie loop from Angeli. I mean, wow, it really does.
Was it a boogie loop?
Was it a boogie loop? I think it might have been. I called it late. I don't know. We're not going to get any help from here from the tricks because she'll get a 0. Either way, huge big mega loop with a roll of some sort, and it took us by surprise because that was well up in the 8s for me. That was massive, but she's lost her board. But let's talk about the rest of the ladies in this heat actually. Angeli against Elsein, Ziljstra and Michaela Pilkenton. And a downwinder, here he comes straight through the box here with the surfboard. Get him out. It's like rugby, you want to get him out the side here, straight into touch.
12.
Someone get this guy in touch. Oh, what was that? Two riders.
That was a boogie loop on the inside by Elsein. Elsein nice on the inside there, with nice boogie loop, as here goes Michaela Pilkenton on the Nash pivot, making her way out. There's a kicker at the back. I think she does spot it, and Angeli has the board, so here we go. She's fired up. She's ready to send it. She's going to make her way in back roll. Whoa!
Big crash. Big caner.
That's the thing about back roll kite loops that scare me. You throw them wrong, you can put the kite angle in a wrong position. It can yank you into Kingdom Come and slam you into the water. Very, very technical move there. Wow.
Nice to see the other rider there, just going past. It was Elsein, just checking if she's okay. The jet ski sort of loiter. Wow, she took it. She absolutely took that slam there. G-force looked like 6.6 with the G-force then. Let's start giving you this real-time data from the Surfer app. That is a big impact. We see landings of 1, sometimes 1.5, 6.6 on the G-force scale, but she's ridden away from that, and that shows the strength.
And the kicker's built up for her again. Does she do it again? Here we go. Oh, I thought she was going to go for a kite loop. She got the height there.
Yeah, maybe just taking it easy after that big impact, but that was, I'm pretty impressed she rode away from that. I have to say, we've seen some big crashes already, and it's going to be a theme of the day. The risk versus reward for these big air riders is highly up there. You can see the sand blasting down. It's the fences rippling here on the beach in front of the wonderful Dolphin Hotel. Next up to trick looks like Elsein Zijlstra, but just had to jump over that white water. Can she see something out the back? I don't think there's anything there. So it will be the core rider of Angely Boer, who's recomposed herself. She only does one thing here, goes massive. So can she line up one of these waves? It's a mega loop. Needs that kite to rise up, and it does. And that is a nice start for her. That's what she really needed at the start. Is it necessary to go so big? Perhaps if you're Angely Boer, maybe it is. But she's got a trick on the board now so she can relax. Great start to another heat. Heat 4 already in the day here at the Big Air Kite League. It's the final
Angely
stop
out
here.
the back with a huge inverted kite loop, late back roll. Sorry for butting in there, Lewis, but that was absolutely insane there by Angely, stomping it down, so getting the numbers on the board. And cue the Jaws music. Angely is on her way, and she's going to climb this ladder very fast.
Covering lots of distance, she is. And that was the right thing to do, was to step in there, Hayden. I hadn't seen it out the side there, and it was another big move. Angely just clearly going so big and high. I'd say one of the highest, biggest mega loops so far, and a really nice inverted mega loop delayed back roll. Different sort of style to get into that position. And we've got a tiny little break in this heat right now, as the riders just sort of get, 3 tricks each for Angely and Michaela, but Elsein needs to step up her trick count. I'm looking upwind here to the Nash rider of Michaela Pilkenton on the white Nash kite. Just passing her downwind, coming in right foot forwards, is the yellow North kite of Elsein. And all these riders just looking like to reset themselves. Good timing to do so, because the waves really weren't there that last minute, Hayden.
No, absolutely not. And that's the thing here about Cape Town. Waves will come through in sets, especially with the tide rising a bit. It's very difficult to judge the sets. They'll come through, and then after that they'll drop off. It becomes a bit choppy, not so nice. But now the sets have built up, so now there's big flat sections for you to really gain speed, as Elsein is going to hop over this little whitewash. There's a kicker building upwind for her. Here she goes out the back, or just a back roll to a kite loop, sticks it on, not getting the height, but putting the numbers on the board, and that's what matters.
That was really nice and controlled. A great example of edging into that back roll. She didn't go super high, but she made sure she had that contact with the water, and she'll feel stoked that she's got that down. What can Angely do here, riding out to sea then on that core kite? She's just looking for a kicker. She might get one past this. There still is that hint of an more offshore wind here today in Cape Town, as Angely takes off, goes to the double back roll mega loop. She didn't look that controlled on the way up, but she certainly sorted her body position out there. And what an amazing move there. That's another big scorer.
Wow, that was insane. And look at how inverted she gets. She did it with the late back roll. She's done it now with the second rotation of the back roll to late back roll. She gets super inverted with that second rotation, and that's what the judges want to see. They want to see height, they want to see execution, and most of all, they want to see you getting inverted. They want to see you really make the trick that much more technical. Like Lewis said, wasn't very clean all the way through, but she stomped it down, and she's putting numbers on the board, and that's the most important thing for Angely, as she's making her way back out to sea, as Michaela Pilkenton is on her way in. I think there's a kite change going on there. Is that for Elsein? I think it is. But on the inside, Michaela Pilkenton, just a kite loop with a grab. Puts it on nice and easy, and the kicker has built up there for Angely. Here she goes. She sees it. It's quite a big one. She's going to be a bit delayed. See, that's the thing we're saying earlier, Lewis. You really need to ride with speed and aggression here, because if you don't, you are going to miss your opportunities.
That's true. Elsein then, just popping over the waves with the yellow rash vest. She's changed then to a pink North kite. Looks like she's changed down. Let's give you some stats from the live wind then, just so that you know what's going on back home. I can see here the high of the Milnerton Aquatic Club wind reading, which I do have time to bring you, 32 knots. coming in here now, but I think it's a bit more out there sometimes. I really do. Flattens off the ocean. I was riding left foot out to sea then. Is Angeli searching for a takeoff. She's had to bear off down a little bit. Oh, on the inside it's a boogie loop. This could be nice if it's landed. She gets thrown backwards. I know that position. Nothing you can do about that. Gets thrown into the backwards position. And unfortunately for Elsein, she just got stuck backwards there on the inside with a boogie loop. So Angeli's had to just sort of take her time. There she is. Nice shot from the drone. Angeli there. Now accelerating towards this wave. This is a great shot of her riding. Nice height from Angeli. Not super high in the end actually, but just a nice solid. Oh, she's come out the board. What even happened there? This could be curtains for Angeli. Kite flipped through itself. I don't know what happened there. She just sort of jumped out the board. It was as if she'd seen a shark or something. Just jumped out the board. And she's going to relaunch her kite out the back and need to collect her kite. But looking at the scores in this heat, a 7.12, which I believe is the highest score so far today for the ladies, and a 6.19. She's sitting on a 13.31, Angeli. I think she's going to be hard to beat in this heat, Hayden.
Absolutely, and we just saw I just saw at the corner of mine on the inside a boogie loop there for Michaela Pilkenton as we 1 minute 15 seconds away to ending this heat. It's a bit of a breaker. We can just speak a bit more about the riders. Michaela Pilkenton, Lords of Tram 2022, she finished 4th. Elsein at the Tatajuba Fest 5th, and at Full Power Tarifa 2022 she finished 5th, and Angeli Bouillot topping up the 2 Red Bull King of the appearances. She finished 3rd at the Tatajuba Fest in Brazil. So a stacked heat with some very, very experienced riders. We can see Angeli's back up and riding. I think it's just one of those scenarios, swinging under the kite falls out the sky. Lines don't have the tension. As we look for Michaela Pilkenton backing out of it, there was such a beautiful kicker rolling in just after that white water. As now we are 30 seconds away to ending this heat. And what a heat it's been.
It's been a good one, Hayden. And just one thing to add here, we can see, I mean, you almost wish you were in radio contact with some of the riders. What we can see at our lovely elevated view at the Dolphin Beach Hotel here is all the waves come in. You don't see that down below sometimes, especially the size of these waves, as we see a mega loop with a delayed back roll and a massive board-breaking caner from Michaela Pilkenton. But just going back to close that, is that you can't see the waves coming in behind the ones before or the ones after. Sorry, because you're just that low down when you ride out. So you're sometimes just gambling, you know, sometimes having a little jump over the white water to see what's coming. From up here, you can see the whole picture so easily. But that is the red flag. And that brings us to a close of round 1 of the ladies. Super heat there. Angeli really stonking that one. We'll be back shortly after these ads.
Dolo when I need mass to the boys were on him and he crashed that till they came back. Run it off like heads up, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. Till the game on the head is so mad at. I'm like
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today.
What's up guys, it's Tino here from SpaceX Kitesurfing. Shouldn't there be more kiteboarding competitions for everyone? This year we're collabing with the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town to create the biggest Big Air kiteboarding competition of the world. Anyone can join, you only have to be able to jump. You can ride against your own level of participants. Same as this competition, we will use the server app to measure the height. We have great money and gear prizes, which are easy to win, and also a groovy after party. If you want to find out more details and information, you should click the link down in the description, and see you at the beach.
Let's look at the highlights of heat number 4. That was against Angely Bouillot. That was at the back. That was Angely opening up the account with a huge kite loop late back roll, just unfortunately not sticking it. That was Michaela Pilkenton, Elsein on the inside in the yellow rash vest, just with a boogie loop, just to open things up for her. So we switch over now to the next highlight reel. Hello, Colin.
Big up, slightly out of breath, just made up the stairs.
Well, welcome to the highlight reel. You missed the insane heat 4, as here we look at, screen just went a bit blank there. We're looking for Angely. Angely had an amazing heat there, some huge kite loop blade back roll, super inverted. And I mean, she even opened up with a massive boogie loop that was on the scores. I got everything written down.
Well, she didn't quite get that first one, did she? But like the rest of the heat was actually like mad.
It was an amazing heat. I think.
And she had a kite down. It looked like it was all gone pear-shaped at one point. Then she was back up.
Yeah.
Sticking stuff on the inside as well.
It was insane.
Is Angely going to win this for you, do you think?
So my final predictions would be Angely, Natalie, and Zara. Or, well...
What about Francesca?
Sorry, I forgot about Francesca. So I think maybe like this. It's going to be
You can't have 4, mate.
Well, I mean, you can have
No, you can't have 4. You have to pick 3.
You have to pick 3,
Which
no.
one are you getting rid of?
I want to answer that now. Go away,
Which one are
Colin.
you
Go Bath. But we're now into round 2, heat 5. I'm Hayden Jonas in the commentary box. Joining me is Colin Carroll here in Cape Town. Noussa Denkler from Egypt on the fly surfer, and Gretha Ziljstra from the Netherlands on the North Orbit. Here we go, round 2, heat 5. This is knockout, so if you don't win this heat, that's the end of the day for you.
Game over. Yeah. So Noussa is she's German, right?
Is she German?
But lives in Egypt. She's from the same area as Natalie Lambrecht. She loves a mega loop, but mostly off flat water. And this today is her first time ever in these conditions.
Hence why she's doing everything to the inside. Makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that, Colin.
So she's probably feeling quite uncomfortable, I'd imagine.
I mean, with these conditions, I mean, you're going from Egypt where it's I mean, I've never been there, but from what I've heard with Mustafa staying with me, he says it's very smooth, very calm, and then obviously coming to Cape Town, it's just chaos. You know, you got kickers everywhere, the wind picks up, the wind's colder, it's denser, so all these factors add up. So I think for anyone coming to Cape Town, especially for your first time, it is a shock to the system.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Gretha is the younger sister of Elsein, right?
Yes, Adrian did message me saying that they are sisters, so she is the younger one. All right, well, here she goes. She's on the inside. What are we going to see for opening a counter? Back roll, late back roll. Look at the yank of that, and puts it on nice and clean. Not getting the height, but very, very... a nice, powerful yank there on the inside there for Gretha.
You'd still be pleased with that, though, wouldn't you? First move.
I mean, I don't like doing back roll kite loops. They really do hurt if they go wrong. Just this...
Okay. We've just been
told.
We've had our hands slapped, really. 'Cause we were watching the live action, not the stream. So what was probably happening there was we were commenting on something that's happening in the future. So we've probably just plot spoiled.
Back to the future.
But that's okay. All right. Everyone makes mistakes.
We're all human.
We just make a lot of them whilst we're live.
And if you want to voice your opinion, please do comment on the YouTube channel, and we will probably not read it.
We will purposely ignore it. Okay, moving on. Right, here we go. She's right foot forward. This is how she likes it.
Just a straight kite loop.
I think that's quite good.
Oh, what
though.
a shot. Look at that.
That's quite a good little confidence builder. That's what you want.
Absolutely.
You either do that, or you go full on Angely Bouillot, you know.
That was madness.
Yeah, it could have been, what do they call it in skiing? Yard sail. When you crash and your goggles are off, your helmets are off, you've lost a glove, and it's all just going horribly wrong all at once.
It's just the dog show.
Angely Bouillot yard sail. Bargains galore.
So now we're looking for, that was Gretha now.
Good to have some height readings on this too. What size kites are they on, do you think?
I think they're on 6s and 7s. I think more 6s.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at this orbit, it's very small, so probably a 6. I think that fly surf at the back is a 7 meter.
You're right. It
So
is
that's
7.
for Noussa.
And
Oh, there we
that's
go. We
that's
can
her
see.
smallest
It's a 6
kite.
meter. There we go. It's a 6 meter for Gretha.
6 meter orbit, 7 meter fly surfer Stoke. The she's also got Noussa a prototype fly surfer in the arsenal, and it'd actually be the same one that
Is it?
Julian Zen's one.
Oh, it's the
Div
Big
2
Air
on.
Kite, yeah. I've given that thing a run for its money once or twice. Whoa!
That's a nice one.
Nice one by
She
Noussa.
sticks that
Into the face. Ooh.
Oh, what went wrong there then?
Well, when you're coming down swinging and there's a kicker in front of you, sometimes you do panic a little bit and it can throw you off balance landing on the face of a kicker. But when it goes right, it's an amazing feeling.
Is it ever good to panic?
Never panic. Never, ever, ever
Sometimes
panic.
it must be good to panic a bit.
Never panic.
No, but what if someone's right there and you need to...
Don't panic, bro. Take impact.
Okay, just hit them.
Relax
and
your
be
body.
Relax. Be relaxed.
Relax your body, take impact. It's all good. As now our cameraman's trying to pan.
He's trying to find it. Meanwhile, what I'm looking at down below, there's a wedding going on here at the Dolphin Beach Hotel. So congrats to Pamela and Dave. We wish them a steady future. They did take up our spot, like where the riders' briefing was meant to be. They're having their wedding.
Oh, that was a boogie loop.
No, that wasn't. That was a back roll. Nice
That was a
one.
back roll. They all look
Mate,
the
she's
same.
coming inside though, so it's more difficult.
Yeah, we
Do you like it when I correct you live? This could get nasty, couldn't it? We could just be like mugging each other off.
It could.
That was wrong.
Beep.
Okay, 8 minutes left though. It's quite nice having just 2 in the heat, isn't it?
It is. It's easier to commentate. Oh, let me get my live scoring up. There we go. So live scoring, 8.2 for Gretha and Noussa on a 2.69. So I think with the conditions, they are starting to pick up. And myself and Lewis were talking about it. It is a little bit offshore. So what's going to start happening now? Typical Cape Town thing. The wind's probably going to start dropping off a little bit.
Why?
It's a heat of the day lull. So the wind will drop off a little bit, drop off for about an hour or two, and then kick off again. And then by this evening, we're going to hopefully be seeing into the low 40s.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hoping for it. I really am. You know, you want to see a good 40 knotter.
What we're looking at here, is that a kite change for Gretha? That 6 meters come down. She must have gone up. I think she'll be on the 7 or the 8 now. What do you reckon? What colour's that? Pink. North.
It's a lot bigger. I think that's a 7, eh?
Yeah. So that'll be giving a little bit more canopy up above, won't it? Be quite nice to...
I think the wind could be dropping. Let me just go to my live wind readings over here from Mac Wind, which is up in Molmson Aquatic Club. It's just, oh, never mind. It's back to high of 33, low of 21.7, averaging out at 25.9.
So basically it's fine.
It's fine.
Anyone that's whinging right now, just shut up. Basically. Because there's always people. Every kiteboarding event I've ever been to, people moan about the wind.
Always.
I get tired of it, you know.
And if you ever go to King of the Year, there's always one rider that moans. It's like consistency. Consistency is key.
It's half the fleet.
No, there's always one that just moans. It's fantastic to watch.
And that is a very large loop out the back. Who might that have been? Someone on a core kite warming up. Maybe one of the Div 1 people. Maybe Evan Klein. That was a nice one. Heli loop coming back.
Sticks it. Oh, a bit of a butt check, but we'll see what the judges have to say about that.
So they will deduct for that, won't they?
The judges are being very, very critical. But the judging, as we saw in the last event, the judging has been on point, which is really, really good. And it's good to see. You know, it makes sure the event runs smooth and there's no disputes. You don't want disputes.
So there's 4 judges. So it's an average of the four opinions, led by Moraine, who's a very experienced judge. And there's a female judge in there too for the first time ever, I believe, Gabby Pierator. And there's Loic de Connick as well. And then the last one, he's new and I don't remember his name. And now I wish I hadn't brought it up. But that's okay. Because I'm
At least you know all their names. I don't know.
Well, that was the point. I didn't know one of them. Anyway. Right, she's heading out the back. Probably because she wants to find a nice bit of flat water as she comes in.
Absolutely.
Gretha loves a bit of flat water, right foot forward. That's her favourite. She's actually got a tweaked knee at the moment, her MCL,
Oof.
is not snapped, but it wasn't far off being snapped. So that's pretty epic that she's out there in the heat anyway. And that's her on the left of the screen. We just missed something. It was a good one, 7.1 for something or other.
I think that was a straight kite loop.
Okay. I still think that'll be all right.
There's Gretha there. She's just made it onto your screen. So I saw it out the corner of my eye. It was just a straight kite loop. So for the viewers back home, we do apologize if the cameraman didn't get that. But that was just a straight kite loop there from Gretha.
Look, sometimes, everyone, you miss the shot, okay? I know this because when I shoot kiteboarding videos, I miss the majority of them. So I have deep sympathy for these camera people who are just getting bombarded in the comments, I'd imagine. But what you need to hold on to is the fact that this is early days, okay? It's only 5
kite
minutes.
down.
It's only 5 minutes past 1. And that's
Kite down.
Noussa.
Oh, and they've hit the release.
She's not going to be... But yeah, the takeaway message is it'll get better, okay? So chill in the comments.
Are there comments even coming through? Let's have a quick look. I just
3
see
minutes
you
40.
commenting.
We're about to see a move here. I'm certain of it.
On the
I'm certain of it.
inside.
Look, that's lovely and flat. That's lovely.
Look at that.
Come on, Gretha. Don't jinx. No, she's not going to go. She's not going to go. Of course not. Just because I said. Just might like that. I wonder what she's talking about. Bit of strategy chat, perhaps. What do I need to do? Should I change my kite again? No, I can't be bothered to go and get it. Stay on that one. It's fine. Deal with it. But yeah, look at that wave period. It's actually all right, isn't it?
And the swell is picking up. Well, the tide is coming up. So high tide is at 237. So yeah, I mean, for the tide to be pushing high and the sets to be coming in like this is actually really good. So the wind's nice and smooth and consistent. The kickers are rolling in. I'm getting excited for the Division 1 that are coming up soon. And Hilvluch says he has something special in store for us. What do you think it's going to be?
For us? Like me and you?
No, for everyone watching. He's going to put on a show.
Okay.
He says he has something new.
I thought he'd be running something up to the commentary booth for us. Like a nice cake.
I mean, I'm already fat as it is, Colin. I can't eat any more cake.
So, Gretha here, if she does do something left foot forward, that will be like a last ditch attempt to hammer this heat home.
Well, it's going to add to her variety.
Well, yeah, but she's got a half snapped MCL on her left leg, and she doesn't want to take big risk. So it's pretty impressive that she's out there doing this at all, if you ask me. I wouldn't be. Here she goes. Just not quite getting the pace on the takeoff there. And also, like, if the tide's coming in like it is, it's pushing you towards your kite on takeoff, isn't it? So you just lack that.
That's why it makes it so
line
difficult on the inside to jump. On high tide, you still want to be jumping off the kickers out the back.
Yeah.
But as we're about 2 minutes away till the end of this heat, Noussa Denkler, she's sitting on a 2.69. Gretha, she's been in control of this heat. She's managed herself well. She's just made sure she put the right scores on the board. And so far, she's in control. And we will just look for the next heat. So the live ladder. So next up will be heat 6, and Nora Klement against Elsein.
Okay.
So against Gretha's sister up in heat number 6, round 2. So whoever wins this heat will go into heat 8 against Jasmine, Michaela, Pilkenton, round 3, heat number 8. And then of course heat 6 will go up against Alessa, Mensch and Justine, Avril in round number 3, heat number 7. But if we have a quick look at the quarterfinals, you guys can't see it, but we'll just run you through it as there's a bit of a delay in action. Natalie, Lambrecht and Zara, Hoogenrad. That's heat 9, and then heat 10 is Francesca, Maini and Angely, Bouillot.
You butchered some of those names, but I think we'll just ignore it and just carry on. Yeah?
I try. We all make mistakes, Colin.
Let's bring them up to speed here. So, Noussa Denkler kite went down, and it looks like she's just not in the competition box whatsoever. So Gretha has kind of essentially got a walkover here. So she's just coming in before the heat's actually ended. 3 seconds left. So Gretha goes through, And we'll be going to an ad break any second, won't we?
Absolutely.
Quite nice.
Mike's off.
Welcome to the new CORE Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear.
We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station.
We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow.
Well, welcome back as we look at the latest confirmed heats. My name is Hayden Jonas here in Cape Town. Joining me, Colin Carroll.
Oi, oi.
And we're going to just look at, that is heat number 4, round 1. Angeli Bouillot. What a heat that was. She opened that heat up with a huge boogie loop. She ended off on a, well, okay, now we've just changed over, so sorry about that. Our producer doing amazing things here. Gretha Ziljstra, she ends off on a 9.63. She really did dominate that heat there against Noussa Denkler and Elsein Zijlstra.
So, Bouillot for me so far has been the most radical, but do you reckon later in the day she's going to be able to stick a whole heat together against the other top riders? That's the only thing I'm not sure about.
So touching on that again, I was having a think about it.
You've had a think.
I've had a think. Over a cup of tea, thanks for that. So Francesca Maini, I think, is the underdog for today. I really think if she puts everything together, she could defend her title here in Cape Town. Because she won the last one here in Cape Town. So I think she can take it, for sure.
She seems to be the best at constructing a heat. Like, she had loads of trick attempts. She came out and did simple stuff first. Like, on the buzzer, she hit a kicker and landed her first move. You can see that if you go on the Instagram, by the way. I've been putting the highlights up because I'm a team player. So yeah, I just think maybe it's her racing background. You know,
I think
she's used to being ready. When the buzzer goes, you have to be good.
It has
There's no room for errors.
I think it's a whole factor of things, and one rider who did put the heat together quite well was Zara.
Yeah,
Zara, I think she only did 4 tricks. But she did tricks that counted. She was very calm, very steady. Whereas the heat has opened up, so this heat has started. Nora, Klement and Elsein Zijlstra. Nora opening up with a kite loop there. I can't see it on the live stream at the moment.
I wonder if we're frozen and the audience's screen is frozen.
So we are having some issues, but don't worry, myself and Colin will bring you some.
We'll go radio style.
Oh yeah, there we go. As Elsein Ziljstra on the inside, landing down the face of a kicker with a huge back roll kite loop. So this heat has kicked off.
That was nice, and then she changed direction.
That was very nice.
That was nice. It was
That was
like
very,
she
very
was
nice.
like slash the lip basically.
Sure, so this is radio style. We do apologize, but myself and Colin are going to do our very best to bring you as much action as possible.
Is there a chance they also can't hear us? I bet there is.
No,
they can hear.
They can hear. Of course, they can hear us.
Okay. Okay.
All
Don't
right,
say anything too risque.
Yeah, Nora Klement on her way in now. Here goes Elsein Ziljstra. I think she is maybe on a 7 orbit. Here goes Nora on the inside. 1 footer, foot out, in, out.
What's that called if you do that? Is that the can?
Innie outie, I suppose. I don't know. Innie outie.
Innie outie.
Yeah.
Mate, you're a commentator. You got to know the specific terms. Come on.
Oh, there we're back.
We're
ladies
back,
and gentlemen,
okay.
we are back.
We can see.
Yeah.
We're bloody watching it. Although it has frozen again,
Oh.
but it was good for a second there.
So Nora Klement now making her way back in as Elsein just a bit of a long tack making her way out. I think when you're throwing kite loops that big, you want to tack out quite far, come back upwind a bit more just to carry to make up the distance that you did lose through your kite loop. As here goes Nora now. She's making her way out. There's a few kickers rolling in.
Knockout stage, of course.
Yeah, this is a knockout stage. So if you
it's all on the line. That's big.
That was on the inside.
That's big. How did she get that high off the inside?
Wow.
And we can hear the beach going wild for that. They like that
was
a
massive.
lot.
That was insane.
That can't be a 6 she's on. It must be bigger.
That's a 7.
That's a 7, yeah.
Absolutely has to be a 7.
7 meter orbit against what? Is that an 8XR?
I think it's an 8XR. Do you know Zara was on a 9? I think she was on a 9 or an 8.
That's mad. It must have been an 8. I think it was.
She was
she
stacked.
likes her 8.
Here goes
Here
Nora.
we go.
Oh,
Nora.
there's a bit of...
Oh, my word. That is a lot of line slack she's dealing with, but gets away with it.
Oh, there was
at
a lot
that.
of vertical take. Like when she took off, not going up, she sort of just drifted downwind a bit, yanked the kite. When you get that vertical pull, it's not always the best.
That was, yeah, she was like hurtling downwind there when she pulled the
Yeah,
trigger.
you don't want to be doing that.
You don't want to be doing that.
Not vertical, you're
Unless you're
horizontal
Nora.
pull. You don't want to be traveling
Don't try it
downwind.
at home.
Yeah.
Unless your name's Nora, then if you are at home, just go for it. But otherwise, so Nora finished 2nd here last year. So she's
Really?
she's no rookie. Yeah, Francesca Maini 1st, Nora 2nd, and she is one of the people. I think there's only 2 people that could do a double loop in the women's today, and I think
It's frozen. Apologise. The image is frozen.
yeah. So we've just been reminded that the image is frozen. We did of course know this, and
So
you all knew that we knew.
we're also getting some lovely positive comments
Nice
here.
comments.
Hey Jeremy, thanks man, it's
What's
much
he-
appreciated.
Where's Ruben and Lewis? The commentating is awful.
Well, you know what?
That is just mean.
That's mean,
That's
guys.
just very mean. Very mean-spirited. Pretty sure the commentary is going to be top-notch, for sure. But no video at the moment. It's very meh.
Well, we're coming to you live, myself.
Francois, we rate that.
Yeah, Francois, we like you.
He's got our back. We appreciate
And
that.
there we go. Whoa, that was a huge back roll kite loop. That was by Elsein. Elsein, where is she getting this height from?
This has actually been a really banging heat, and it's a real shame that there isn't a video feed of it. But you
She's
can't have it
getting
all.
insane height. Do you know who this is reminding me of? Jeremy Belando at King of the Air was getting some insane height on the inside, and Elsein is going just as big on the inside. This is insane. What an opening account by the women division.
It's
This
actually been mad,
this has been some of the best riding I've seen in a long time. So hats off to you ladies. This is incredible stuff. Very powerful, and it's just putting women's kiteboarding on the map to show that the ladies can do everything the guys can do and bigger than most of them.
I think we're going to see more as well. You know, this is only round 2. We haven't seen a board off yet. We haven't seen a double loop attempt. We haven't seen it landed. You know, and I think all of this is to come. Have we seen a contra yet? I don't
No,
think
we haven't
so.
seen a contra yet.
So,
today.
you know, keep
Ooh.
watching because there's much more to come. That is a massive... No, you don't
That
want
was
to hit
big,
that.
eh?
You don't want to hit
That was rather large.
That was one of those you'd rather not. Big kite loop from Nora. Obviously, you guys can't see it, or maybe you can now. Hard to tell. Tell us in the comments if you can see it. I think we might be back up. Look at that, Hayden. We
Yeah,
may well be back up.
We can see it. Guys, like I said, just in the comments, keep us updated here. Your feedback does help a hell of a lot.
Keep your nasty feedback coming. We enjoy it.
Yeah, we love it.
We enjoy the banter.
And we would love to see you kiteboard as well.
Yeah. So, you know, everyone's doing their best.
We're trying, okay?
And, like, my best is still not good. And I apologise for that, but I'm just trying my best. So you're just going to have to accept that.
All right, we can see it. Thank you, Stian.
Okay. Stino. He'll be on soon. Stino can see it. He's loving it. He's loving the stream. As we have here, 5 minutes left of what is, I reckon this has been heat of the day so far, which is a great shame because we haven't seen half
It's close to heat of the day. I have it written down here. I think Francesca's heat was the heat of the day. Actually, heat 4. Sorry, heat 4 round 1 was heat of the day for me. That was action-packed.
Okay.
I mean, starting off with Angelique, just sending it. So, but yes, this is up there with heat of the day for sure.
Angelique Bouillot, my hero. What a champ.
I think you should ask for autograph.
I should, yeah.
Or a photo.
Yeah, selfie. Good to get a selfie. Okay, so both riders
are now making their way out. Nora now, she not much of a kicker. There she goes. It looks like Nora goes for a one-footer, but she's actually just grabbing the board and then it's just pulling her forward. Like Angeli does that. So it's similar riding style to Angeli. Not as powerful, but, you know, it's sort of the same style of execution, which is good. So, yeah, we're about 4 minutes away to the end of this heat.
It's not surprising, though, that people look like Angeli. You know, she is such a rock star of women's kiteboarding.
Absolutely.
King of the Air twice, of course. She actually beat co-commentator Lewis Crathon in a heat as well.
Lewis didn't mention that. I forgot about that.
Did you not mention that? No, yeah, she got highest scoring trick of the heat back in 2020. That is quite a big crash we've just seen.
Yeah, I saw that at the corner of my eye. So she went for a back roll kite loop, just swinging under the kite and not getting the tension back around. Kite, unfortunately, falling out of the sky. As this heat has slowed down a little bit, but it's very close. A 9.9 from Elsein and a 9.16 from Nora. So it's very close. If either one of these riders stomp a good trick, it can be the difference between winning and losing.
And it's home time for whoever comes second in this heat, remember. So it is all on the line. I think Nora, if she can properly connect with one of these kickers, might be in the money. Because I don't think Elsein is as comfy. Left foot forward. And here's a kicker. She doesn't fancy it. Lovely little rayleigh over the top. And there are some... we're looking through the comments. I'm probably not going to read some of them out. Yeah. Some of them are slightly... They're not really fit for
this is a family restaurant, guys.
Human consumption. Very funny nonetheless, though. That's what we enjoy. That's what we enjoy.
We don't need the video. Closing my eyes and listening to your soothing voices makes me feel like I'm there. That's very sweet of you. So we're doing the right thing,
Quite obviously
Colin.
a lie, but that's fine.
Makes us feel good.
Sometimes it's good to lie. That is nice.
Whoa.
We'll have that. We'll have it. And she'll have it. Look at
there
that.
There we go. Look at that.
Rides away. Happy as can be. 9.2 meters. That's a nice height. I reckon that could replace her 4.1. Kite was quite low.
Definitely can. Absolutely it can.
And then we're into a bit of drama as this comes to a close, this heat. Not much between them. Less than 1 point. There's an overall impression score as well, which is out of 5, of course. Nora probably going to be stronger on that because she's been doing stuff left and right. But we'll see. 2 minutes to go. All right. What are we looking at, Hayden?
So we are looking at Nora making her way out. Oh, it's looking choppy out there. That's the thing when the tide starts to pull in. The sets, the gaps between the sets are quite close together. As here we look at Elsein. So she'll obviously do something on the inside. The flat sets are coming through. It would be beautiful if we had the drone out.
She's right foot forward.
Yeah, here we go.
Our feed has frozen.
But it's fine. We can see the action here. So if anything does change, oh, there we go. It's back to Elsein.
She's going to attack. That's fine. That's fine. She'll be... making her way upwind in search. That's not going to do much for Nora's score. I wonder if that last score of Nora's come in yet. I wonder if it may have been less than 4.1. That's why we haven't seen that score change. Hard to know.
I think it could have been. Well, I know it's come through. No, it's less. So still, Nora has hit her 7 trick attempts. Oh,
that was a nice one. Doesn't stick it.
Was that a back roll?
I think. Do you know what?
So difficult to see them coming into to decipher, is it a back roll or front roll? Because you're so used to seeing them going out and see the rotation from there. So when they change it up by doing tricks coming on the inside, it really does make it difficult to see what is it that they're doing.
Is that an excuse for your commentary there?
Make no excuses, my friend.
So I think it's tricky for the women because they are lighter. They're on smaller kites, which are way less floaty, and they've got less stability coming down. And particularly when it's wind like this and they're not maxed on these small kites, you know, they've got quite a narrow window that they have to make do with, and quite often they're coming down with their heli loops with the kite still at 12, which makes for a super sketchy landing.
Well, yes, that's the end of this heat. We'll be right back with heat number 7.
New to the Surfer app, accurate session tracking with just a smartwatch. Available now for Apple Watch and currently being developed for Wear OS. Are you just learning to jump or sending massive airs? The watch tracks it all.
Let's try to predict this jump. Height 8.0. 7.9.
And welcome back to Big Air Kite League. Myself, Hayden Jonas, joined with Colin Carroll. And we're going into round 2 of Division 1 Men's Heat 7, which will be Boer and Lucas Gramstap. There we go.
Boer from the Netherlands.
I think Lucas is also from the Netherlands. Oh, I think he's from Germany.
Incorrect. Twice. He's Danish.
Wow.
He's Danish. And he's staying at Mystic House with his 2 mates. Another person called Lucas, which is quite confusing. And another mate of his called Rasmus. And they're very nice, quiet Danish boys. Very well behaved. And they love to kiteboard, which is why they're here competing today. Now, I think Lucas is maybe the best in Denmark.
What, better than Nick?
Well, that's the awkward point, I guess, isn't it? But I think Lucas has got board off rotation. Oh, look, we're in Div 1. He's got board off rotations. He's probably got double loops. He might even have an S loop. It's hard to know.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
But you could pretty much confidently say that, couldn't you? So yeah, this is going to be a good heat. Round 2 is knockout. Only one of them is going through. This is Heat 7. Div 1 of the men's. At the moment, we're looking at the last... No, we're not. we're coming to the end of that, and I missed my little window to talk about.
Just
the
a
last
quick one here,
women's heat.
Colin.
Yes.
I have forgotten about something. Just to give a quick mention to our sponsors, we haven't we haven't given them a mention.
I haven't heard you do that once yet. Let's do it now.
Let's do it now.
Yeah.
Right. So, a big thank you to CORE Kiteboarding. A lot of the riders are using the XR7 and the Nexus. Evan Klein will also be on his XR7 out later today. Ride Engine, they pioneered hard shell harnesses, so big thanks to them for really pushing our sport into the direction we want to go. Dolphin Beach Hotel, the only hotel with no road in between you and the beach. So if you're a kiteboarder, you're looking for a place to stay, look no further.
Great breakfast buffet.
And apparently Colin Carroll says they have nice baths as well. The Surfer app, I think for the highest jump of the day, that person gets 500 euros.
It's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a good one. So the Surfer app really making it, it's a free download, so any phone, doesn't need to be the world's greatest phone. Just go buy any phone with GPS, smartwatch as well. And yeah, go have some fun with you and your friends and see who jumps the highest. And then Kitemana, the biggest kite shop that I personally know of.
It is.
It is. All right, it is. And if you go to kitemana.com/vote, you can vote for your ride of the day and they can win 1,000 euros.
But here we go. Green light. Green flag, sorry. Maybe there's a light, but I'm looking at a flag.
Green flag is up, and we into this heat of Lucas Kramstar on the yellow. He is in the yellow, on the yellow.
That's a nice colour
North
coordination.
Orbit.
We can appreciate that. And then Yinna is on the Nash. And we're live here. This is In the Heat. You're tuned in. And look at that, 10.2 metres. We don't know who that was, but it was someone. Someone went 10.2 meters.
Well, like last time with Andrea riding on the outside and just throwing down some massive tricks.
Andrea last time was actually terrifying. But here we go. I'm not sure what the camera person's up to, but I'm watching Yinna about to hit a kicker. Hits it. Loads of line tension. Doobie.
Whoa!
Straight into a doobie. Additional rotation on the way down. Sticks it.
That was very clean. That is a very, very well executed doobie loop over there.
And if I was Lucas Kramstar, I'd be thinking, oh dear, this bloke's quite good. I'm going to have to do some excellent kiteboarding, some of the best maybe I've ever done in order to keep up. But he's left foot forward, he's on his yellow orbit, and there is a delightful little kicker. Is he going to get it?
Here we go,
Oh,
here we
nice
go.
one. It's a biggie. It's not a smallie. No, he doesn't fancy it. Why? Hayden, why? I wanted him to pull
I think it's
something
still
mad.
a little bit gusty, and I mean, you can ask any of the locals that ride you. If you jump and there's a little bit of a gust, it can throw you off, and rather just not. I mean, what? We still got 10 minutes left of the heat, so we'll rather not.
Guys, I reckon he lost the edge in that takeoff.
That was Mike McDonald butting in.
Yeah, I don't belong here, guys. Should be in the background, but I was like, sacrilege. You got to recognize a man missing an edge.
Well, thanks, Mikey.
There we go.
Much appreciated. Thank you for running such an amazing event, Mikey.
Oh, stop
Oh,
round-nosing.
stop it.
Oh, yeah, can I have a pay rise as
Here
well?
goes Luca. Here we go. He finds the kicker out the back.
That was a nice amount of edge, but his foot came out on takeoff.
See, not too much edge.
Too
'Cause
much
if you
edge.
edge too much and your foot can slip out.
Can you have too much edge? Is that even a thing?
Oh, well, we just witnessed it.
Okay. So it's nice to have, but not too much of it, like a cake.
It's a fine line. There we go. There,
Yeah.
We can see them on our screen now. So, Jan Boer making his way in on that Nash pivot.
Yin Boer with a 6.22 for his doobie.
That's not bad. That's quite the opening score.
Yeah, that was a biggie. But he's gonna want at least 2 of those.
Absolutely.
So I reckon he's going to do a back roll rotation here, as we're following towards the kickers, which are actually looking quite tasty.
Oh,
now.
there's a kicker.
Yeah.
The kicker for him. Here we go. I can see it on the live stream.
Didn't fancy it. Just closing out. Just a menacing bit of white water at the top of it. That's not what you want, is it? Because that can, like, you can clip that, and then you can be sent into a disgusting rotation that you don't want. Like
Or
2.5
do what
back rolls.
Julian Huying did last year and clip it and break your leg.
Or that, which, slightly morbid tone to the commentary now, but we'll like to.
I just thought I'd update you. But the kickers are rolling in. The swell is picking up. The wind's picking up. And the action is getting even more intense. And this is what we love. This is Big Air Kite League by the riders, for the riders. And it is all going down here in Cape Town for the final stop of the 2022 season of the Big Air Kite League. We're in Heat 7, Round 2 of the Division 1 men's. As we see, the picture has frozen. for us.
The logo hasn't at the top.
The logo hasn't, so you just keep looking at that logo. As here goes Lucas. Whoa.
Oh, that is giant.
That was a contra.
Doobie contra. Additional rotation. Oh, he's made that.
Do you know what was
simple.
nice about that? He delayed that second roll and got just as inverted. That was a very, very clean doobie there. Doobie contra by Lucas.
Hayden enjoyed that. I could tell. He like sat forward. His posture became excellent.
Oh. Here goes Yen. Oh, just a bit of a front
So
roll
we're not
there.
sure. There's a chance that you might not have seen it and your screen's frozen. There's a strong chance of that. But the Danish youngster just laid down. I reckon that's equal to Yin's 6.22. What do you reckon?
Absolutely.
Kite was low. It
Kite
was
was
really
low,
high.
Executed it perfectly.
It was delicious.
I think everything was there. That was a very, very well executed maneuver there.
It's everything you could want. You know, apart from a board off. There might have been, might have been a little window for a cheeky board off there, but he probably just wants to get a few solid scores up first before he starts, dealing with the handle.
Absolutely. I mean,
this is nice. That's a board off. That's a boogie
loop.
board off.
Oh, it
Yeah.
puts it down nice
Yep.
and clean.
Yep.
That was insane by Jan Boer. What an opening account here to kick off the Division 1 round 2, heat number 7 for the men's.
First heat of the men's for the day. If you're just tuning in, you've timed it perfectly. Well done. But you have missed some killer women's heats, to be fair. Like Angely Bouillot was ridiculous. Francesca Maini looked like she might go the whole way again. And conditions, the kickers are epic. The wind is strong.
And even extended his feet. So sorry to.
You're gonna have to describe that. You're gonna have to describe it.
So he did a boogie loop
Usual
board off.
Oh, yep.
But when he was out the board, he extended his legs. He did a Kevin Langry, extending the legs, tried to put the board. Unfortunately, crashing there for Lucas. But that was very nice. I did like the little toe point at the end and then putting it on. That was well executed. But Jan Boer in complete control, sitting on a 12.37 best scoring trick, a 6.22. And Lucas Grumstrup, 8.3 best tricker, 5.78.
So I reckon they're hitting kickers quite far out the back.
Oh no, but this was quite close on the
That's
inside.
really close.
And you see the hand, he went for it. So Lucas Grumstrup went for a boogie loop, was going to go for a boogie board off, and just unfortunately couldn't get his hand around. As now Jan Boer makes his way out. We do apologize for the feed. For myself and Colin, and Lewis Crathern is on his way back. We will try to keep you as updated as possible and try to describe the tricks as best we can. As here goes Jan Boer. The kicker's not flowing in as what he wants it to, but it looks like the crowd's starting to build up on the beach. It's a beautiful day to be out on the beach here in Cape Town. Sunny Cape Town, 25 degrees down there.
About 40 degrees in the camera, though. It's frozen, but I think we're doing such a good job of the audio description. Maybe people haven't even noticed.
Really taking it back, like radio.
We're so articulate, you see. We're not just going, whoa. It's just, it's what we do. Right, we've got Lucas.
No, this is Jan Boer, back roll.
Nah, he doesn't fancy that. We've got Lucas coming in, right foot forward, going way upwind. So I reckon he could do, he's so far outwind here that he could do 2 tricks and be in the box.
He could, but if he hits that kicker hard enough, he can fly. He's on the 8 orbit.
8 orbit.
Not a bad kite.
And we're looking at it at the moment, sitting on the beach, and it looks slightly cross off, as you and Lewis have been saying.
It will happen. Like the more the wind starts to pick up, it can die. The heat starts to pick up. The wind will die off and go a little bit offshore, and then as the day goes on, when it gets a bit cooler, or switch back to cross shore, wind will pick up. And
happy days.
Happy days. In full sending.
Happy day.
I'm excited to see some doubles.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? It'd be a bit of a treat.
It would be.
I think we've earned it. Really.
We have. We really have.
Yeah,
I want to see Hill do a double on that 9.
Yeah.
That would be impressive.
I would like that also.
So while we have a bit of a break here, the guys aren't doing much. Oh, yeah, well, never mind. Here goes Jan Boer.
Here we go.
Back roll. Oh,
He's going for the surfer app 500.
There we go.
I reckon he's got money on the mind.
Dinner's on him.
All he's seeing is dollar signs right now. He's forgotten, actually, that he's in a heat against Lucas Grumstrup.
But he's in control. Just a quick one. On the topic of doubles. If you do a double in a heat and you pull it by the floaty and you're a judge,
what?
Would you score that? Good, well,
What does that mean? Pull it by the floaty.
So you pull the double, then you pull the floaty.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like get lucky or something.
No.
Okay, so you actually pull the float.
Yeah, you pull the floaty. You see a lot of guys do that too.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
Andrea was doing it on his 8 meter.
He loves doing that.
In warm up. I mean, in a heat, would you score that, or would you think that's a little bit of a technical grey area?
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't
Because
it?
from my point of view, is both hands have to be on the bar. Well, or one hand, but not grabbing anything else that can aid.
So you're against it. Any other reasons?
I'm 100% against it.
Why else? You got any other reasons? It's not a great one. You've just
Well,
said these two.
it's not cheating, but it's a grey area. I'm just against it because your hands have to be on the bar. You can't grab. It's like in freestyle.
It is on the bar.
It's like in freestyle. They're not really going to score you if you finish a trick and you grab it by the floaty or by the.
That's a good point.
By the chicken hoop. You know what I mean?
I'll give you that. Yeah.
So, why would you pull a trick?
Because if
by
it's the
float-
difference between him being okay and landing it and him falling to a bit of a hairy situation.
If you're on your way to potential death, then for sure grab it, but don't use it as whoa, S-loop. Sorry about that. That was Lucas. He went in, did a kite change onto a 6 meter, I think, and
told
he
you he had
went
an S-loop up
for
his
the
sleeve.
S-loop. Look at that. He came down hard. Was that I think that's the calves. I think he went into the wave kite. I think. I'm not 100% sure. I can't see from where we're sitting.
Look at this though. We're back up.
Oh,
There's
we back up.
visuals.
Yes, there we
That's
go.
lovely. That's lovely.
Mikey man worked some magic there, and we back in.
Did not work any magic.
Okay, we've
Oh,
got
we
90
spoke too
seconds left
soon.
of this heat. There's been an S-loop, so that's kind of a bit of a precedent set. First one of the day. Meanwhile, Unibro, who's in control of this heat by
quite a margin.
A big margin.
I think.
He doesn't need double loop for S-loop.
I think you know what. I think his caddy or whoever is on the beach probably has live scoring up, and they've pretty much told him you can just relax and just make sure you get through this heat. Because I think, let me just have a look.
Just have a look.
Quick look.
He's just gonna have a look.
Yeah, so this is knockout. So if you don't win this, then that's game over for you. And Yen Boer,
Seeing that, he hits it.
back
Hits the kicker. We're frozen again on the stream.
he unhooked.
Very much frozen.
So Yen Boer, for everyone back home, hit the kicker, got a bit of height there, just a nice slow back rotation, no kite loop, and just traveling quite the distance. And here goes Lucas again. So he's on the small kite. Here we go, Colin.
Come on, Lucas. Do it for Denmark. Oh, that's not going to do it for Denmark at all. That's the last thing Denmark needed.
So the winner of this heat will go through to Heat 11 against Josh Gillett.
20 seconds left.
Oh.
20 seconds.
Here we go.
Lucas
Here
is
we
eyeing
go.
up a kicker. He wants it.
He doesn't have the speed,
No,
though.
he doesn't want it. He doesn't want it. He's turned around. I wonder if he's got one more little tack left
7
in him.
seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Nah,
It's
not happening.
Game. Red flag
He
up.
didn't do it for Denmark.
And that is the end of Heat 7, Round 2. We'll be back shortly. We're going to a quick ad break, and we'll be back for Heat number 8.
Welcome to the new CORE Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear. We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow.
And welcome back to Big Air Kite League. My name is Hayden Jonas. Joining me back in the commentary box is Lewis Crathern as we head off to heat number 8, round 2 for Division 1 men's. Lewis, did you see that heat against Lucas and Yin?
No, but I certainly heard it.
Like a lot of people back home. Yeah, what a heat that was. We saw the first S-loop of the day from Lucas. I think it was on a 6-meter orbit. As now I'm having a look at the table. We're going to heat number 8. It is Julian Huying and Simon Bryn. Simon Bryn, quite a big hit, and Julian Huying as well. So we're going to see, most likely, we will see some doubles from this heat. And if we just have a look at round 3. So whoever won heat number 7 in round 2 goes into heat number 11, round 3. And they'll be taking on 2 South African powerhouses of Josh Gillett and Lucas Cerruti. So that is quite the heat. But all our focus now is coming up to heat number 8. Julian Huying, red flag is going down, so we are 1 minute away from kicking this heat off. 1 minute to start. Here we go.
All right, let's get straight to the point for those of you listening back at home. We know we got some issues here with the frozen camera, so we want you to go old school here. If you can't see anything or you can just see the same screen, we're going to go back to what my passion with broadcasting originally was, which was listening to football under my bed sheets when I was about 6 years old, imagining what was happening in the games, because there's so much we can talk to you about if you just listen to what we're seeing. So right now I'm staring out the balcony here at the Dolphin Beach Hotel, just 2 ships parked up here facing into the southeaster wind. It is a good 35 to 40 knots. The diamonds, that rough surface, is blowing across the white water that has been flattened out by the waves gone past. We now have an epic heat coming up because this guy Simon Brun is an absolute banger of a kiteboarder when he wants to be. And Julian Huying has qualified here by winning the 2nd division. Both these 2 kiters are upwind to my left hand side. Riding out to sea first with the turquoise duotone kite will be Simon Brun. This guy really can go massive. He's going to hit the first kicker into a back roll mega loop, into a second back roll as well. He's actually done 3 back rolls there, and he's started with a real nice move. Good start for him, Hayden.
What an opening account there by Simon. Here goes Julian with a huge kite loop, late back roll, getting the distance and getting the hang time. Nice and clean there by Julian. So both riders coming out with a massive account to start this heat off. And just to correct you there, Lewis, Julian, I think you think of Julian Zenz. Julian Zenz won Division 2. This is Julian Huying, so he's been here from the first rounds of Division 1. And last year in this event, previously, he did break his leg. So this is a comeback event for him, and he's really looking to put on an absolute show here for him and to really, make a statement.
Yeah, and he might have a wave on the cards here. He races towards a wave that's going to break before him. He quite sensibly avoids it. And yes, I apologise. Thank you for correcting me. There's too many Julians around this thing. Julian Zenz, good golfer, actually. I believe he plays off a handicap of 2. Too many shots. That is. But back to the action now. Yes, these 2 having a wonderful start. Right foot forwards coming to the beach with a blue north then is Julian Huying, but left foot forwards out to sea is Simon, who scored a 5.87 for his opening back roll mega loop with a delayed double roll eventually in the end. So scoring about 0.8 more. And I think that's correct. Julian just starting off with the classic mega loop delayed back roll, which is pretty much the first thing you're going to learn as a mega loop variation other than a mega loop. It just feels right to go around with that. I actually think it's preferable to sometimes throw the late back roll than it is to just stay straight. It really helps your body position. But here comes Simon Brun. That's a lovely takeoff. Massive mega loop board off. He's gone over the horizon, which is a good sign for us that it was big, and he's landed nicely. And let's see, it looks like Simon has got 16.4 meters for that mega loop board off. This will score well, Hayden.
That came out of nowhere. I didn't even see that kicker, and he just launched it. He sent himself up super high. That vertical takeoff was insane. So incredible stuff there by Simon. That is what we want to see, a beautiful kite loop board off and stuck it down nice and clean. A classic move. As here goes Julian. We can see Julian making his way out. There's a few kickers, and I remember from last year, from the previous round 1 heats when he was riding, he was struggling to find that kicker, couldn't get himself into a rhythm. But Julian out the back again, he needs to just slow it down a little bit, really keep his eye out for the kickers. We see Simon has been putting in the time and effort, really training his eye here for these Cape Town conditions, and spotted a kicker that we as the commentators didn't even see and sent a massive kite loop board off.
Oh, it's looking nice out there now. It really does look nice. And once again, I am looking out to sea. I may not be talking about what you might be seeing on your screens, but both riders now in a bit of a holding pattern, waiting for some sets. But I think Julian's seen one. He pops over. Is he going to make this one? He's got to put the hammer down. He's going to make this one. This could be massive. It's a lovely takeoff. It's straight into a doobie loop. Bit of a boogie loop with a second rotation rather than a doobie. Bombs out the landing a little bit. He'll get a low score, I think. But it does illustrate that move, Hayden, that when you get the right waves timing here, there is a great selection, but you have to make such a quick decision. You already do in Cape Town, but it's even quicker today, the way the waves are just not their usual selves. So this heat looking pretty interesting so far, but Simon for now is in control with 2 sort of high fives so far, but no one yet lined up. But I'll tell you something, Hayden, Simon is about 200 meters upwind here of Julian. He's in the control station. He's looking down. He can see everything Julian's doing. He is in the prime position to just choose the best waves and react if necessary. I can tell he's on the turquoise and blue and green. It looks to me like that is a duotone rebel. I'd say that was a 7 or 8.
Contra boogie just out the back there by Simon, nice and clean, not super high, but like Lewis was saying, he's nice and far upwind. Oh, we have the live stream back. So welcome back everyone to the live stream. Just get our eye in here. On your screen now is Julian Huying making his way in, and what a move there by. Sorry, our guys are in the way a little bit. But we're back onto the live stream as we look for Simon making his way out. On your blue kite chair in the green lycra is Julian Huying.
A mega loop board off from Julian, and the board came off just slightly after the mega loop for me, or around the same time, so he won't get major score for performing the move during the absolute peak of the loop. However, it was very tidy and in control. But once again, I tell you, looking out to sea now, he is at least 200 meters to the right hand side as this wind comes from the left. It's a left foot forward spot, so all my mates at home that like to jump right foot forwards, it does them in. They usually end up going into slow little front rotations as they try and get over the waves. Very entertaining. Just like that, actually, from Julian, but that was a bit more unlucky with the wave. But Simon Brun taking an early wave on the way out. A mega loop with a very delayed back roll. He's having a great heat here. He's landing his moves and he's in control.
That was very nice. And I think he even added a grab after that. So that was very, very nice and clean. Nice and steezy by Simon. And that's what you want to see. You know, the riders really push it, but also add some style to it, because it just makes it that much better and the trick that much cooler.
Once again, we apologise for the stream being frozen. If you do wish to turn it off, you're welcome to, but you can just listen to us as well, because we can see everything through the eyes of myself, Lewis Crath, and next to me is Hayden Jonas, and we've got 2 riders in front of us that are now directly in line with each other. Out the back is Simon, that's going to take this wave, about the 3rd wave out. It looks like a good option. It's another contra loop with a delayed front roll, I think, that time. We haven't seen that. Going straight behind him now is Julian. The wave breaks and takes away his chance of a nice big move then. So to remind you of the scores, which very much look frozen here, maybe there's a way I can find them. I think that Simon is in control of this one so far. Yeah, we've got them here. So 5 minutes left. It's 11.52 to 8.85 in preference of Simon Brun, that now finds himself to the right hand side of the box, and Julian's gone back upwind after not jumping that last time. The jet ski just bobbing around out the back there with the 2 the pilot. What do you call the jet ski guy? The captain of the jet ski? What do you reckon you call that, Aidan?
The jet ski rider, we'll just stick with it.
The jet ski rider and the jet ski co-pilot ready to...
There's a diver on the back.
Is it? I don't know.
No, on the back there's a diver.
A deep sea diver.
Yeah, so...
A DSD.
Whoa, that was huge. So, out the back was Simon Brun. That was a super delayed kite loop, but got the angle, had the height, and then threw a late rotation, nice and inverted. Simon is just throwing numbers on the board. This is insane. What an opening account for Division 1 men, as here goes Julian. His foot's come out again.
Good recovery. He's managed to get his foot back in and limit the damage of that move, and he's gone right through the box. I mean, he really went through the box fast there, but we know we haven't got the camera working just as well as we'd like for you. So again, we are talking through what we see here, and that is why it's important to have commentators live on site. We're here. We can smell. I don't know what we can smell. What can we smell? We can smell the cool breeze of South Africa. We can smell Table Mountain. I mean, what do you want me to say? We certainly. Yesterday I was in Langebarn actually, riding near that sort of sea line, and that is a smell I haven't smelt for 5 or 6 years, and that was a smell I breathed in fully to smell the remnants of what the birds leave behind on that non-man.
Smelling bird.
Yeah, it was one of those. It brought me back, nostalgic moment to my Langebarn days. Those of you that know Langebarn and have kited there will be able to close your eyes and think, I know that smell, riding just downwind or to the side of that little island in front of Pearlies. But back to the action here at the Big Air Kite League. It is the final tour stop right out of Dolphin Beach. It's a picturesque scene that we can see. Maybe you can't, but right now, Simon Brun riding out to sea. How many trick attempts has Simon Brun got?
Well, I'm just trying to load it because the internet for me has dropped, but I think Simon, this will be his last attempt. So yes, there's 3 minutes left, so this will be Simon's last attempt. He's done 6, Julian has done 4, but Simon in complete and total control of this heat, setting at 11.52, best scoring trick of 5.87. Julian Huyang, 8.85 with the best scoring trick of a 5.08. So this is insane, but look at the consistency. If I can just show you now, the second best score from Simon is a 5.65. So like high scoring 5s there from Simon. He goes on the inside, a boogie loop to another rotation, nice and clean on the inside, not getting the same amount of height as he is on the outside, but really adding the numbers to the scoreboard.
I think he's eyeing up the variation score there to try and seal the deal on this one, Hayden. Like you said, it was very well spotted on the inside, coming towards the beach, which is not the desired tack here, but it can flatten out and you can get a good jump. So he's gone for a boogie loop on the inside for his 7th trick. He'll be trying to up his variation score.
Guys, we've got the drone coming for you soon.
Oh, we got the drone.
Oh, yes.
Saving the day.
Well, let's hope the drone doesn't freeze.
Oh, well, so we see Julian Huyang making his way out. The kickers have sort of flattened off, but we got the battery ready. The drone's going to go up, so we're going to bring you some live feed very, very soon, as there's only about 1 minute 30 seconds left of this heat before we go into heat number 9, round 2. That would be Julian Mayvogel and Mustafa Abbas from Egypt, and that's going to be quite an intense heat. Remember, if you do not win this heat, you are out of the day. So you're packing your bags and going home. So you really want to make sure that you win this heat, as Simon Brun is in complete control of this heat, Lewis.
He is, and I think he can actually get out. It's one of those. I think he's... I don't know. He's got a 3.77 actually that he could replace here, Julian. So maybe he's.
Yes, we are. A 6 to 4 minute break.
As per the schedule, I'll give the schedule. 50 seconds remain of this heat so far. Julian has actually got a chance here. He's got a 3.77 he needs to kick out. 2 tricks count, remember. They get 7 trick attempts, and he, to my knowledge, has got 3 more trick attempts. Julian will need a big move. He's got it capable. He's riding out to sea left foot forwards now. The set's starting to look a bit more organised to me here in Dolphin. If he carries on going with speed, he's going to line up quite well with one set out the back. Can he connect to it? He's got to put the hammer down. I don't think he's going to connect to it. It'll be devastating if he could make it. Simon on the inside going crazy, but he's tricked out to my knowledge. So this last 10 seconds, unfortunately for Julian, he's having to keep going out to sea. He's not going to get another move in, I think, here. He's got 8 seconds in. It's going to be a shame for Julian here. He just couldn't get his 3.77 up. So this looks very much like it's going to be the end of heat number 8. And there it is. There is the end of heat number 8. We're going to go for a quick ad break. We'll be back with you shortly.
Welcome to the new CORE Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear. We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here.
I would love to go a bit higher. I think if I can do 27, it could be cool, or 28, but I need much more wind. I need like really pumping wing, be overpowered with my 7, and if it can be not gusty, it's good, and have good kicker. I don't need a big kicker, but a proper kicker, like really clean, you know?
Nice and steep.
Yeah.
My name is Zara Hoogenrad. I'm 29 years old and I'm from the Netherlands.
Ruben Lenten, I'm 34 years old and I'm from the Netherlands.
Alessa Sophia Mensch, I'm from Germany and I'm 24 years old.
Janek Grzegorzewski, I'm from Poland.
Jasmine Cho, I'm 31.
Yeah, women's big air kiting has definitely upped its pace over I think the past 2-3 years, and especially this year. I think it's all in the mind. As soon as the mind knows something is possible, it's easier to achieve. And the ladies have been stepping up to their game, and it's really looking good. Like they're going over 20 meters now, really pulling the sick mega loops with rotations as well, with board offs even. You see Mika, she comes from the freestyle background, and she just copies any big air trick and lands them right away. So it's really amazing to see her step up to that as well and really enjoy the big air discipline.
Well, Angeli, riding-wise, she's very powerful riding. She's, I think, one of the only girls, actually, that has a really powerful riding style. Like, no other girls is going as fast on the kicker as she's, for example, approaching. You can see that she is going full on that kicker, 100% commitment. And there is no other girl that's doing as extreme loops as she is. Literally no one. Even Mika, with all her rotations, she's so far away from the extremity that Angeli is doing. So that's why Angeli. And Angeli is just always like, ho, ho, ho. You know, she's always so funny. Always so funny. How are you?
And then Angie, she has been going big for a decade already and really hucking them mega loops. So yeah, I think now more girls are seeing that as well and really putting the time in scoring the right conditions. Yeah, girls are traveling specifically for this discipline and are really enjoying it. So everybody's pushing each other, and that's seeming to pay off.
I think the history, generally with women kiteboarding, I feel like the guys were always way more ahead. But right now, we are starting to see that the women are actually pushing way more.
Women in big air history, I think that it's still quite young. There was Angeli, and she was, the one who got into COTA. She was been in COTA twice. She's the only female to ever have been in COTA. She definitely, was sending it, deserved to be there, and for me, she is like the history. There really wasn't anyone else for a while. She was like the only female really pushing big air. Obviously there's Gabby who got the record, and she held it for a couple years. That was also super inspiring. But for me, I think really the first person and the person who really comes to mind is Angeli, who was the one like throwing big loops and doing rotations with loops early on, and really is like the mother of big air in my opinion.
Progress in women's big air is actually something that really fascinates me. Within the last 2 years, I would say women have started pushing it really hard.
I started kiting like 5 years ago, so for me it's always a bit like I don't really know all the stuff that happened before, and I'm still learning a lot. Like I'm still meeting people that are such legends in the sport that I never heard about, which sometimes I'm a bit ashamed of, but I guess I'm still learning. And I think Angeli, for most of the women, is a very big inspiration because she's like the first woman that went like fucking huge, does kite loops with rotations. I think she was the first woman that landed like a laid back boogie kite loop board off. And yeah, she just goes so high, so I think it's super inspiring for me and also for other women. And now a lot of girls are like starting to push. I think it's also because of the Big Air Kite League, like the competitions are here, so they have like a reason to push. Everybody wants to win, so I think there's still a big future for women Big Air, but the beginning has started. I think it's just the adrenaline that kicks in when you are driving or walking towards the beach and the sand is like blowing up and you feel the wind in your hair and in your face and starting to get nervous, starting to feel these butterflies in my stomach, and then once I hit the water, like, it's magic. Yeah, like I grew up in the countryside, so I was always outside and playing and swimming and climbing and this kind of things. And yeah, I think when I was very young, it was like kind of a mix between boys and girls because we were all playing together. And then once I was, how do you call it, when you're like in your teenage years, I was hanging out more with the boys, I think. Less drama.
I was in my childhood always playing with the boys, and now I feel like I found girls who are on the same page, and it's actually so nice because, like, sure, when I'm training with my boyfriend or other guys, they are just so good, and you feel like, oh, it's so easy. It looks so easy. They make it look so easy. Even you, Mike, like, you go out there, just pull a huge laid back, and I'm like, should I loop? Should I not loop? It's really so strong. So if you're with the girls, you feel like, okay, they're really badass. Like, they really send it, and like they only can be cool. Like,
yeah, and then in high school, I switched from going to like a church school to going to a public high school, and that's when I really started focusing on sports. Like my first year in high school, I was on the swim team. And then found track and field, and that's where I really just kind of excelled, and track was like ended up being like my main focus. I ran all 4 years, ended up being like captain 2 years, and then that track was kind of like the thing that actually got me into college. I was super focused on track in high school. All the other sports I was doing for other seasons was purely to keep me in shape so that I would be in the best shape and condition I could be for track season. I won state my last 2 years of high school, and ended up getting recruited to go to college for track. So that was like the thing that I was really focused on.
I'm riding the XR7 from CORE because I just really love this kite to jump high. I also tried the other kites from CORE, but the main reason I'm riding the XR because you go super high with it, and that's what we all want, right? I'm trying to get the kite loop board off consistent now, but it's very hard because you always have to adapt to the conditions. So the conditions in Brazil on flat water and like very steady wind are so much different than here with the kickers and the waves. And one day it's like 20 knots, the other day it's like 40 knots. So you take a different kite, it loops different, like all the things that come with it. But definitely I want to land a boogie board off once. I'm still not very close yet to doing a boogie with one hand. It fucking scares me so much, but yeah, it's not impossible. So I'm gonna go for it for sure once I'm ready.
Like for me, I don't know if other women share this, but I'm sure they do. I enjoy being pushed out of my comfort zone. I enjoy, the process of being scared and acknowledging that I'm scared and overcoming that fear, and pushing myself to then like try a new trick or land that new trick, because when you're going for something new, it is incredibly scary, and that feeling for me and that stoke when I land a new trick is it actually comes from me overcoming that fear, and that's what I love. And I'm sure other ladies also, have that same feeling of acknowledging the fear and then, having that passion to overcome it.
I started to actually, in Brazil, for the first time in my life, really train. Like, just think about one trick and do it over and over again until I get it. And kind of also push away my fears, because it's just a kitesurf mecca. Like, you crash, it doesn't hurt, okay, most of the time.
I think the boundary, I think it's just putting in the hours. I think all the women in the sport are still pretty fresh in riding strong conditions, and it is pretty intimidating to ride those conditions. So it just takes a lot of time to feel really comfortable in it. But once they know how to read the conditions properly and really feel strong in their body and especially in their mind, I think, yeah, anything is possible for them as well, and it's just going to be on the same level.
Now, women's kitesurfing is finally starting to get to the level that it should, because there is still the difference, in my opinion, but I feel like the difference is becoming smaller and smaller. I believe doubles are also going to be in the game in not that long. I know Zara is preparing for it, and I'm actually feeling quite positive about it, because CORE is coming up with some new toys. But I just don't like doubles that much. It's literally like going for depth. I just hope, truly I hope, that this difference I was talking about is going to become like this. Like, literally, that there's going to be no difference, which is in some other sports.
Yeah, to all the girls out there kiting hard, believe in yourself and visualize and just put your mind to it and you will become it. So really enjoy your sessions and stay safe out there. See you in the air.
Welcome back to the Big Air Kite League final tour stop then, and as we just alluded to, we've had a few technical problems with the frozen camera, so we just reset that, and I'm being told that things look a lot more stable now. We're 4 minutes away until the next heat that we'll bring you. But just to update you on what's gone on so far, we've seen some epic heats of round one of the ladies, and we've just had the guys up as well. The men have been out there in round two, and I believe we will come back with heat number 9. Julian Megkoval against Mustafa Abbas, who's going to be up next. Hayden, you're looking out to sea here, and we've been discussing in our little downtime there just how good this looks. And as any kiteboarder knows, when you're not out there, it hurts, right? You're visibly in pain to me right now, Hayden.
This is horrible to watch, but exciting nonetheless. If we look at the live wind meter, myself and Lewis are having a look at it. 39.1 knots on the peak, so averaging 28.3, low of 18.2, but this means we're getting very close to the high 30s and even the low 40s.
When you say horrible to watch, do you mean horrible to watch because the screen's frozen, or horrible to watch because you want to be out there so much?
I want to be out there so badly. So, look at it, the kickers are starting to roll in, the wind's starting to peak. This is a time when you want to pump up your 8 and just go have a banging session.
It does look pretty epic, doesn't it? I have to say, and we apologise we haven't brought it all to you, but here we go. We're starting to find a bit of a rhythm now. There is Julian to the left-hand side. He's our North rider, and he's against Mustafa Abbas duotone. Now, Mustafa, I know a little bit about. I've seen him over the course of the year. He's been out in, I think he came to Saudi Arabia as well. He's pretty handy, and I think he'd be up for this strong wind. He likes it.
Absolutely, yes. Mustafa is one of my guests staying with me at Cape Town Kite Club, and I get to chat with him every day, and we talk a lot about kiteboarding, and shows me all his videos from kiting in Oman to Egypt to here, finding spots I didn't even know that existed here in South Africa. So all he does is eat, sleep and breathe kiteboarding, so he's looking pretty pumped up to send it. If we look at the latest confirmed heat results popping up on your screen, there was the heat against Jan Boer and Lucas Gramstab. Jan Boer absolutely dominated that heat, was in total control, and finishing on a 14.21, but the variety score for Lucas helped him a lot and brought him up to a 12.16. So that just shows you how important that variety score is, Lewis.
Yeah, it does. Now Lucas will be absolutely grumstrupped about that. He really yeah, he'll be upset about that. That was a close one, and if I'm not mistaken, that was to stay in the competition.
Yes, it is. So any of these heats now, so if we look, I'll just go back to on the live ladder. So that was heat 7, round 2. So yes, if you do not win this these round 2 heats, that's it, game over for you. And same with round 3. So round 3 will be 3 riders up against each other, not 2. And if you don't win that heat, well, that's the end of your day. So from now all the way to the final, you have to win your heats. There's no questions about it. If you don't win, you're out. And we're getting prepared now to go into this next heat. Mustafa Abbas from Egypt taking on Julian Mayvogel from the Netherlands. And I think this is going to be one hell of a heat. We're just waiting for it. The red flag is down, so we are a minute away from starting. And the wind's picking up, so hopefully in this heat we'll see some doubles. We saw the first one from Lucas. We saw an S-loop. We didn't see any doubles in the Julian Huying and Simon Bryn heat. Maybe in this heat we'll see some doubles, Lewis.
I don't know, maybe, and maybe you will too, because as you can see on your screen now, we've had a bit of a relocation of one of our cameras. You're very much getting the same view that we're getting here, possibly a little bit more zoomed in than we've got, but I guess because we're here with our own eyes, it's probably about on par. He's right in front of us, the camera guy here, so we've got this lovely shot looking out to see. Of course, those of you that know Cape Town, we won't be able to use this shot all day because the sun will come down low by those boats, but this is very much the view that I think we want you to see, because just look, it's very strong out there. You can see those sort of rough patches in between the waves. We were just looking at our live wind that had peaked up to 39 knots. We haven't had a 40 just yet, just down to 33 actually for the start of this heat, so this could be interesting.
Just down to 33, playing it down for us there, Lewis.
We get 60 all the time at home.
And yeah, so while we just wait for it, so whoever wins this heat, heat 9, will go into heat 12 against Joris Herveen and Scott Barderson. So that is quite a close heat, but if we look at heat 11, Josh Gillett and Lucas Cerruti, the two South African powerhouses, will take on Jan Boer. And then heat 10, so I'm going in a bit of an odd order here. Filipos
Tasman Tennis, I think. It's a tough one.
That's a tough one. So we'll just stick with Filipos, Stian Moore and Simon Bryn. That will be your heat 10, round number 3. So action-packed. And if we go further on, so we'll have a quick look at the semi-finals. Heat 13, Evan Klein and Giel Vlucht. And whoever wins that heat number 10 will go into that semi-final. Heat 14 would be Cohen van Dyk, Jeremy Belando, and the winner of heat number 12. And heat 15, South African powerhouse air rush rider Jason van der Spy against Adrian Emmers, and the winner of heat number 11.
You know that Josh Gillett guy, Hayden?
Yeah, I do.
He's absolutely gilling it these days.
Are you a dad? Because that was a dad joke.
Was it? Okay, funny enough I am. Right, can't be too many seconds left. We're waiting for this green flag to go up then for this knockout heat then. Both these riders not having the best start to their competition.
We're just waiting for, I just think there is just a bit of a technical way to just making sure all the cameras are 100% for all you guys, so we can bring you some action-packed live coverage of the final stop for the Big Air Kite League. There we go. There's a competition table in front of you. As you can see, we're in heat 9, round number 2. Julian Mayvogel against Mustafa Abbas, and the winner of this goes into heat 12 against Joris Herveen and Scott Barderson. So what a heat and what a day we have ahead of us. We're almost touching into the 40 knots, and what a day to end off the 2022 season for the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town, joined by Lewis Crathen and myself, Hayden Jonas. And I think
Ben's around somewhere. He's out here somewhere. He's
we're trying to find Ben.
Yeah, he's just having his little break now, and like we've just had. And it looks like these two riders on the water now, desperate to see the green flag here, as the 33.9 is the last I've got in from the wind station here, and I reckon it's just picked up a little bit more. We had 39 knots earlier, so riders' kite sizes have varied all the way from 5, 6s all the way up to 8s. Not really any 9s out there at the moment, which is kind of the main cue to you that actually it's pretty strong out there. 35 knots from the south direction, so it appears to me that it's still sort of playing around a little bit between south and southeast. It looked a little bit more offshore earlier, but now with just this tack of this rider coming in, to me it actually looks like it looks the best it's looked all day really for me now. Lots of white diamonds appearing in between the sets. This is pumping now, and I can't wait to see this heat take place.
Absolutely. We're just waiting for the flag to go up, so the riders are chomping at the bit. They're really excited and ready to send it.
So we're going to start the heat at 2:30.
So there you heard it first from Mr. Big Air Kite League himself. 2:30. There you can see him in your picture. Look at that beautiful haircut. And we just missed a shot there. 2:30. It's where it's all going to kick off. Mustafa Abbas and Julian Mayvogel. So in 5 minutes time, Lewis, we're going to get things underway. And Lewis, you've competed in a few King of the Years. You've had, I think, 2 podiums or 1 podium?
Should have had 2, but I've had 1.
Just 1.
Won't go there.
We won't go there. I mean, in these type of conditions, especially at an event like King of the Year, and I mean, events like this also hold that kind of pressure. Going into knockout rounds, what is the focus that you're taking, the mentality? How do you keep yourself calm and composed going into knockout heats like this?
Not easy really, because you don't want to be in them in the first place if you can avoid advancing a bit further up the ladder. But I don't know, to my knowledge, there's 2 different types of kiteboarder that compete. It's the ones that sort of go about their heat, never react to the other person, are totally disciplined to go about all through their tricks 1 to 7 or whatever trick attempts they have, and they go through it. Or you get the Angeles of the world, or maybe the Joshua Emanuels that just have it in, and they don't even think, they're just expressing themselves. They go big or nothing, and I think they're the most dangerous riders to come up against sometimes, because they could just have the heat of their life, and they're the ones that surprise you the most. But really here, you've got to have a good start now. If you know that you're about to go out if you lose it, you need to have a good start. Try and stay upwind of the other rider. Try not to end up down. No one likes to end up downwind after a huge crash with 3 minutes left and you haven't done anything. It's a horrible position to be in, which I also know about. It's stressful, and then
it's unnecessary.
Yeah, that's how it feels. It's not. Someone's got to be there, I guess. Sometimes it's nice when your opponent's in that position. It's great.
Absolutely. No, that's incredible stuff, Lewis, and it's great that you bring your knowledge and expertise into this event. As now we see the red flag up, so things are about to kick off soon. Everyone at home, get excited. Get some cold beers, make some popcorn, make a quick snack, because in 4 minutes time we're going to be absolutely sending it. The wind is picking up, the excitement's picking up, the tide is coming up. High tide is at 2:37, so we're going to start peaking at high tide. So the kickers will come in few and far between. They will roll in, but we will see lots of choppy and flat sections throughout. And then after the high tide mark, as we go throughout the day, the tide will start pushing out, and the kickers will start flowing in. The wind will pick up, and the action will get even more insane. And I'm excited to see what Geelvlucht has in store for us.
Yeah, me too. And let's remind you then, in the race to the title, Heel needs to come second here, really, just to secure this one, the actual championship. He's currently in second. Andre Principi isn't actually here, so even though he's worked his way up the leaderboard from the early round, he's not here. Quick ad break. We'll be back soon, ready for this next heat.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today.
And that is it. The red flag is down. 1 minute to go. Welcome back to Big Air Kite League with myself, Hayden Jonas. Joining me alongside in the commentary box is professional kite surfer Lewis Crathern. As we are 1 minute away to getting this heat underway for Mustafa Abbas and Julian Mayvogel. There we go. We have our scores in front of us. We're ready to go. You guys have a beautiful live stream. Whatever you're seeing is exactly what we're seeing. The cameraman is right next to us. So here we go. We're 25 seconds away. Lewis, who's your money on for this heat?
Oh, great question. Do you know what? I've actually not seen anything from another Julian. They really do us
So
in.
many.
There's another He's a Dutch rider, right?
Yes, he
yeah,
is
and so the odds are probably heavily in his favour that he's Dutch and pretty good. But this Mustafa guy is really carrying the flag for Egypt and African kiteboarding from other nations other than South Africa. So I really hope for him he has a great heat. I know he's very talented and yeah, let's see what he can do here. So apologies, we've got that pole, but don't you worry, they'll be downwind of that in no time at all.
Here we go. The green flag is up. Mustafa Abbas in the yellow lycra on the blue north, making his way out to sea.
Too late for that one though, Hayden. I think that was maybe a bit of experience there. Noticed.
Oh, sorry about that, Lewis. That happened out of the corner of my eye. You can just see him swinging into your picture now. Was Julian Mayvogel. I did not see that the pole was in my way. I think that was a late back roll kite loop. So very, very insane stuff here, and quite a opening account by Julian Mayvogel to kick things off as he is there in your screen. As now we look for Mustafa Abbas making his way out to sea.
Yeah, I think we're just going to shift the camera over to the side very carefully there. Cool, you wouldn't have even noticed that at home. That was so smooth. But now we've got a nice kivvy. Look, kites are nice and low here. That red kite there from, I think that must be Julian.
Julian is on the red Nash pivot.
Nice and powered. What do you reckon the size that is? It looks like a 7 to me,
I
or
think,
an 8.
yeah. Mustafa would most likely be on an 8, and Julian, I think, either 7 or 8. Julian will have a spare kite on the beach. He would be wanting to go for the doubles. Mustafa, I know, has been training the doubles. He is a little bit not sure about it, but if he does have a smaller kite, he will for sure go for the double.
This could line up well now if he can just hold his edge, which no, it didn't. It's just closed out on him. These tricky waves we spoke about here today. You go from thinking, from my opinion, I think by the time you think that's the most perfect wave to take off, it's too late. You almost need to be there and jumping. That moment where you see the most perfect wave is gone forever. At that time you're too late. So both these riders not having a perfect start at the moment, but they're both nicely upwind. There's the blue kite then of Mustafa just coming to the beach, but on your screens right now is a lovely wide angle riding out to sea. Is he going to time this one? What do we reckon,
Lewis.
Hayden?
Here we go. That kick is building up for Julian Mayvogel out the back. Here we go. Huge boogie loop, nice and inverted. Swings it down with an added rotation, sticks it down nice and perfect, very clean there. Just adding the numbers onto the scoreboard there for the young Julian Mayvogel, part of the Nash junior team in Europe. So incredible stuff there and really putting the numbers on the board.
I think we might have seen a rewind there, you know, because it just looked to me like he came back round in a back roll. So I didn't see him unspin the bar from looking at the screen. It just looked to me like he dropped his weight into a back roll. So a very unusual move. You don't often see a deliberate rewind. It's the most random thing that ever happens to you, and you can't really claim he went for it most of the time. I don't know anyone claiming rewinds. Maybe
and here goes Mustafa. The kicker's built up for him. Here we go. Oh, he backs out of it. It's just so difficult sometimes when the wave breaks to get behind it. You're hoping for a flat section to really give you the speed to the run up of the kicker, and I just don't think I think he saw that a bit too choppy and rather backed out of that one.
12.7 meters then from our Surfer app data down to the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, which tells me they're just taking it easy a little bit here, trying to get some scores on the board. But 62 meters in distance is actually quite a big distance across the zone here. So I expect these riders to be pushing this as the time goes on. That's another boogie loop. He'll go into a second rotation there as he just gets pulled towards the kite a little bit out of the core tension. Wasn't quite there, but he reacted really well. And this new generation of big air kiteboarders are all about, if there's one word I'd say, it's reaction. They just go with it and rotate sometimes 2, 3, 4 times. They're so comfortable in any position in the air. That's good riding from Julian, and we'll see his second trick score come up shortly. Meanwhile, on your screen is Mustafa.
This is Julian on our screen. Sorry there, Lewis. That was Mustafa on the blue north orbit that threw the boogie loop. And yes, touching on that, the new generation is extremely reactive. They, I don't even think they think going into the tricks. They just, whatever they're feeling in that moment, they pull the trigger, and whatever it is, it is. And I think that's what has helped progress the sport to where it is today, with a lot of these young riders not thinking as such, but just doing everything on feeling and reacting to it.
Yeah, so many riders in this heat. It's really hard to get the names right. How many have we got here?
2.
Okay, right. back to the action. All right, this is Mustafa. Oh no, it isn't. This is Julian.
No, that's Mustafa on the blue north.
Okay,
yellow
right.
lycra. There
I'll
we
get
go.
it. I'll get it right. I'll get it right. So Julian is nicely positioned upwind. He is, as you said, on the Nash team in Europe, the junior team. He's in a nice position here because he's just got a
kicker there
was a little kicker if he wants it. It's not going to be as big as a sensible decision. Get it on there. It's another boogie loop here, and he seems to be working this trick family here. I don't think he's going to get a better score than his previous ones here. This is going to be, to me, looks like one of his best moves. But Mustafa is the only one of these two that's registered something over 5 points so far. So Mustafa slightly edging this one so far.
So if we turn our minds back to the last event that we ran here to kick this event off in round 1 of the Division 1, and watching Julian Mayvogel, myself and Ruben were commentating on it, and the one thing Ruben did say, Julian does need to just slow it down a little bit. He doesn't tend to land his tricks. I think he makes one mistake, he gets a little bit flustered, and then doesn't manage to stick the tricks. And when Julian is firing on all cylinders, he's nice and calm, nice and focused. He can really pull the rabbit out the hat, but he just needs to slow it down a little bit, not get too excited, not get ahead of himself, and really just try focus on putting numbers on the board, not needing to go as big as possible, but just super stylish and making sure that he does put the correct tricks together and to make sure he lands it. But on the inside, here comes Mustafa, back roll kite loop on the inside, nice and smooth, and it's on the inside, so it's going to add to the variety, and that's what the judges want to see, Lewis.
Really liked that as well, and I'm just trying to imagine how that would have been for him. I think his home spot's I think he's Blue Lagoon, possibly even El Guna in Egypt. It's Dahab, so he's a Blue Lagoon, and that would be right foot forwards, coming back to everyone watching in Blue Lagoon there, throwing a big one, pulling that backhand and a big, I think it was a back roll mega loop there, and that's where I think he's got that move from, and he demonstrated that really well, lots of power, and for me, he's I think he's going to knock out his other 4.35. Let's see, nothing between these two on your screens right now. 0.331 maybe, something like that. 0.3, very, very little in it. As turning around out to sea is Julian. 5 minutes and 15 seconds remain for one of these kiteboarders in this competition here, Hayden.
So what Mustafa does have in the bag, and I have seen him training at kiting with him, he does have the boogie loop board off and the contra boogie board off. So if he can nail those tricks down, I think we're going to see it. I really hope we do, because those are the two tricks that really can put Mustafa in the position not to get knocked out here. He can see if he is upwind or he's just downwind of Julian. If he has seen it, Julian hasn't managed to land a lot of his tricks, and Mustafa really has to capitalize on that and really start stomping down the big ones.
I think if the heat finished like this, let's say for example both of them decide to just pull their chicken loop release, right? If it, I mean, not they're going to do that. It happens sometimes, once every 30 years. But if this happens right now, I think Mustafa would edge it on variation right now because of that mega loop on the inside. It's just a front row. I think he was lining up a boogie loop there and didn't quite get the feeling, unfortunately, Mustafa. But they're so close in it on their normal scores. Just to remind you, it's out of 10 they get scored for their individual tricks. Yes. Only 2 of their best trick attempts will score. They get 7 trick attempts, but then 4 points will come from variation. A maximum score of 24 then. And as it's so close now, Mustafa's move on the inside, which was a big one, I think would edge it. However, there's 4 minutes left, Hayden.
4 minutes is still a lot of time for these riders. This is crunch time now. So, yes, I agree with you. The guys have to pull their chicken loops now on the inside. That would help Mustafa with the variety score, as I think there is a kite change going on. From what I can see, I think Julian Mayvogel is going on to a smaller kite. Yes, he is.
It doesn't look that much smaller, does it? But do you think this is...
Julian, there's just a lot of Nash kites around.
No, I think you've called that well. I think this white kite, he was on a red one. If this is a smaller kite, maybe we're going to see a double?
I think so, as he's making his way out. Yes, it is a smaller kite. I'm having a good look at it now. I think that is a 6-meter pivot as Julian Mayvogel. Here we go. Oh, 2 tricks in one. So they're going to look at Mustafa at that, even though Julian crashed it. So Mustafa went for a kite loop late back roll, and Mayvogel went for the first double of the heat. But because he pulled the trigger at the same time Mustafa did, Mustafa had rights of way. The judges are not going to look at that.
What, look at any of them?
Well, look at...
Sorry, guys, we're not staring at anything. Which one? That was
looking
interesting.
at Julian, because Julian didn't wait. The person who takes off has priority. So just for anyone back home, the person who takes off first does have judges' priority.
Okay, I felt that was pretty close in that one, and that's a tough position to be in as a rider if you're out there. If you see the kick of your life, you don't care what the rules are, you go for it. So fortunately for Mustafa, Julian actually crashed that move, but this could be the moment he lands it. Here's another attempt at a double. He's got it. It's not super high for me, but it is a double, and this is going to weigh on the judge's mind. Maybe now the variation might edge towards Julian, you know, changing the kite, getting that move in. But personally, I'm enjoying Mustafa's bigger height at the moment, although it would really help him. Has he had a swap? Yes, looks like he's swapped on the beach now. Pit stop on the beach from Mustafa with 2 minutes left for one of these riders in the Big Air Kite League final event in Cape Town. Mustafa now going to go double trouble.
I think he's on a 6 orbit. And if we turn our minds back to Red Bull King at the end, Mark Jacobs really made that orbit move with some S's and doubles. And let's see what Mustafa can do. He has 1 minute 40 seconds left. There's a kicker at the back. I hope he sees this, as here we go.
He might have to just keep going. He's got to go past 2 more waves here. Although we've got the luxury of looking over the top of these waves here, so we know.
One just behind there, as you say, luxury.
And I wonder if maybe too big a wave might be too big as you lose your tension on the way up. If they're big waves, you sometimes slow down on the way up. The earlier sort of waves might suit a double more, but then you might land in the more wavy section. Great scenes here in heat number 9 of the men. If you have just joined us around the world, the action is running smoothly. It's another, it's an S loop, and he's literally blown that board out. He's frozen the camera, I think, there. It was such a big impact. The board on my screen was still flying in the air, but he's okay, and we're back up and running. So over to Mustafa then for this last minute.
So yes, Mustafa really needs to pick up the pace here. There's 50 seconds left of this heat. The kickers are rolling in, but this is the point, Lewis, and you'll know this. If it's crunch time now, any piece of chop, whether it's a rolling kicker or a nice, you know, perfect face of a chop, you have to go for it, because this is crunch time. There's a kicker building up for Mustafa. Here we go.
Make it. I don't think
he might make it.
He might make it.
Here we go. Here we go.
Didn't get a jump.
Oh, it's very late. Oh, he wanted it.
Still got time here. If he gets straight to the beach, he's going to get another bit of time. There is half a point separating these two. They both have 1 trick attempt left. I think Mustafa's trick there will just come in as 6. He turns around. Very aware of his timing here then is Mustafa. He needs to upgrade a 4.49. I don't think it's necessary for a double here. I think he's just got to go big, whatever he finds. This could be ideal.
Oh.
No, he had to have it. He had to hit that.
There we go.
There's the red flag, Hayden, and just as we confirm, the variation score is what's going to separate these two, but that was a very interesting heat. One of these, unfortunately, will go out, but now we will go to an ad break. We'll be back with you shortly.
What's up, guys? It's Tino here from SpaceX Kitesurfing. Shouldn't there be more kiteboarding competitions for everyone? This year we're collabing with the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town to create the biggest Big Air kiteboarding competition of the world. Anyone can join. You only have to be able to jump. You can ride against your own level of participants. Same as this competition, we'll use the server app to measure the height. We have great money and gear prizes, which are easy to win, and also a groovy after party. If you want to find out more details and information, you should click the link down in the description, and see you at the beach.
Welcome to the new CORE Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear. We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow.
What's up, guys? Mike here, and we're just sorting out some issues with our live stream. We've had some challenging things to sort out, and we're going to sort them out ASAP, and you'll have no audio for the next while, but stay tuned for some sick action. Ow!
And welcome back to Big Air Kite League. We're switching it up. We're going into round 3, heat number 7 of the women's. So this is heat 7 against Justine, Avril, Alessa, Mensch and Elsein, Ziljstra. The ladies have been putting on an incredible show today. And joining me in the commentary box, professional kite surfer Lewis Crathern.
Thank you, Hayden. It's a pleasure to be here today on this very windy Cape Doctor, which has come in here, already blowing well over 30 knots on my drive over from the southern peninsula, the southern suburbs where I stay. This is round 3, heat 7. The green flag is up, so we're just going to clear that out the way for you. Justine, Avril, Alessa, Mensch and Elsein, Ziljstra, all hoping for a good heat here to try and get back in the mix here in the ladies.
Yes, so on your screen now, that is Justine Avril on the duotone kite. She is, we'll just double check. Yes, she is in the green. So yes, that is Justine Avril. In the red lycra is Elsein, Ziljstra, and Alessa, Mensch in the yellow lycra on the white core kite. So you can see she is on your screen now in the yellow lycra. Here goes Alessa. The kicker is building up for her. Out the back. Oh, she has the height.
Oh, yes. That was a biggie. That was actually the best wave takeoff we've seen during that whole last heat with those guys. They didn't get an opportunity just like that. She was in the right place at the right time there, Alessa. 13.7 meters with our surfer app data. She doesn't have to use that out there, but she chooses to, and that's what all our riders are doing out there. Really enjoying all of these live metrics from them. 50 meters she traveled as well. Quite a big landing, 3.9 on the G-force. She had to take it.
Whoa.
Wow, what is this?
That was a back roll kite loop on the inside there by Elsein, Ziljstra. So between her and her sister, they only do stuff really to the inside. It's their first time here in Cape Town, I believe Colin was telling me. So on the inside, they do all their stuff on the inside. That's why you'll see most of their tricks are not to the outside. And in the background, they're just landing it. That was Justine Avril. We did not see what she stuck there. But the scores are rolling in. Alessa is leading this in a 4.95. And it's a very close heat. 4.95 from Alessa, 4.87 from Elsein, and 3.59 by Justine. As Justine Avril with, I didn't see that move, goes to the top with a 7.81, 2 trick attempts.
Loved that, Hayden. That back roll mega loop there was technically spot on, landing behind a wave as well. That was wonderful from Alessa, Mensch with that core kite. 6 meters seems to be the size I keep noticing on the kites. If you're wondering at home what's going on with kite sizes and wind speeds, we've got wind speed coming in from our live weather of 34.8 knots in the high at the moment. It can go as low as 20 knots sometimes out there, believe it or not, from what you're looking at, but it's very much a perfect setting here as you look out towards the west, as we look to the horizon, which the sun will be a big feature of later. But on your screens right now is Elsein, who just turns around there. Maybe wonder if that wasn't a great opportunity to go for one there. But she's got 9 minutes left here. It's not all about going crazy. Back roll, mega loop on the inside with a grab. And just got rotated that extra 180. That just done her in a little bit there, Hayden.
It's just such a tricky trick to get right. But nice on it with the grab there for Justine Avril. And I think in your at the corner of the screen there, we saw Elsein. I don't know what she threw. I think she also went for a back roll kite loop. But yeah, just putting numbers on the scoreboard here. I think Alessa is the only one of 2 tricks on the board. Justine and Elsein both 3 tricks on the scoreboard out of 7. So we 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go of this heat. The riders are starting to warm up. The wind is picking up, as from what I can see out the commentary booth here, Alessa carried so much distance she had to tack a bit far out. Now she's making her way in upwind. And on the topic of back roll kite loops, Alessa has that dialed in very nice. I've seen on days when it's not competition, it's a one trick she is really comfortable with. She's happy to throw that trick in 15 knots or 40 knots, so which is very good. She's nice and controlled, has the kite angle there, and is very, very comfortable in doing so.
We should remind you now that Justine's in a great position here, Justine Avril, to actually take the title here in Cape Town. She's one of the favourites. She's got 2 scores so far, 2 seconds, and she will be given 3. It's 3 out of the 4 events. You're allowed 1 discard this year, but she's going to have to fight off Zara, who is her main competition here. We'll fill you in a bit more about that as the day goes on, but you're looking at a potential champion here that's actually on my screens in 3rd place in this heat so far, Hayden. So I wonder if the nerves start kicking in soon for her. I very much doubt it. She's very experienced and she's always been riding well this year.
Well, there we go. She just came flying across your screen. We couldn't see what she threw there, but the judges are keeping eye as we're waiting for the scores to come through. Alessa still, I wouldn't say in control of this heat, but she is still leading it. And it doesn't matter if you're leading the heat now. What matters is at the end is your variety score. So what have you been throwing throughout the day or throughout the heat is going to make the difference. And well, there we go. Back roll kite again by Alessa. It's the second one she's thrown. She's very comfortable with that trick, and she's very, very stoked with that.
Do you think that was bigger? The first one, I think, scored 4.95. Do you think that was bigger? Do you think she'll get more for that?
I would hope so. I mean, it was very similar.
Kind of a trick question. It was like, yeah. I don't know. That's how I felt about it as well.
It's a touch and go one. Yeah. But here's Elsein Ziljstra making her way out. She's sitting on a 9.29. We won't see anything going out as she is more comfortable doing things coming onto the inside. Justine Avril still sitting pretty there on an 8.82, down in 3rd position in the green lycra. As now she is on your screen. She's coming in on the pink duotone kite, but making her way out is Alessa Mensch on a 6-meter nexus, and I think the kick is building up for her, Lewis.
This is an epic heat so far. 0.8 separating all 3 riders at this moment, with most of them doing 3 or 4 tricks. There's a trick that we may well get booted into that one from Elsein. Great control to adapt to that and not blow out. You could easily see your amateur rider send that into a back roll kite loop by accident out here in Cape Town. So these girls and these ladies really showing some control here. That's a lovely mega loop delayed back roll on the inside, very controlled landing. That's really going to help her score on the inside. I think that was Elsein. I can't quite make it. That was Justine. So she needed that really to really try and up this one. These ladies have to finish in the 1st or 2nd position to advance. It would be bloody helpful to win this heat. You go straight into the final. 2nd place will go into the semis. Rule of thumb here, do not come 3rd.
Well, you say she is the favorite. Now she is leading this heat with 5 minutes to go. 5.4 on the board. That puts her 10 points. But it's a very, very close heat. 9.62 by Alessa and a 9.34 by Elsein. So this heat is heating up. There's only 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and we're going to wait for Elsein to turn around, and she's going to make her way on the inside. Let's keep eye on her because all her tricks are on the inside. It's very, very difficult as we expect a lot of riders to throw maneuvers off the kickers, and when they do throw stuff from the inside, it can get you catch you off guard a bit.
I think it would be a good idea if you haven't done already now to do that, maybe just to get into the variation heads of the judges. This has got to be one of them heats where, as a judge, still less than 1 point separating, or you're sitting there with your hand in your head like, oh, I've got to be on it here with the variation score. This could make or break someone's competition because it's extra 4 points there for the riders. Remember, there are 2 moves that count out of 10. So what you're looking at on your scoreboards there is a very close heat. Justine has only got 2 trick attempts left. Alessa's got 4, and Elsein's also got 2 trick attempts. I very much feel like the next move might make a bit of an impact on who's going to push themselves to the front in this heat.
Absolutely, and just having a look at the wind here, averaging out at 26.5 knots, and looking at the 15-minute graph here, and it's maxing out at 34.8. So the wind is starting to get stronger and a lot more consistent, and that's what we want to see. As what, Lewis, what was that?
That was an epic landing. That looked like a boogie loop to me from Elsein, right foot forwards, and she really landed. I can't wait to see the G-force on that. 2.5 seconds G-force. Whoa. And on the inside, I think that was a back roll.
No, that was a boogie loop.
It was a boogie loop. She got so inverted. I didn't really pick that up on the little screen here, but that was lovely. She throws her hands up in the air there, and I don't blame her. That was a really nice move then. Was that Justine on the inside?
That was Justine on the inside, yes, with a boogie loop, but she did it going out. She found a kicker, a little white piece of kicker built up in front of her, just sort out the corner of my eye off the commentary box here, and she threw it straight away. So incredible stuff there by by Justine, as now they're making their way out. Here goes, oh, we're looking at, I just saw at the corner of my eye there. I just saw Justine, but we're looking at Elsein. There's 2 minutes and 40 seconds left of this heat. Remember, if you don't win this heat, that is game over for you.
Look at that big kicker. That's the sort of one that you might be able to make if you carry on. Elsein's got to send this. This is out of a dream, this kicker. Oh, she just boosts over it. Maybe felt it was going to close in on her. And when they do, it's got to be the worst position you can be in. Fully committed with a little bit of weight over the front leg as you need to get the full edge in, and it closes and collapses your front knee. The only way out of that is to just either jump over it or heavily get back onto the back foot, but everyone knows that's been there. When you're committed and you're just trying to lean in on that left one, it's dangerous.
That was a board off.
That was, I think that might have been a mega loop.
That was a kite loop board off by Elsein.
She's pushing it and she's close here. So 2 minutes remain for these riders. Interesting stat here. We've got some powerful stuff from heatscoring.com. All of these ladies, as we see, I think we saw a grabbed kite loop there on the inside from Alessa. All of these ladies know what it takes to finish inside the top 5. Alessa has finished 4th in full power. Tarifa, Elsein has got 2 5th-place finishes this year. That's very consistent. She's always pretty much making the semi-finals. So all these three have ended up in a heat here, which is almost a heat of death. Elsein's tricked out now, interestingly, Hayden. She's done her 7 trick attempts.
7 done. Well, there we go. Whoa, that was a contra.
It was.
That was a contra by Justine. Avril not sticking it. Oh, and the kite inverts a bit.
Houdini on the cards here. Oh, nearly came out with a Houdini, but the kite goes straight in, unfortunately for her. Now the pressure really starting to kick in, and Justine Avril with 1 trick attempt will be taking her time and watching. I think she's just to the left-hand side of the picture here. Is that her with the yellow? I've forgotten. She's got the yellow.
The yellow, yes. The yellow orbit is no. The yellow orbit is
Oh,
Elsein.
so that was Justine with the
That
kite.
was
That's
Justine
just
with the
and
kite,
she's
yes.
tricked out as well. So Alessa with 3 tricks remaining.
She needs to.
Could really, she could upgrade her 4.67 if she could just get a nice big bump. She's just got to hit 1 biggie here, I think, Hayden. Does it look like it's coming there?
And remember, the winner of this heat goes into heat 10 against Francesca Maini and Angeli Bouillot. So that's
goes.
quite the heat coming up.
Are they saying to her, are they screaming on the beach that those that can see the scores as you can back home, they've got direct access to this heat scoring? Are they saying to her, just go for it, send it? I'll be getting out the way on that yellow north kite. If I was Elsein here, there's just no need for her to be in the mix here with her coming out. Tricked out, that would, okay, she's upwind. That would still annoy me, her right there. No need for that massive conflict there. Really unnecessary. Can she focus on this wave? She's been absolutely done there, in my opinion, but she's taken off and the red flag comes in. That was interesting. We'll see if there's a bit of anger about that in the end. With no tricks left there was no reason for that other rider to get in the way.
Yeah, get out the box
for me. But great heat, that one, I think, Hayden. And I think you look at that, it's literally 0.66 separating those 3. This one is going to go down to the wire, and this could turn upside down, but we'll be back with you very shortly. Welcome back to the Big Air Kite League. I'm Lewis Crathen. Sitting with me is Hayden Jonas, and we have got some epic action going on right now. It's really developed nicely as the day has progressed. The Cape Doctor is with us this year. It's here. Some years it's not here. Some years it's 25 knots and we're all on 10s. Pretty much every King of the Air year forever, apart from 2016, and also this year very strong. But it is here, and we are going to see something special. If not, do you know what? We actually already have seen loads of stuff special today. It's one thing saying that, it's actually not true. We've seen it.
We've seen it all. We've seen it all as we go into heat number 8, round 3. So this is against Jasmine Chu, Michaela Pilkenton, and Elsein's sister Gretha Ziljstra. So what a heat this is going to be, and we look forward to it. Now remember, the winner of heat number 7 goes into heat 10 against Francesca Maini and Bouillot, and the winner of this heat number 8 will go into heat 9 against Natalie, Lambrecht and Zara Hoogenrad. So it's all to play for now. If you don't win, you're knocked out. Your winner of this goes into the quarterfinals. There they are. They're on your screen. Michaela Pilkenton from the United States, Gretha Ziljstra from the Netherlands, and Jasmine Chu from the United States as well. So it's all to play for here in round number 3, heat 8.
Big shout out to our sponsors here on the Big Air Kite League, of course, CORE Kiteboarding, who have been heavily involved in this tour since the beginning. Lots of their riders riding the XR7 as well. Oh, and this is interesting. Latest confirmed heats results. So we are looking at the top 2. Wow, am I really seeing this? Is this really what I'm seeing here? Because I believe this is a major upset to the ladies so far. I need you to tell me here. Hayden, am I looking at this?
No, what we're seeing here is heat 6, Nora, Klement and Elsein, Ziljstra. So that's what we're seeing. Just got a bit excited there.
Well, this could have been the champion. That is not that isn't the heat that we wanted to confirm with you, because that wasn't the latest one.
What we're waiting for, because you said Justine Avril, if she gets through, she can win the event.
Well, she's pretty much the highest ranked Justine Avril, and she was just in a heat with Alessa and Elsein. I didn't see her name come up there, and we needed to see the top 2, so we might get that with you shortly. So we're just finding out what her latest heat confirmed. I believe it is possibly, and that's heat 7. We still don't have heat 7 confirmed, which was very close and went down to the wire with variation. So we'll leave that for now. You can see right now that the red flag is just about hovering to the left-hand side of those core flags. This heat isn't started, but once again, a big thanks to CORE Kiteboarding. Dolphin Beach Hotel as well, which has this wonderful setting. We're on a lovely balcony setting here. It is the only hotel which doesn't have a road between it in Tableview. If you've never stayed here, this is the place for you to stay. You want to experience Cape Town right on the beach, walking out to kiteboard, you've got to come to Dolphin Beach. We also got to give a big shout out to Ride Engine, really the pioneers of the hard shell harness. Thank you for them to supporting this event. Kitemana Rider of the Day, please go to kitemana.com/vote. They will receive €1,000. If you've got a best mate in this, it's probably worth your while just caning loads of votes and trying to do a deal with him, maybe. Is that what people do these days? That's how voting stuff works these days, I think. And we've also got to remind you about the Big Air Comp, the race to space for all levels. €7,000 of prizes. It's with Big Air Kite League and SpaceX Kitesurfing. You can get your tickets at thebigairkite.com/race. That will take place in the Cape Town region over, I think it's the next month or so. But right now, you're with me, Lewis Crathen, sitting to my right-hand side. He would be to your left-hand side if he was looking from the beach with your back to the action, but I don't know why you'd be doing that. It is Hayden Jonas. Hayden, what do you think about this now out there now? It looks like 35 knots, the wind is settled now, the angle's good, there's no offshore about it like there was a little bit more. This is setting the scene for an epic finale of the Big Air Kite League, right?
These conditions are your typical Cape Town conditions. It's looking primed out there. The wind is starting to level out a little bit. I mean, I'm looking at the graph here, 27.2 average, low of 19.1, high of 35.6. That is for Cape Town. It can get a lot smoother than that, but that is what you want. It's not too gusty. The sets are rolling in. We've just passed the high tide mark, so the tide's going to start receding. And like I told you earlier, Lewis, as the day goes on, the tide's going to go out, the wind's going to pick up, and the action is going to build. And that's what's going to happen now as we head into heat number 8. Jasmine Chu, Michaela Pilkenton, and Gretha Ziljstra.
Are we having a bit of a slowdown because that was an important decision, that last heat, Mike?
Absolutely, guys. So if you were to consult the rulebook for this competition, you'd see that we do have rules on obstructions. We have 3 different severity levels. The one is a minor obstruction, and that's what we just saw out there. So in the case of a minor obstruction, the judges subtract 1 or 2 points from your total heat score. And unfortunately for Elsein, they took 1 point there because she did actually get in the way of Alessa taking off and performing her final move. So yeah, guys, we're leading the charge here with super sophisticated judging and yeah, the way we run comps, you know, the way Big Air should be, by the riders, for the riders.
Thanks very much for that insight, Mike. And one just had that feeling as a commentator sitting here. I knew we should have been starting that next heat a couple of minutes ago, but with that red flag solid up, it would have been communicated quite well to the team. Look, hold off here. We've got a big decision in this last heat, and as we said, there was less than a point in that heat, and it was actually featuring Justine, Avril. It was a tight heat, and you know, all the riders equally trying to get through this one, and there was that little bit of conflict at the end that we saw as well. Once you're tricked out, really, there's no need to be on the water. It is possible that you don't know you're tricked out sometimes, but still, even if you're not tricked out, that still looked a little bit like a conflict to me there. She was lining up her last wave, so unfortunately it looks like Elsein's been subtracted a score, but she had a blinder over heat there, and I wonder if that made a difference in the end. We'll never know.
Well, we have the end result here, Lewis. Latest confirmed heat 7, round 3, and Luke has gone through.
Yeah, do you want to announce that?
Well, advancing through, so she's going into the quarterfinals from heat 7 all the way to heat 10 is Justine Avril. So she makes her way into heat 10, so she'll face off in the quarterfinals against Francesca Maini and Bouillot as the heat is on now. Here we go, Jasmine Chu, Michaela, Pilkenton and Gretha Ziljstra. On your screen there goes Jasmine Chu, just a straight kite loop, not sticking it down, unfortunately.
Yeah, so actually you do not get straight through to the final, as I'd advised earlier. It's actually straight through to the quarterfinals as opposed to getting through to the quarters. They'll only go into the semis there. It's just actually sorting out the seeding first or second to get into this quarterfinal. So no one straight into the finals yet. That will be after the quarters and the semis. But right now, still loads of action to bring you. There's a nice mega loop to the left-hand side. Might just get the landing there from Michaela Pilkenton. Very good rider, very comfortable in strong winds. I believe she originates from Hawaii.
Yeah, she does indeed. Does a lot of...
Maybe not. Maybe that's the other American. Carly Toma, maybe. One of those two does. Where's Carly Toma these days? She's a pretty good rider. It's nice to see a bunch of Americans in the Big Air now, so we will find out where she's from. You reckon she's from Hawaii? Maybe?
I had a chat with her and Sue in the parking lot last time we were out. I think she was saying, I think she lives in Maui now. I don't think she's originally from there, but I know she does reside in Maui, so trains obviously there in those conditions with Jesse Richmond and the likes of the rest of them.
She's on Nash, so maybe that's a
telling sign, isn't
maybe
it?
That's a little sign. Meanwhile, left foot forwards going out to sea then is Gretha, who's the most upwind at the moment with that yellow north kite. She's right on your screen. Doesn't look too animated about what's coming her way waves-wise at the moment, and it really does look like the sea's totally flattened out for this heat. It's like a different heat altogether, this one, Hayden.
So just to touch on Gretha, just like her sister Elsein, they tend to only do this stuff right foot forward. I think it's their first time in Cape Town. They're not 100% comfortable going left foot forward and hitting kickers. So you'll see a lot with Gretha. Like her sister in the previous heat, a lot of the moves will be done to the inside as we see it now. There we go, a boogie loop on the inside by Gretha. Oh, going for another rotation. Just not getting around. That's a problem with a boogie loop. It can throw you into another rotation. You just can't stick it.
Yeah, if that core balance isn't absolutely perfect, you do go into it. But I have to say, she landed that rather gracefully. It looked odds on to have a nice big back edge there. She ditched the board, and that was one of the most softest touchdowns for what looked like it could be a big one. Meanwhile, Jasmine Cho with just a nice big boost, 8.2 meters. That came in as a nice big boost from Michaela with a double grab on the inside as the rider's getting a feel for things here. But back to that boogie loop crash. It was quite a good way to take. She's miles away from her board, unfortunately. But it looked to me like that could have been a big one, well avoided. And, you know, some of the real skill, I think, of big air kiteboarding is actually avoiding injury. You look at these top riders kicking the board off, knowing when to ditch it. That's a skill that it's almost a trick on itself to avoid injury.
Absolutely. It's a split-second decisions as we look at Michaela Pilkenton. Oh, Thought she was going for a move there. So on your screen now on the white Nash kite is Michaela Pilkenton, and the white and black CORE kite is Jasmine Chu. She makes her way in now. And I think Gretha, I think they have helped her get her aboard. I can't see just yet. There is a jet ski out in the water, so there is a lot of assistance. And if you are a rider, sometimes, whether you're in a competition or not, if your friend does lose his board, just go pop him a hand, get the board for him. No one likes to swim for their board. As now turning around, here goes Jasmine Chu, making her way out. What are we going to see? Are we going to see a boogie loop again? I really hope so.
She's got the technique. Hopefully she's tightened them straps. Got a big chance on the inside here. Sometimes those inside waves look pretty tasty, but it looks like she's got a few options coming her way here. Jasmine, this would be a big kick if she goes for it. That's going to be a nice scored mega loop. Lovely as she gets extended. Oh, she gets so on foot. How's the kite falling out of the sky there? Looks pretty good, that. As another mega loop with a delayed back roll. So she needs a bit of luck to get that kite in the sky as we turn our attention back to Pilks with the Nash. Tack abortion from her, comes back in, right foot forwards. And where is Gretha out there? She's miles out the back, Gretha. You might just see her to the right hand side, but lovely camera work. Nice horizons. I'm a big fan of spirit level horizons. Our camera guy up here on the balcony, benefiting from the very straight, perfectly built Dolphin Beach Hotel, which he was able to use his tripod nicely. Very well tiled as well. Big fan of tiling. The bathroom's immaculate. The toilet's very good too. You know when you're thinking, well, what's going on with the tiling in here? It's very good. Anyway, back to the real action here. As Michaela Pilkenton couldn't look at the tiling earlier because we had load shedding.
On your screen now is Michaela Pilkenton on the inside. Here we go. Kite loop. No rotation, but she adds a grab to it, sticking it down nice and clean. There's 6.5 minutes left of this heat, and Gretha is still leading the way. 4.54. Not big scores like we saw in the previous heat, but the scores nonetheless are rolling through. They're all on 3 trick attempts, and Jasmine Chu just needs to compose herself a little bit. What I did like about that late back roll, as the kite started powering through the kite loop, she threw the rotation, so an early late back roll if you would. But what's nice about doing that, you get, once the kite pulls you through the momentum, it pulls your legs up and you get nice inverted, and that's quite a nice feeling. It's one of my favorite things to do. So one trick I can only say that I have mastered, and it is really a nice feeling. So it's good to see the ladies really getting nice and technical out there.
The back roll delayed mega loop really opens up a lot of angles on landing, especially those that like to land toe side. It kind of throws you around almost like a back roll to toe side. That nice presentation of where you want to ride straight back on the other direction or landing. It is a move. It just gives you a nice position, and that's why it is usually the first move that most learn with a rotation from a mega loop. You've definitely got to go for that one. If you're mega looping, fine. I know those people listening are thinking, yeah, I've been scared at that one for a while. It's not that scary. You really got to throw the back roll horizontally. And a good tip for you is to throw the board round first, then go round with the head. Don't try and go round with the head first. Get that board momentum helping you whipping round. But meanwhile, 5 minutes left again for one of these riders, because it will be the rider in third place that doesn't make it through. First place goes straight through to the quarterfinals.
And second place gets knocked out.
Oh yeah, sorry. Second place gets knocked out too. Is it? Oh wow.
It's a knockout. You have to win.
Oh yeah, that's terrible.
Terrible
commentating. Sorry, that was explained to me already. As it is a straight knockout. Hence our conversation on knockout kiteboarding earlier.
As we said earlier with Colin, we all make mistakes.
Yeah, we do.
We're all human, and and in the comment section, if you don't like it, well,
sorry,
we're human. On the screen, Michaela Pilkenton, kicker builds up in front of her. Here we go. This is a beautiful kicker. That's what you want to see. Backs out of it. That's what. Oh, there's another one just in front of her. Here we go. It is heart-wrenching to see that. As flying across your screen, that is Gretha Ziljstra. That was just a straight kite loop. I just saw that out the corner of my eye. Incredible stuff there by these riders. And like I was saying, Lewis, it's so heart-sore to see that. The wind builds up. Everything's there. And the rider doesn't hit the kicker. It is a bit of a heartbreaking one.
I think I deserve an official warning for that mistake in the ladder. Loads listening thinking, what's he talking about? The top two can't just get top two here. Mike must have just sat here with his mouth closed like, what's he talking about? So I'm happy for a warning with that one. Meanwhile, that's a nice takeoff there from Jasmine, really steering that kite round that mega loop. That was a nice strong mega loop. She needed that with 3.5 minutes left. That's going to be her second trick to go on the board there. I think it's going to score in the region of around 2.5, 3 maybe for a straight mega loop. There it comes, 3.5 for that one, and it was a good one. I think that was a nice score from the judges. So 3 minutes 20 seconds to remain here. Not much in it for these riders, and I think they're going to be putting another big score on to replace their low scores here, Hayden.
Absolutely, and I think from what I've seen, from looking at the screen and also looking out to see, Gretha seems to be the one just a little bit more in control of this one. I think if Jasmine can, add all the puzzle pieces together, get that boogie loop dialed in, we are going to see a big score coming in and probably a big upset within this heat number 8.
36.5 knots coming in here from our live wind now at Dolphin Beach in Cape Town, South Africa for the finale of the Big Air Kite League for the riders, by the riders. This is the core event for you, and all the best riders are here. Some of the top riders in the world are here competing. This a stacked fleet of 2nd division and 1st division. This looks ideal, this kicker. It's a dream kicker for Jasmine. She goes for the boogie loop. She's got to have it this time. Come on. Oh, what a landing.
She sticks it. I didn't see a butt check. I did not see a butt check.
I didn't either. It's one of them landings where you're just trying to keep your ass from being wet. It was absolutely perfect. She'll be well stoked with that because she hasn't made that move so far today.
And that's going to add to the variety. And we see how that variety, the big upsets, it can make throughout the day. You want to get the tricks and you want to get as much tricks down as possible within your 7 trick allowance. But you want to add variety. Do things on the inside. Here's a boogie loop. Not the biggest one from Gretha, but there was a boogie loop nonetheless. And it's adding variety again.
They liked it on the beach, screaming on the beach down there. It's a dream. Oh, they love it. That guy to the left-hand side of that girl, fist pumping down there. It's a lovely place to be on the beach. Come down if you are here in Cape Town and support these riders that are pretty much taking risk, balancing it against reward. They're on 6 and 7 meter kites. 5, 6 and 7s really out there on the water. We've got the men coming up shortly as well. You have joined us here though in the ladies of round 3. We're sorting out the quarter-finalists here, where I've been reminded kindly that you've got to win to go through.
And yes, just to confirm that boogie loop did help Jasmine Chu. She's on a 7.8 now. There's a 4.59 scoring trick as here she goes again, or just a straight jump with a grab. But Jasmine Chu now leads this heat with 1 minute to go. As heating up here, what does Michaela Pilkenton have in store for us? As she's sitting down in 3rd position, a 7.52. So this heat is extremely close. As here we go, there's a kicker building up in front of her. From what I can see in the commentary boxes, looking good. But Gretha also just coming down from a jump there. And Jasmine at the corner of my eye, you didn't see that on the screen, but I saw it from the commentary box. I think that was a trick to the inside, and I think it may have been a back roll kite loop.
Whatever it was, it's put her in first. Look at this for an unbelievable heat here now. 0.26 separating all 3 of these ladies. This is an unbelievable scored heat with 20 seconds left. They've both got 2 trick attempts left here. This could go either way. The variation score alone, which is out of 4, could totally turn this upside down. Are we going to see one more big wave? She's got to take this. Gretha's got to take this wave. She has to with 10 seconds left. And unfortunately, she chooses not to. And unfortunately, that's going to be the end of the heat. But, oh, wow. Jasmine, now, she really does push up. Her score has been boosted even more. So, wow, this was really close in the end. What a great heat that was,
That was
Hayden.
insane. And I think straight from this, we're going to go in. We're going to have a 6-minute break transition. So we'll be back after this, Lewis.
Yes, we will. Let's go to some ads.
Here
Bye.
we go. Bye. Run to the little boys' room. Are you still on now?
No, Ben's joining you.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today.
What's up guys, it's Tino here from SpaceX Kitesurfing. Shouldn't there be more kiteboarding competitions for everyone? This year we're collabing with the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town to create the biggest Big Air kiteboarding competition of the world. Anyone can join, you only have to be able to jump. You can ride against your own level of participants. Same as this competition, we will use the server app to measure the height. We have great money and gear prizes, which are easy to win, and also a groovy after party. If you want to find out more details and information, you should click the link down in the description, and see you at the beach.
I would love to go a bit higher. I think if I can do 27, it could be cool, or 28, but I need much more wind. I need like a really pumping wing, be overpowered with my 7, and if it can be not gusty, it's good, and have good kicker. I don't need a big kicker, but a proper kicker, like really clean, you know?
Nice and steep.
Yeah.
My name is Zara Hoogenrad, I'm 29 years old and I'm from the Netherlands.
Ruben Lenten, I'm 34 years old and I'm from the Netherlands.
Alessa Sophia Mensch, I'm from Germany and I'm 24 years old.
Janek Grzegorzewski, I'm from Poland.
Jasmine Cho, I'm 31.
Yeah, women's big air kiting has definitely upped its pace over I think the past 2-3 years, and especially this year. I think it's all in the mind. As soon as the mind knows something is possible, it's easier to achieve. And the ladies have been stepping up to their game, and it's really looking good. Like they're going over 20 meters now, really pulling the sick mega loops with rotations as well, with board offs even. You see Mika, she comes from the freestyle background, and she just copies any big air trick and lands them right away. So it's really amazing to see her step up to that as well and really enjoy the big air discipline.
Well, Angeli, riding-wise, she's very powerful riding. She's, I think, one of the only girls, actually, that has a really powerful riding style. Like, no other girls is going as fast on the kicker as she's, for example, approaching. You can see that she is going full on that kicker, 100% commitment. And there is no other girl that is doing as extreme loops as she is. Literally no one. Even Mika with all her rotations, she's so far away from the extremity that Angeli is doing. So that's why Angeli. And Angeli just always like, ho ho ho. You know, she's always so funny. Always so funny. How are you?
And then Angie, she has been going big for a decade already and really hucking them mega loops. So yeah, I think now more girls are seeing that as well and really putting the time in scoring the right conditions. Yeah, girls are traveling specifically for this discipline and are really enjoying it. So everybody's pushing each other, and that's seeming to pay off.
I think the history, generally with women kiteboarding, I feel like the guys were always way more ahead. But right now, we are starting to see that the women are actually pushing way more.
Women in big air history, I think that it's still quite young. There was Angeli, and she was, you know, the one who got into CODA. She was been in CODA twice. She's the only female to ever have been in CODA. She definitely, you know, was sending it, deserved to be there, and for me, she is like the history. There really wasn't anyone else for a while. She was like the only female really pushing big air. You know, obviously there's Gabby who got the record, and she held it for a couple years. That was also super inspiring. But for me, I think really the first person in And the person who really comes to mind is Angeli, who was the one like throwing big loops and doing, you know, rotations with loops early on, and really is like the mother of Big Air in my opinion.
Progress in women's Big Air is actually something that really fascinates me. Within the last 2 years, I would say women have started pushing it really hard.
I started kiting like 5 years ago, so it's for me it's always a bit like I don't really know all the stuff that happened before, and I'm still learning a lot. Like I'm still meeting people that are such legends in the sport that I never heard about, which sometimes I'm a bit ashamed of. But I guess I'm still learning, and I think Angeli, for most of the women, is a very big inspiration because she's like the first woman that went like fucking huge, does kite loops with rotations. I think she was the first woman that landed like a laid back boogie kite loop board off. And yeah, she just goes so high, so I think it's super inspiring for me and also for other women. And now a lot of girls are like starting to push. I think it's also because of the Big Air Kite League, like the competitions are here, so they have like a reason to push. Everybody wants to win, so I think there's still a big future for women Big Air, but the beginning has started. I think it's just the adrenaline that kicks in when you are driving or walking towards the beach and the sand is like blowing up and you feel the wind in your hair and in your face, and starting to get nervous, starting to feel these butterflies in my stomach, and then once I hit the water, like it's magic. Yeah, like I grew up in the countryside, so I was always outside and playing and swimming and climbing and this kind of things. And yeah, I think when I was very young, it was like kind of a mix between boys and girls because we were all playing together. And then once I was, how do you call it, when you're like your teenage years, I was hanging out more with the boys, I think. Less drama.
I was in my childhood always playing with the boys, and now I feel like I found girls who are on the same page, and it's actually so nice because, like, sure, when I'm training with my boyfriend or other guys, they are just so good, and you feel like, oh, it's so easy, it looks so easy, they make it look so easy. Even you, Mike, like, you go out there, just pull a huge laid back, and I'm like, should I loop? Should I not loop? It's really so strong. So if you're with the girls, you feel like, okay, they're really badass. Like they really send it, and like they only can be cool. Like
yeah, and then in high school, I switched from going to like a church school to going to a public high school, and that's when I really started focusing on sports. Like my first year in high school, I was on the swim team. And then found track and field, and that's where I really just kind of excelled, and track was like ended up being like my main focus. I ran all 4 years, ended up being like captain 2 years, and then that track was kind of like the thing that actually got me into college. I was super focused on track in high school. All the other sports I was doing for other seasons was purely to keep me in shape so that I would be in the best shape and condition I could be for track season. I won state my last 2 years of high school, and ended up getting recruited to go to college for track. So that was like the thing that I was really focused on.
I'm riding the XR7 from CORE because I just really love this kite to jump high. I also tried the other kites from CORE, but the main reason I'm riding the XR because you go super high with it, and that's what we all want, right? I'm trying to get the kite loop board off consistent now, but it's very hard because you always have to adapt to the conditions. So the conditions in Brazil on flat water and like very steady wind are so much different than here with the kickers and the waves. And one day it's like 20 knots, the other day it's like 40 knots. So you take a different kite, it loops different, like all the things that come with it. But definitely I want to land a boogie board off once. I'm still not very close yet to doing a boogie with one hand. It fucking scares me so much, but yeah, it's not impossible. So I'm gonna go for it for sure once I'm ready.
Like for me, I don't know if other women share this, but I'm sure they do. I enjoy being pushed out of my comfort zone. I enjoy, the process of being scared and acknowledging that I'm scared and overcoming that fear, and pushing myself to then like try a new trick or land that new trick, because when you're going for something new, it is incredibly scary, and that feeling for me and that stoke when I land a new trick it actually comes from me overcoming that fear, and that's what I love. And I'm sure other ladies also, have that same feeling of acknowledging the fear and then, having that passion to overcome it.
I started to actually, in Brazil, for the first time in my life, really train, like just think about one trick and do it over and over again until I get it, and kind of also push away my fears, because it's just a kitesurf mecca. Like you crash, it doesn't hurt most of the time.
I think the boundary, I think it's just putting in the hours. I think all the women in the sport are still pretty fresh in riding strong conditions, and it is pretty intimidating to ride those conditions. So it just takes a lot of time to feel really comfortable in it. But once they know how to read the conditions properly and really feel strong in their body and especially in their mind, I think, anything is possible for them as well, and it's just going to be on the same level.
Now, women's kitesurfing is finally starting to get to the level that it should, because there is still the difference, in my opinion, but I feel like the difference is becoming smaller and smaller. I believe doubles are also going to be in the game in not that long. I know Zara is preparing for it, and I'm actually feeling quite positive about it, because CORE is coming up with some new toys. But I just don't like doubles that much. It's literally like going for death. I just hope, truly I hope that this difference I was talking about is going to become like this. Like literally that there's going to be no difference, which is in some other sports.
Yeah, to all the girls out there kiting hard, believe in yourself and visualize, and just put your mind to it and you will become it. So really enjoy your sessions and stay safe out there. See you in the air.
And welcome back to Big Air Kite League with myself, Hayden Jonas, joining me in the commentary box now as we head into the quarterfinals for the ladies. The one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Colin Carroll.
What am I supposed to say after that?
Oh, I pulled you up.
Oh yeah, hang on, no. Yeah, go to my YouTube channel and watch the blank kite test, please. There we go.
It is sick.
Yeah, it is sick.
So we're coming back in here to the women's quarterfinals. There's two of them.
There is.
It's most likely going to be quite banging.
Let me just load it up, yeah. So, Colin, there we go. Heat 9. Now, this is going to be quite the heat, because we've got Natalie Lambrecht.
Yep. Brench, that's okay.
Brench.
Okay.
Zara,
I would go with Lambrecht.
Lambrecht, okay.
Okay.
We'll go with that. And Jasmine Chu. Quite the heat.
Chu or Cho?
Cho.
So,
I heard it from the husband. We'll call her Mrs. Big Air Kite. So quite the quarterfinal coming up.
I'm wondering why she's not called McDonald. Well, I don't think many Asian women want to have the surname McDonald, in fairness. It was a hard one. I was like, well, you can keep your surname if I can choose where we live for the rest of our lives. And she was like, deal.
It's a win-win situation, yet Big Air Kite League. By the riders, for the riders, eh?
That was an insight into the romantic life of Mike McDonald. No one asked for it, but there you go, we've got it. Now, the winner of this.
Okay, so the winner of this goes into the final. If you finish second, you go into the semi-final. So
okay.
If you finish second, you still have another chance. The green flag is up. In the blue is Natalie Lambrecht.
Green. She's in the green.
She's in green.
Yep. Yellow, Zara Hoogenrad. Red, Jasmine Cho.
Sorry, my bad.
This
I just saw blue
is
there.
Natalie Lambrecht on your screen now. She going to hit this kicker? She going to be first one to fire? No, doesn't fancy it.
Zara is just in the left of your screen there. Or is that Zara?
Yeah, Zara.
Zara is in.
We've got two core kites here.
Okay, so Zara's on the black
Duotone.
kite from what I can see. Jasmine is on the white XR. There we go. Nice and easy. Jasmine in the red lycra, Zara yellow lycra.
Cool.
Cool. Easy days. Happy days. Everyone's happy?
Everyone's happy, yes. I'm not happy because 3 people in one heat's actually quite hectic to follow, isn't it? But
you'll be fine. Here goes Zara on your screen in the yellow lycra. Here we go, Colin.
She doesn't want this one. She wants the one behind it, possibly. Or is she going to be trapped in that kind of sequence where no matter what you do, you're meeting broken waves? We've all been there, haven't we?
We've all been there. And
sometimes I have whole weeks of it.
At the corner of my eye, I just saw Jasmine throw a kite loop, just a straight kite loop on the inside there. Just adding some scores to the board.
Just warming up.
Just warming up. Natalie now on her way out. There's a kicker at the back. Yes, there is.
Here we go.
She is stacked.
This is it. Surely this is it. We want it.
Whoa. Kite loop, laid back roll. Bit of a butt check. The judges are going to see that.
Do you reckon they did see that? I mean, they're looking at it with their own eyes. Are they slightly shielded? Anyway, here's another.
That's Zara.
Boy, that was quite nice.
That was. Zara's been going massive the whole day. So
super consistent too. I don't think I've seen Zara crash yet.
And you know what the thing about Zara is, we saw it in the first heat. The other 2 riders she was against, both completed their tricks, the limits, the 7. Zara still had another 3 left in the bank. So Zara really picks her moment, waits for the right kicker. So she's very calculated and calm throughout the event, which is good to see.
Zara has a massive boogie in the bag.
Oh, yes.
She'll be pulling it out any second, I'd imagine. I reckon that's probably going to be a second trick attempt, the boogie. So that'll be good. So, whoever wins today is going to be the first ever women's Big Air Kite League champion. And over multiple stops, of course. And it's between... It's probably, if I say it, it's jinxing it, basically.
Don't say it.
Zara is looking quite strong for it. So is Justine Avril. Zara has to beat Justine to have any hope of being the champion after today. So she's one to keep an eye on.
Oh, here goes Zara now out the back kite loop with a very, very clean and steezy late back roll. Ooh, and you jinxed it. You said you didn't see her crash the whole day. Commentators curse.
Yeah. There we go. That was my fault.
Everyone blame Colin.
I don't apologise for it though.
Natalie now on your screen making her way out. There's a kicker building up just in front of her, backside of it. It's a thing. That's the thing about Cape Town, especially in a competition. I mean, you don't have to worry now. We've got 8 minutes or 8 minutes 50 seconds left of the heat. You can sort of pick your kickers, but when it comes to crunch time, any piece of chop that has a nice lip to it, you have to go for it. As we can see from the commentary box, the kickers are rolling in thick and fast now.
And I think in the back of your screens there, that is an idiot in the box. Flying in, they're on their holiday, and they've made it into the middle of the Big Air Kite League competition zone.
Oh, Natalie, back roll!
Back roll. Yeah, she's going to land that. She's going to like that.
Did you see how low that kite got?
She did a back she did crash going over the kicker once she landed it, but I think that's probably okay.
Can someone get these idiots out the competition box?
I quite enjoy it though, it's exciting.
Add some flair to it.
Yeah, exactly. It's good. It brings everyone together, having someone to hate. Get out.
15 minutes of fame. Here we go. Here goes Zara. Oh, turns around. There's a beautiful kicker just behind that, but Zara biding her time, taking it nice and easy, not rushing in too much. Natalie does lead us on a 4.52.
This is Jasmine. She doesn't connect.
4.16 is Zara and Jasmine on a 2.74. They're all on 2 tricks except for Jasmine. Jasmine's on 3. And at the corner of my eye, I also saw that was a late back, and she sticks it.
By the skin of her teeth, though. Like, does it get any closer to not sticking it?
Wow,
she did well there.
She came down with some pace there.
Hang that together.
That was very, very nice there. I don't see the scores aren't popping up on your screen, but we'll keep you updated. So Jasmine has gone to the top with a 6.03. There we go. Scores are up. So 6.03.
Natalie Lambrecht, here we go. 1 footer, loop, kite catches.
Oh, judges are going to like that.
Oh, I reckon that's an equaliser, that one. So as she approaches the kicker there, Natalie's from a freestyle background, and that's exactly how she looks before she's about to bosh something massive unhooked as well. She's got like
the same body position.
Yeah, quite an upright posture, knees bent, ready to kind of annihilate the kicker or the flat bit of water wherever she's going to pop. So you can kind of always tell when Natalie's about to do something, as she did there.
Didn't Aaron used to do the same when he was riding those Vegases and boots back in the day in King of the Air? Because it was a kite and the whole setup he used for freestyle.
Yeah.
I think it was that sort of similar kind of feeling going in.
Quite possibly.
So here goes Zara now. Do we see a boogie?
That's a nice kicker. That is lovely. That is lovely, that was really nice.
What? Nice and clean. She likes it. That was very nice. Got the height.
Delicious, that one. And there's that idiot out the back still. So when I get fired from commentating, which is obviously going to happen at some point, I'm already the B team, but when I'm like the D team, I think my job should be clearing the idiots from the box with either a gun or a megaphone or both. What do you reckon? That's my dream job, I think. Oi, you! Get out of here! Right, Zara. Look how cross off it is there, though. Look how far she's pointing upwind. Is she going to take this? Nah.
I mean, that is...
Yeah, nah.
Actually, Colin, you pointed that out very well. If we look at the waves and they're breaking, there is a bit of spray off the back. This could be an indicator that could be going offshore. Jasmine. Boogie loop. Oh, she's been going for it the whole day. It's there. She can stick it. I know she can stick it. It's just...
She's got 5.5 minutes left to do it.
I think she'll do it.
Currently sat in second place here. Natalie Lambrecht, that score was solid. I think she just needs to get another attempt on the board. She's still, still got that second score. A bit of a gaping hole.
But look at Zara, 6.21. 3 tricks in. She's leading on a 10.37. So Zara, again, low and slow is the name of the game, and that's what Zara's doing. She's just taking her time, waiting for the kickers to come to her, and so far it's paying off.
There's nothing frantic about it, is there?
No, there's no rush here.
She's calm. What would be the music she's riding to, do you think? Some Brian Eno? No, it would not be that. It'd be Brian Eno. It'd be some sort of ambient, kind of mad soundscape, I reckon. Barely any beat to it, just, the occasional patter of a drum here and there.
Or maybe like a nice piano.
Yeah, something like that.
Like really soothing.
Yeah, be nice, actually.
So on your screen now, that's
Natalie.
That's Natalie. Oh.
Went for the 1-footer by accident. Has it under control though. Didn't lose too much space downwind, which is actually critical, isn't it? When you're pretty maxed. What size Jasmine on there? Do you reckon that's a 7?
I think it's a 7. Here goes Jasmine. The kicker's bolt up for Boogie loop. Come on, Jasmine. Yes.
She'll be pleased for that.
She finally sticks it. Incredible stuff there by Jasmine. That's going to help the score, and it's going to help the variety score as well. Some sheer determination there. Some inspiring stuff there from Jasmine. That's what you want to see.
That was quite an inspiring front roll off a kicker as well. Her mates will be playing that back to her, no doubt. Probably screen saving that already.
On your screen now, Zara Hoogenrad, the defending champion of Full Power to Reefer, and like Colin says, she is in for a good shot of the series winner, but we will get to that when we get to the finals. Now she has to make her way through this heat. This heat is heating up. Here goes Natalie, kite loop with a back roll, and perfect. Nice and clean. Very, very clean there by Natalie.
Do you think she's going to take second place from that move?
No, because I think we're still waiting for Jasmine's boogie loop to come through.
Okay.
I think. I haven't looked at the score yet. I'm not 100% sure. But
we've got the judges about 10 meters away from us, just to our right.
Oi.
But they're looking fairly...
Here goes Jasmine now.
They're looking fairly busy. We can't really talk to them now.
That looks a bit not as big.
Another one. She can't get enough of these. She's loving it.
Oh, you were right. Natalie did go ahead. So, yes, they did score Jasmine's boogie. But Natalie has gone ahead on a 9.47. And Zara now needs to get the hurry up on, because this is getting close. There's 2 minutes 25 seconds left of this heat, of this quarter-final. And then if we just look at the ladder, so whoever wins this goes into the final. If you finish second, you go into the semi-final. And if you finish third, it's game over.
You're going home.
Going home.
See you later. You've had your chance. So, yeah, the brutal final round of the Big Air Kite League. The last stop of the 2020 tour, which is obviously slightly confusing, but we'll address that at a later time.
It is 2023. Happy New Year, Colin.
Thank you, yes. Thank you, Hayden.
Just after doing my best. Whoa, out the corner of my eye.
What
and you
was
saw
that?
I think that was a boogie loop by Zara. The cameraman just caught it. I also just caught it out the corner of my eye. The kite looked like it stalled and she sort of just swung down, caught her last minute, but just body slammed into that water. That's not what you want to see with them. 1 minute, 25 seconds left. She has to be careful because if Natalie busts out a move here, this could be the end. Zara could still maybe finish second unless Jasmine busts out another clean boogie.
She's going to need to get that up before that wave hits it.
She needs to get the hurry up on because this heat is starting to intensify.
Man, okay. I think Zara's probably still... I don't know, would you be feeling comfy? Knowing that Natalie...
Oh, there goes Jasmine. Just a straight jump.
Yeah. I wonder if Zara even really needs to do another attempt. I think that 6.21 is going to keep her really, really comfy. I can't see anyone getting up a score like that. Maybe if Natalie Lambrecht goes for a board off.
Just looking at some of our comments here. Note to Nez from Kite Time. Aren't you guys going to run out of time to complete the comp today? Mikey? Absolutely not. This is Big Air Kite League. And out the back, there goes Jasmine with a huge kite loop. Swings down with some incredible speed. That is what we want to see. Very, very happy with that. And
that was lovely.
Is Zara's kite up yet? Oh, it's still in the water. Zara needs to get the hurry up because the scores are going to start flowing in now.
Zara's all right. I think she's safe.
Well, there we go. Red flag is up. That's the end of this heat. We're going into a quick ad break, and myself and Colin, Carol will be back later.
Dolo with a knee mask. To the boys who were on him and he crashed that. Till they came back, man, I don't like heads up, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. Till the game on the head is so mad at. I'm like,
And welcome back
Hi.
to Big Air Kite League. As you see on your screen there, Kitemana, guys, go to kitemana.com/vote. Vote for your rider of the day. That rider can win €1,000, and we'll be finding them after the event to take us out for dinner. I think it's only fair.
Seriously though, I'd like to go. Where would you like to go? Don't say Dolphin Beach just because they're the sponsor. KFC?
I could do with a Colonel Burger.
Yeah, fair enough. After a long, hard day of commentating, Hayden here has been here the whole time, by the way. Me and Lewis have been swapping out, but Hayden just goes and goes.
I like to talk a lot of cuck, and I like to talk cuck about kiteboarding. Put 2 and 2 together, you really got something.
So who's your vote going to?
Who's
For
mine?
rider of the day so far?
Rider of the day. Women's. If I look at the women's, I would say Francesca. We haven't got through. We only got through like one round of the Division 1. So I think it's too early to comment on that. But I think if I have to look at rider of the day for women's, my rider of the day is Francesca for sure.
Okay.
There we go, guys.
You can ask me mine, or maybe not.
Sorry, Colin. My bad. Who do you think your rider of the day is?
Oh right, yeah. So I think it's Bouillot. I just love Angely Bouillot. I can't get enough. The way she starts her heat as well, it's like so uncalculated. It's like, I'm going to go as hard as I can within the first 20 seconds, and I don't care if there's a massive explosion involving me, you know? It's just so loose. So for that, for just her approach, let alone the stomped back roll late back that she did.
And hind vertical was that? I wrote that down.
It was sick.
I did write that down somewhere.
I actually put it onto the internet. So you can go. If you want to go and look at Big Air Kite's Instagram, that's where, you know, I'm doing my takeover today.
Are you running the takeover?
I've taken over.
Sure, why do they let you do it?
I've overtaken. It's all quite exciting over there. Yeah.
Look at these conditions rolling in. Let's have a quick look at the...
There's also a wedding going on. So
There
on
is
your
a
screen
wedding.
right now, just in front of that weird little square thing. Oh no, you can see them! You can see them! The groom!
Oh, look at
There's
them.
the groom and his groomsman. They just had a big stag do. Mate's got his...
gotta love
They got
it,
their
eh?
beige suits on.
Gotta love it.
Who chose beige?
Just getting bombarded here.
Anyway, big day for them. And we wish them a happy future, whoever they are. And we're slightly annoyed that they're doing it where they are, because that means we couldn't do the riders briefing where we wanted. But, you know, it's all in the name of love, isn't it?
Yeah, the things we do for love, eh?
Yes, exactly. Right. So, coming up next is the last women's quarterfinal.
Oof, and this is quite the heat, eh?
It is pretty mad. We've got Francesca Maini from the UK, Angely Bouillot from France, Justine Avril also from France. Francesca Maini is the returning champion of this here competition. Angely Bouillot is the godmother of female big air, king of the air twice, and just an overall
Avril is the aspiring, hopefully, if she pulls it all together, could be the women's division champion for 2022.
Yeah.
So it's all to play
she's
for.
leading at the moment, right?
She is leading, so it's all to play for. Well, let's have a look at the rankings. Pippa van Ursel is leading, but Pippa's not here. So second is Justine Avril, and then third Zara Hoogenrad.
And the gap between Pippa and Justine is 10.
10 points. So
Justine's
it's
already
all
got
to
it.
play for
Yeah.
between Zara and Justine. So
We've just seen Zara, and it was an impressive. Oh, look at this! Look at this. So we're in Heat 10.
This is stacked.
Francesca Maini, UK, Angely Bouillot, potentially the coolest person on earth. Justine Avril, the young French shredder, no doubt inspired by Angely. And yeah, we don't know when we're getting underway with this, but we think it's going to be soon.
It's going to be soon.
Should we do some sponsor shout outs?
I think we should.
Do you want me to do one?
Yeah, you go for it first.
Dolphin Beach Hotel. That's where we're broadcasting from. They do an excellent choccacino in the mornings.
And you bought me tea instead of that.
You asked for tea. Move on. What's the next sponsor?
You forgot to mention Dolphin Beach Hotel, on top of the lovely Choccaccinos, is the only place where you get beach access with no road in between.
It is good.
There is a lovely garden just in front of you. Go for a nice walk, pump up the kite.
Get married.
You can get married in the garden if you want to. So, so it's Dolphin Beach is just a fantastic place. Ride Engine, also big shout out to them. They pioneered hard shell harnesses. Without them, none of you would be riding in hard shell harnesses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
that's true.
so
yeah. I
big
mean,
thave
someone might have come up with it at some point.
But you know,
it would have been slower for sure.
Ride Engine pioneered.
I probably would have come up with it. I would have done it.
I would like to say something right now, but we're live on air.
Okay. So
on the beach. Ask Tebow.
Tebow, are you at the generator? Okay, immediately.
So we can watch, yeah?
I know after we can switch off the generator and instead we just run on the inverter.
You write down Angely, massive late back.
Yeah, he doesn't, because he makes a crash.
I think Francesca's going to bust something up massive here.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, Ben?
We are currently coming to you radio style because we've lost video connection, but I'm going to describe what I'm seeing, and I just saw Angely Bouillot start off with a massive loop out the back, and this is Francesca replying with a big loop, but not as big.
Not as big, no. Yeah, we do just like to apologise. We've just had a bit of an issue here, obviously being in South Africa with load shedding and stuff. We are having a slight issue, but we are coming to you live just with sound. So we got the whole team working.
It looks
super
like we're
hard.
back up. Looks
Are
like
we
we're back
on?
up.
Yeah, we
Oh
go.
my God, that's large.
Whoa.
Oh, that's large.
Justine, Avril, and that kite angle was super low. That's what we want to see.
Well, we don't want to. Well, ideally, they'd land it, but you know, if you can't have it all sometimes. So Francesca, last year's winner, of course, up against Bouillot, the coolest person on earth. And Angely has started really strong. She crashed her back roll late back, but here it is again. This is what she did in her first round today as well. Slight buck check, but I think that will still score pretty well. So Francesca has got some work to do here. Francesca's got one straight loop on the board. That was at 3.64. Francesca, I think, is going to need everything to beat Angely.
Absolutely. I mean, look at those two scores Angely has kicked off with. It's 2 tricks.
The height as well. She was 10.4 meters. That's real solid.
And yeah, for those of you who didn't see that opening trick, was it a boogie or late back?
The first one was just an opening. The one she opened with was just a big loop. And then she went for a back late back, crashed it, and then she went for a back late back and landed.
And they're super inverted on that second one. Yeah. So and here goes Francesca now
Here we
out
go.
the back. See, she's really going to have to get the height with another rotation. They kite loop late back roll.
How did she run out of that?
Whoa. But
I was like, oh, no. And then she just swung it back round.
Here goes Angely out the
Brought
back.
it home.
Oh, no. The
Mate,
kicker
BAKL's
ball
coming home. BAKL is coming home. Francesca's in this. She's taking it to Bouillot. It's not going to France.
No, that's...
God save the king. Here we go.
That's no one in our head. No, that's just someone riding through.
That is... Yeah.
That's just someone riding
That's the idiot. The idiot's back. Someone get a gun. Or the jet ski just going to run him over or something. I don't know. Anyway, we'll move on. We'll be slightly more contained and grown up now, commentating. Angely Bouillot is on your screen. She'll be on an 8XR. She can hold that down to about 45 knots. She doesn't really...
No way.
She doesn't give a shit. She just goes. And here it is. Lovely kicker. Board off.
Oh.
Back on. Kite catches. Oh, my word. Oh,
Well,
my
there is
word.
one way to stamp your authority by Angely Bouillot. A kite loop board off. Francesca's really going to have to pull the cat out the hat here. She wants to make any impression on Angely.
That's the best kite loop board off in women's kiteboarding I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah.
I've seen Michaela throw some big ones.
Yeah, but this is Cape Town. This is 35 knots.
Fair
It's
game.
way windier, in chop.
Oh, who's that? That's Justine Avril. That was a boogie loop. She's still sitting on a 10.32. Francesca is now sitting on a 9.14.
So that must be the 6.48. That must have been for that board off, right?
Absolutely. Well,
Okay.
she's 4 tricks in. Angely really is stomping her authority here in this quarter final. And she wants to advance straight into that final.
Francesca, I feel like, she's already done the late back. I think she has a boogie, left foot forward, goes for another back roll late back. I don't know what she's going to have to...
And
she's going to have to change down a kite and go for something absolutely wild just to get... Well, she can afford to come second in this heat. She can't afford to come third.
Yeah. And just to update you on the last heat.
What was that, by the way, we just saw from Angeli? I was looking at the scores. Was that a boogie?
I think it may have been a boogie by Angeli. But on the scoring, if we just have a quick one, turn our minds back to the last heat. Advancing through to the final, our first finalist is Natalie Lambrecht. And in the semi-final is Zara Hoogenrad. So unfortunately,
Natalie took that?
Natalie
Wow.
took the win.
Okay.
So here we go. And I think that final is going to be between... Oh, it's going to be close.
Yeah, yeah.
Angeli,
yeah.
you're definitely going to be in the final. She is in total control of this heat.
I think she could probably ride into the beach and just kind of, I don't know,
I don't
have
know,
a sit
hey,
down.
I mean-
Someone get her a sun lounger.
And a cocktail. Does Dolphin Beach make cocktails?
They do, yeah.
we
Quite good
go.
ones as well. And sushi.
Lovely sushi, Blowfish restaurant. Here we go on the inside back roll.
That's going to be all right for the variety score, but that's not going to move the
Absolutely.
needle. Let's now look at Francesca and Angeli.
So they're both on their way in.
Francesca, I don't know how you keep up with Angeli when she's riding like this. This is the best I've ever seen Angeli ride. This is just no one can keep up with her.
Oh,
if it's
that's
like
nice
this.
and big. That's nice and big from Francesca Maini.
Nice grab too. Coming in with so much pace there and just handling
And
it down the
sticks it nice
face
and
of the
clean.
wave.
She's stoked with that.
God save the king.
Justine, Avril now. There's a kicker building up in front of her. Now she needs to put pedal to the metal. Don't back out of it. Oh,
Do you reckon she should have hit that?
she should have hit that. That kicker was there. And the thing is, there's another kicker
Oh
behind her, which here
my
comes
word,
Angeli.
this
Here we
one's
go.
massive. This is big. This is big. Oh, that's big. Oh. Oh. What do you do now? What do you do? You actually just ride into the beach and just eject. Because you're done. You're finished. There's no point riding anymore. That was so big.
It's like watching Andrea kite. Like it's wow, it's just not fair.
Yeah, it was animalistic, wasn't it?
Wow, that was insane stuff there by Angeli. 6.57, 13.04 on the scorecards. Angeli is dominant. I think this is the highest scoring heat of the women's. We must actually just go back
by
through
a
it.
mile. No, by a mile. There's no need to go back through it. This is the most dominant heat so far by a mile. Angeli Bouillot is on fire right now. Like no one in the history of women's big air kiteboarding can match this.
Well, we have one more trick attempt, and the kicker's built up for it. Here we go, Angeli Bouillot. What are we going to see? Back roll, kite loop, late back roll. There was a very, very delayed on the kite loop.
Again, just landing everything.
Sticks it, 7 tricks down. Thanks for coming, Angeli. We're 3 minutes away from the end of this heat.
Is she charging for this Megaloop Masterclass? Like, what did Francesca and Justine owe her at this point? This is hundreds of euros, surely. Francesca's just hoping she gets ride of the day so she
can pay her back.
Hey, Angeli, cheers for that. That was great. Learned loads.
Francesca Maini is now making her
Maini.
way up.
Hang on,
now.
Francesca's changed kite. She's on the
six.
6. She's on a 6.
Do
Or
we
is that
see
a
a
5?
double?
That thing looks tiny.
Will we see a woman's first double in competition? Is this going down?
Man, I mean,
this could be an upset.
If she doesn't
There's
need
2.5
it. She doesn't
minutes
need
left.
it though. She can sit in the semi-final. I don't know if I was her, if I'd be risking
No, it's now or
it
never.
all.
It's now or
But it
never.
isn't. She's got the semi-final. She's going
But
to
if
beat.
she stomps it and
okay,
she's warmed up,
Let's
you know
just
what I
watch.
mean?
All right, let's just watch.
Here we go. We can watch on here. We have
This
to watch on the
is
screen.
actually
Here we
gonna
go.
be-
Here we go. Kicker's in front of you.
If she does this, it will be the first women's double loop ever.
Ooh, the nerves. I'm even getting nervous here,
We've
Colin.
heard rumours of them being attempted. Never off kickers. It's always off flat waters and on tiny kites. This is in a heat. Dolphin Beach, Cape Town.
Oh,
It's about as
Justine
gnarly
Avril
as it gets.
contra.
Contra.
Justine Avril with a contra loop, not sticking it. She's the only lady to be throwing contras in today.
Let's pan across to. Oh no, cameraman, stay on.
No, that's an Angeli. We're not worried about Angeli. She's done her 7 trick attempts.
Yeah, let's have a
We're
look
looking
at.
for Francesca.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh man, you're right. I'm nervous for it as well.
Oh, there's a kicker building up. You
That
can
is a
see it.
massive
Here
one.
we go. Come on.
Francesca
We wanna see
Maini
it.
from the UK.
Out the back.
God save the king. No,
Oh.
no. No lift. No lift. You should
1
see-
minute,
you-
20 seconds left.
It's good that there isn't a camera on the commentators because we're both like fidgeting around.
On the
being-
edge of our seats.
Yeah.
I hope back home you're on the edge of your seats because what you're about to witness is a world's first double kite loop by a woman in an event. So it's all to play for now. Like Colin says, Francesca doesn't have to do anything. She is safe and secured into the semi-final. But she has a point to prove. She's got the back. Here we go. 1, 2.
Oh
She sticks
my
it.
god!
She's done it.
Oh my god!
World's first double kite lift by a female in competition. Take her about Francesca Maini.
Oh my
Incredible stuff. That's what we want to see.
Not just in a competition. That's the first ever.
The first.
And she's done it in a heat against Angeli Bouillot with less than a minute to spare, and she's done it.
Wow.
That is mad.
She is stoked.
That is mad, and we can hear the cheers from the beach, and we're miles away from them. And she's riding back into the beach here.
Does she go for an S loop now?
Straight into she's going for the snake loop. That was mental.
And she's taken the lead at 13.15.
With a 7.16 for that.
And a boogie loop. She sticks the boogie.
She's just beaten Angeli Bouillot.
Red flag
She's
now.
just beaten Angeli Bouillot when Angeli Bouillot was on fire.
Oh, thank goodness we're going into a break after this.
That
'Cause wow.
was sick. That was...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into a quick break here. But that was an insane heat. We'll be back. And yeah, semi-finals. Here we go, Colin.
Shit.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Yeah, we're just trying to wrap our heads around what we've just seen. If you want to see that double loop, we did catch the back end of it. But if you do want to see that world's first double loop by female, head over to Big Air Kite League Instagram
I'm posting
page.
it right now.
Yeah, Colin's posting it right now. We do highly apologize about that. But I don't think a lot of people realize the magnitude of what we've just witnessed, a world's first double. And
she was telling me earlier, she was like, yeah, I'm going to go for it. And I was like, yeah, I'm sure you will.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, and then she just laid it out. Off the big kicker, way out the back. Insane.
That what, you know what, I need to write that
It's
down
insane.
quickly.
I don't even know. We need to hear from her right now. Maybe I'll run down to the beach and talk to her. Because we're having a 6-minute break and I can put that on Instagram.
I think you want to run down, get a quick interview. It would be great. But whoa, whoever Mikey is, I think when we do prize giving later, I think it would be good to chat to all the riders, because this is stuff you want to speak about. But that was incredible stuff. That was, I mean, I've also thought about doing a double loop. I'm like, nah, take a 5. I'm like, nah, is it worth it? No ways. Take my hat off, the utmost respect. And women's division kiteboarding is taking it to another level, and this is what we want to see. So to any aspiring young women out there who want to learn to kite, look no further than Big Air Kite League. All these women in here are really pushing the sport to where it should be, and that's what we want to see. Everyone's having a good time, everyone's smiling, and we're all having a lot of fun progressing the sport. So incredible stuff. And again, take a bow, Francesca, Maini. As we get ready, so I think we're going to just wait for some scores to roll in here. I think the judges are still busy debating. We're going to go into the semi-finals. Now the semi-final, whoever finishes second. So from what we saw in Heat 10, going into the semi-finals would be Bouillot against Zara Hoogenrad. 2 core riders. Both can throw it down. Both can throw big boogies. Both can throw big late back rolls. So it can be a close heat. From what myself and Colin saw, yes, it was Heat 10. Angeli was throwing it down, but in the dying seconds, Francesca came through. So Angeli's really going to have to pull the rabbit out the hat here and make something of this, because whoever wins this semi-final goes straight into the final against Natalie, Lambrecht, and most likely Francesca Maini. So stay tuned. Go grab a beer, make a quick cup of tea, grab a snack, get ready. So we're going into the semi-finals, and then from the semi-finals, we're going into round 3 of the Division 1 and semi-finals of the Division 1 males, and then we'll run women's finals and then finals for Division 1. So it's all going down. It's all going down here in Cape Town for the final stop of the 2022 season, Big Air Kite League, brought to you by CORE Kiteboarding, Ride Engine, Dolphin Beach Hotel, Kitemana, Surfer app. It's all happening here, Colin Carroll. It's all happening here at Bloberg Beach at Dolphin Beach Hotel.
Well, it's all happening on the Big Air Kites Instagram as well, because I've just put the double loop up on there, so you can go across there and have a look. Okay, and we do apologise for missing it in the live stream. That wasn't ideal, was it? And lots of people very angry about it, but that's not going to change it. So just go over to the Instagram and be happy that someone got it on camera. Okay, good.
We're doing our best.
Should we cut to an ad?
No.
No, we're going to enjoy the moment.
Oh, is it an actual post that you made, not a story?
It's up. Yeah, it's post on Big Air Kites.
That's what we want to see.
Yeah. So get over there, have a good look. Enjoy yourself.
So would you like to change your rider of the day, Colin?
Yeah. Rider of the day
Too late.
is Francesca Maini. Go and vote for her now if you haven't already.
Yeah.
I mean, we need to probably watch the whole thing to really decide.
What's up, guys? Just want to come in with a little bit of an update for you. So what happened in that heat is, overall score, Angeli was in the lead, but there was a point, I think it was the second to last jump attempt from Francesca, where Angeli got in the way and Francesca wasn't able to take off successfully from the kicker. So due to that obstruction, Angeli has lost the points and now is in second place in that heat. And she is advancing to the semi-final, where she's going to meet with her core teammate Zara Hoogenrad. So we're going to see a fire heat over here. And that means we've got Natalie Lambrecht in the final with Francesca Maini. And let's see who's going to make it into the final. Is it going to be Zara or Angeli? Boom. Big Air Kite League. It's for the riders.
Absolutely. So you heard it first from Mr. Big Air Kite himself. So there's a little update for you. So we are just waiting for things to kick off here. As we're going to go, I think we're going into round 3 now. There we go. On your screens, you can see at semi-finals, Zara Hoogenrad and Bouillot in the semi-final. And just to double check, we're having a quick break.
Little break.
Letting Angeli catch her breath. And then we're
I
going to send it
actually
into
can't
the
believe
semi-final.
someone just managed to beat Bouillot. Angeli was so good.
Yeah,
Did she crash? I don't even think she crashed. She went so big.
She
off
was
the back.
dominating that heat, and then Francesca just came out swinging. That was insane.
That was the only thing that she could have beaten her with, though. The only thing that would have worked was a double loop, and it worked. She did it.
She did
it.
Shock.
In a heat.
Wow. Yeah, some more water here.
In a heat as well. The first ever double loop landed. Wasn't even like a sketchy landing. She kind of just got it done. She was like, you know, this is the job. I think I'll probably do it about now. That was wild. Good on Francesca. God save the king.
Is it coming home, Colin?
She did it for Blighty. Yeah, it's already home. She doesn't need to do any more. It's well and truly home. That was a sick heat. That's heat of the day.
Oh, yeah.
We've probably got our rider of the day.
Oh, yeah.
And this, guys, in the middle of the screen is the idiot that's been plaguing our competition box all day. Like, who is this bloke? Get rid of him. Someone let him come into the shallows and then just take him down. Exterminate.
Well, I'm just looking at my kite group. I think the Kite Time boys and girls are going to come barreling through here later.
Who is that?
Kite Time. I've told you about this before.
Unforgivable
Who, this
behaviour.
guy? I don't know who he is.
This bloke.
Can someone just throw a rock at him? Although, no.
You'd have to have a big throw.
Seals now are attacking people.
Are they?
Yes. So maybe a seal will attack him. Come on, seals.
I thought you meant seal as in the singer. He'd be probably quite good at attacking. Yeah.
Who is that?
It's not my best joke. That is Steen Moore, I think, who's just gone massive on a Cabrina Nitro. That was goodness. Because I don't know why
is this guy kiting in the
I've become
the competition
speechless.
box?
Can we please cut to an ad? I'm finding this just exhausting. You know, I'm overwhelmed by the greatness of Francesca Maini. I need to just relax and collect myself. Okay? Let's have an advert, please.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today.
Well, it's just me on the microphone at the moment, which is quite a nice feeling, really. I can say whatever I like. Finally get my monologue. It's a 4-minute short drama where I play all of the characters, and I think you're really going to enjoy it. It's about rural life back in England and how, you know, difficult it is to make friends. I'm just going to begin any second now. Just let me clear my throat. Oh no, Hayden's back. Okay, we're going to have to wait for my monologue for another time.
No, it's fine. Keep talking. I'm just a bit busy.
So we're about to go into the semi-finals, where Angeli has had a 6-minute break. No, a 10-minute break in total, actually. 10 minutes in total. And now she's going back out for the semi-finals after somehow Francesca Maini managed to beat her. And she did it, if you're just tuning in, by slaying the first double loop. And it wasn't just like, you know, it wasn't just done after like weeks and weeks of thinking about it and trying it loads. She's just gone for that in the middle of a heat, and she did it first time. But yeah, we're in here.
I'm back.
2 core kites. That looked like Angeli Bouillot to me.
Ooh.
Was that Angeli or was that Zara?
Yellow.
That was Zara. That was Zara. Okay.
Angeli up
Here's
the
Angeli.
back now.
Oh my! Oh my!
Wow.
Shit, that was close to going wrong. Wow, that was close. But it didn't.
We love to see it.
Okay, that's 2 very large moves straight away. This is going to be...
Yeah, but Zara came down quite fast there. That kite swooshed through that
This is going to be a biggie.
It is, because like I said earlier, both can do boogie loops, both can do late back rolls. Although Angeli is a little bit more powerful, she can execute it a little bit more, you know, aggressively. But Zara can go just as high.
So, this is the battle for the last place in the final against Natalie Lambrecht and Francesca Maini. I think that Zara...
Oh, look at that. That is what sportsmanship and teammate is about. There we go. That's what we want to see.
Does that warm the heart?
I mean, sure.
I think, though, that Zara... Actually, I'm not going to say it. Let's not jinx it. I told her this morning... I asked her this morning, I was like, how do you have to do to win today? And she was like, I haven't even thought about it because I don't want to jinx it. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to ask you any questions. Don't worry. And then I went ahead to try and figure it out. And basically, there's so many potential outcomes that it just becomes just so horribly hectic. But in the standings, she got 7th place in Tatajuba. This is Zara we're talking about.
Yes.
And she's going to replace that with a really good score here today.
She has to. Here goes.
Because she's a minimum
Angeli
4th.
at the back.
Angeli. That's large.
Hey.
Biggest loop from the woman today, no doubt.
I like that.
Throwing in a fat rotation.
And nice and inverted. There we go.
That's what we came here for.
Angeli Bouillot, thank you very much. That was sick. I love how slow the rotation is as well.
And
She's not.
inverted.
She doesn't just go like, let's get this done quickly. She's like, I'm really high and I've got loads of time, so I'm going to take forever to get around. And it just looks sick.
Stuff. I mean, I've been out there kiting before.
Have you?
And it's very sweet of you. And then Angeli comes barreling past you, super inverted, super high. Like she's in line with your kite. It's insane. It is insane. To watch Angeli is just a spectacle.
Look at these two. Look at the 2 scores. That's massive. Zara is gonna.
Oh! Sorry, we caught the other corner of my eye. Zara, bring it back.
The kite is so far upwind right now.
She didn't swing it, so the cameraman didn't get that. I saw that at the corner of my eye. I do apologize.
Look how far upwind the kite is.
She went for a late back roll, swung under, the kite came down. She didn't pull it around, and she actually got yanked. Oh,
it's almost here.
This is not good. This is not good.
Oh! That's a lot of inversion. Let's hope she... Oh! Okay.
It's all is well.
That hasn't gone how she wanted it. What's going to happen here? I'd be ejecting at this point, swimming in.
Yeah,
I'd be going for the jet ski.
The line is around the wingtip, so she has to be careful here. You don't want to go into a death loop, but
And
here comes the wave.
quite a big
but
wave.
it is an XR7. It can launch in anything.
Whoa! I reckon that's up. What do you reckon? I'm looking. We're both peering out, out the window to have a look.
And I'm looking at the judges. Is it up?
Is it up? We don't know. This is Angeli Bouillot on your screen, though. She is on fire right now.
She's looking for redemption. I don't think she liked losing to Francesca there, so she's looking for redemption. 12.53, Zara.
Angely
Bouillot.
Bouillot.
Kite loop.
Maybe not a kite loop.
No, there was no kite loop. There was just a straight back roll.
I still quite enjoyed it though.
Very clean.
I'm
very
such a
steamy.
fan of Angely that I think she could literally do anything, and I'd be like,
No,
that
you
was really
don't
cool.
say.
Like if she went and did karaoke and did some dreadful cover
still
of
be
Take
there,
That,
just-
I'd be like, that's sick. Yeah, good on her. Yeah, I rate that. You know, she's that kind of level of rock star cool. Angely Bouillot. Get your head around it. Okay, just accept it.
Accept it for
What's
what it is.
Zara up to? Do we reckon? I can see her caddy running down the beach.
Heel.
I don't think it is heel. There's
Oh no, I see
there's a
Heel
man
running
running.
with the spare board. Heel's running with the spare board. There
Spare
goes the
board.
caddy.
Spare board, spare kite coming towards her.
As the golden caddy, I'm very disappointed in the delayed reactions from
They
the
should have been
caddies.
there.
They should have been there.
They should have given her the kite before she even needed it.
I think we need to have a briefing of the caddies before the event starts.
A caddy presumes that shit's about to hit the fan and then deals with it before it does. Okay?
There we go.
Okay? You
It's
don't
not all
just
glitz and glamour.
No. Sometimes you have to go fully clothed into the sea to give your little mate a new kite because they've done something ridiculous. I don't really know what happened to Zara. She just kite was
she
so
did a laid
far
back roll, and
upwind.
then she swung under it.
It looked to
And then
me.
she didn't down loop, so she just swung under it, and the kite hit, yanked her down, and then So she didn't down loop. She just left the kite in the position it was. She basically froze.
The kite was so far upwind, I thought she was going to be like running her lines out or something. I was like, oh, maybe she's got an inversion. She just needs to check. Oh no, that's in the water. Anyway, she'll be back up and riding soon.
Yeah, but now the thing is, it's 6
This
minutes
is a
to go.
nightmare.
She has to really.
She's having a
compose
nightmare right
herself
there.
now.
She is.
Is she up?
Yeah, there she is. I saw her on the screen.
Whoa.
There we go. Okay, 6 minutes. This is still enough time. You've only got to get 2 bangers. Okay, and then do a bit of impressing of the judges
she
as
has
well.
2 tricks on the board. Angely has 3. And Angely has a 7.2 and a 5.2. Wow. That's just 3 tricks from Angely, and she almost bettered her score from the previous heat. So Angely means business.
Angely is... I don't know if... Do you reckon Francesca can beat Angely again? I don't know if...
If she gets a bit more height in that double, absolutely.
Here we go.
I'm not going to say anything.
That's lovely.
Here we go.
That's lovely, that.
We love to see it.
You love to see it. Oh, no. We don't love to see that. Not at all, actually. Crowd forming on the beach.
The weddings, people are flocking into the wedding.
Yeah,
it's great.
we can at the corner of our eye, we can see a wedding going on. Quite windy for a wedding. The tablecloths are going all over the place. Anyway, that's not really interesting, is it? So, on your screen there, Zara Hoogenrad, who's not had the start she wanted.
So yeah, I think she's on a 7 meter. She was on an 8 earlier, so I think she's gone down a size to a 7 meter. No, she's on an 8.
Yeah, spare 8, I reckon.
Spare 8. So she's on the white core kite there in the yellow lycra. Tata Juba Fest. Finished
No, that's
third
Angely
position.
that's Angely in the yellow.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Green is Zara.
It's
she
fine.
finished 3rd at the Tata Juba Fest in 2022. Zara 7th at Tata Juba Fest. 1st at Full Power Tarifa, so she is the defending Full Power Tarifa champion.
This
and
is
there goes
nice.
Angely, there we go. Just doesn't build up sometimes. And then Lords of Tram finished 6th. So both of these ladies, no strangers to top 3 finishes. And competing at the highest level. I mean, Angely's competed twice at Red Bull King of the Air, even beating Lewis. So, you know, it's quite a close heat. And Francesca Maini just beat Angely to...
Just to clear that up, I don't think she beat Lewis. I think she beat him. She got
On
the highest scoring
on the higher
trick.
score, yeah, sorry.
She did a trick that was a lot sicker than Lewis's, which you should bring up when you're in the commentary with him, when he comes and takes my seat in a second.
You know what, I'll let you do that.
Okay. So Zara here is going to need to get some pretty large scores on the board right about now, which she could do with this. Man, you saw the kite just exiting there, didn't you? It was going nowhere near 12 o'clock.
So Colin, I looked at that, not at the screen, but out. So it was a back roll kite loop. And the problem with the back roll kite loop is if you throw it too early, you sort of send that kite down, you don't yank it as hard enough, so you sort of get in line with the kite, and that's what happened. She swung down with so much speed, and she did the running of the lines again. Wow, Zara, I think the pressure has got to her a little bit. You hate to say it, but I think the pressure has got to Zara a bit. You know, we haven't seen her make a mistake all day. She's been cool, calm, and collective. She's done what she's needed to do. And now in the semi-final, where it's crunch time, I just think it got to her a little bit. It's the way the kite game goes. There's still time.
There is still time.
The kite is probably inverted again.
But look, Angela yet again finds a stellar kicker.
And does nothing.
But because she doesn't need to.
Well, she only has 4 tricks on the board. She really doesn't. She doesn't need to.
She doesn't care. She's just like, I'll just do a Rayleigh here. No worries.
Rayleigh.
Probably just change direction on this one. Who cares? I'm doing that good.
So we just got an update from our co-commentator Lewis Crathen.
Okay, so Lewis has just poked his head in, said something a little bit complicated, and then dashed.
So Zara has to win this heat if she wants any hope of being crowned your 2022 Women's Division champion.
Okay.
So if she doesn't win this heat, and Justine Avril's already out,
she ain't the champ.
She ain't the champ. So it would go to most likely.
Who does it go to then? But this is it.
We need to work it out.
We haven't done the maths.
We haven't done the maths.
This is when you get caught with your pants down.
There we go.
That's not what you want.
But yes,
pull your pants up.
That's what was said by. Oh yeah. Angie on the inside with a huge boogie loop.
Really? Cameraman. Cameraman. That's fine. I think you're allowed to miss. Oh look, she crashed anyway. Who cares? I think you're allowed to, miss 1 trick per heat. That's acceptable. That's the kind of level of videography that I'm okay with that. It was unfortunate that the last one was the double loop, but it's all right. It's on Instagram. It's already got loads of comments. Go and have a look for yourself. Comment a fire emoji.
Just an update. The wind is now at 27.8 knots, averaging low of 21.7, high of 36.5. So as the day goes on, your classic Cape Town day, it is now 4:30, just past 4:30. As the day progresses, the wind is going to get stronger, the tide is starting to drop, the swell's going to pick up, and the action is going to intensify. Because after this, we go into Division 2, Round 3. Well, Division 1, Round 3.
Div 1, Round 3, yeah.
So it's all to play for here at the final stop.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Zara cannot get through this heat now. But, yeah, I think, the heat's over, I've been told. Okay, so the countdown is wrong. The heat is over.
So we'll be back. We need to go to ad.
We need to go to ad. I think Lewis Crathen's about to take my place, which we'll probably all be thankful for. Shout out to me.
What's up guys, it's Tino here from SpaceX Kitesurfing. Shouldn't there be more kiteboarding competitions for everyone? This year we're collabing with the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town to create the biggest Big Air kiteboarding competition of the world. Anyone can join, you only have to be able to jump. You can ride against your own level of participants. Same as this competition, we'll use the server app to measure the height. We have great money and gear prizes, which are easy to win, and also a groovy after party. If you want to find out more details and information, you should click the link down in the description, and see you at the beach. Welcome to the new CORE Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear. We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow.
A warm, sunny and windy welcome back to Big Air Kite League. This is the final stop of the Big Air Kite League 2022 World Tour here in sunny Cape Town, South Africa. Joining me in the commentary box today has been professional kite surfer Lewis Crathern and the legend Colin Carroll. It's been an absolute honor to commentate with these guys today. Before we get into round 3 of the Division 1, let's just get through some of our sponsors. It's been a fantastic time, and we just want to say big thank you to Big Air Kite League. Of course, without them, this wouldn't be possible. It's by the riders, for the riders. This is the second year of the Big Air Tour. First time they're ever running a women's Big Air Tour, so hats off to them to really including everyone, and that's what we want to see. 9 of the new riders in King of the Air this year. 8 of them came up through the ranks of Big Air Kite League. So not only is Big Air Kite League allowing a platform for women to compete and push our sport, it's creating a platform for young riders to really push themselves, progress the sport, and push it into another dimension. If you looked at King of the Air this year, it was insane. The guys who won it have all been previous Big Air Kite League winners. I think just barring Jamie Overbeek, but you know, Jamie was 16 years old, Lorenzo was 17. Who won it? 18 was Andrea Principi. So Big Air Kite League, a big shout out to them this year. 13 of the 20 riders in Kota this year are regular Big Air Kite League competitors. So big thank you and shout out to Big Air Kite League. Of course, CORE Kites powering us through this event. The CORE shop is here at Dolphin Beach Hotel. A lot of the riders using the new XR7, the boosting kite. That kite, I think if you go look at the Woo scores, it takes you to over 30 meters. So big up to them. And of course, Kitemana. Now remember guys, go to kitemana.com/vote and you can vote for your rider of the day. And that rider can win €1,000. How nice does that sound? So whoever wins that, we'll be finding them. And they'll be taking us lovely commentators and crew for dinner. But joining me in the commentary box now, before we head off into Division 3, he's just boxing his way through here. A warm welcome back to Lewis Crathern.
How's it, my bro?
Oh, there we go. Round 3, heat number 10. Stian Mo, Philippos, and Simon Bruin. Oh, I'll get my charger back, thank you.
Yeah, I sneakily left my power in there when I went last of someone else's power, and I've got a full Mac to go to help see us through the run-in. Hope you've had a good time up here with Ben. Here we are in heat number 10 then, and it is very much, you know, you've got to, again here, you've got to deal with this heat. Round 3. After that amazing action from the ladies, I was on the beach actually watching all of that. It was stunning to see new moves landed, and I think the verdict for me there was absolutely ripping. Francesca, also, but going straight into this heat then, back roll, mega loop with another back roll was Simon Bruin. Not super high there, but it was still a good score, only 9.7 meters, but I don't know, sometimes you get a feel of real lifty wind here in Cape Town. I don't think it's the lifty 25 meter plus sort of wind today. It's still very strong, but I just don't think if we look at our surfer app, I'll be very surprised if we get lots of riders way over 20s today, even though they're pretty stacked in what appears to be 36 knots of wind still coming in here. 36.5 knots here at Dolphin Beach. Big hello to everyone back at home. Hangtime Jones, Jez Hangtime Jones, and Keith Lorraine, who'll be watching this one, loading up there and just mugging that wave off then with Stijn Maal. Remember, he got a podium finish this year in France at the Lords of Tram. That guy really putting his face on the map at that event. That's a low kite there from Simon Bruin. Surely he can't take this.
Huge kite loop board off there, Lewis. I just looked out, caught that at the corner of my eye. That was insane. And then the green lycra on the blue north orbit. That is Philippos. We're just going to stick with Philippos. I don't want to pronounce someone's name wrong as he sticks a beautiful boogie loop. I think that was... I just didn't see that there. I was just looking out to see. My bad if I got that trick wrong. But Simon Bruin leads now on a 10.2 higher scoring trick, a 5.3 as our cameraman just panning out. Here we go. Here goes Stian Mull. He's on the new Cabrina Nitro out the back. Here we go. Boogie loop, not getting the height, but really getting... Ooh, I was going to say he was going to stick it.
Yeah, he just went over on his backside, unfortunately, there. 3.5 G-force there from Stin from the Surfer app. And to remind you, they don't have to take this out there. They're choosing to, all the riders, which really helps our interactive statistics. Big thanks to the Surfer app for their support for the Big Air Kite League. One of these riders will make it through to the semi-final. Someone's screaming in the hallway down behind me at Dolphin Beach Hotel. I wonder if that lady had a wonderful stay. In fact, I don't wonder, she probably has, because it's wonderful here, and we're sitting just looking out the balcony at what you're looking at too here. Looks like he's loading up for this one here, Hayden.
Filippo's now out the back, inverted front roll kite loop. That's what we want to see, a beautiful boogie loop out the back, almost going over the horizon. From our point of view, if you're going over the horizon, that is massive. 13.9 meters there, covering 68 meters on the Surf app. Wow, these stats are amazing. Incredible stuff here by the guys at Surf app. Thank you for designing such an amazing app for us to go out there and have fun and know all these statistics. It really helps you improve your riding, because you can go back after the session, evaluate what you've done, and you know for the next time to go out there and carry on. But here we go, Stian Mull making his way out. The kickers are starting to roll in as the tide starts to drop. He's quite far out. Nothing yet. It is getting a bit tricky, Lewis. You know this. As the tide starts to drop, the wind does pick up. The waves do get bigger, but you know it does make it tricky sometimes just to find that right kicker.
It's not easy wave conditions out there, and I think it's not often you actually do see really perfect wave conditions for competing in this area. We all, of course, get those days here where it's just wonderful in a dream, but when you have a comp on and you go for it, you can't always predict the most perfect wave. So the riders have really got to use their skill here, and I think early waves sometimes, maybe this next one, if he can hit this one here, this is going to be more ideal for Stin. Those aren't bad options. These ones behind sort of closing out early, a bit mushy, you lose your speed going over this whitewater. He's going to have to get the hammer down now if he's got a chance to hit this wave.
Here we go, Stian Moore at the back. Oh, nothing yet. But what we didn't see, and the camera didn't catch it as well, I saw at the corner of my eye where this pole is over here, he was quite far upwind. Stian Moore did a kite loop late back roll board off. So just putting some numbers on the board there. We unfortunately didn't see that. That was to the inside. As Filipos now leads us on 11.03 ahead of Simon Bren. But it is very, very close. 10.2. And Simon does have some bangers in the bag there, as he started off with a huge kite loop board off. As here we go, he's on your screen now. Here's goes Simon. The kicker's bolt up for him. He gets it. Wow, a huge contra boogie loop out the back, and he sticks it nice and clean. The variety is going to add up there, and that is a big score. He had the height, he had the style, he had the execution. That is exactly what the judges want to see here today.
16.6 meters, yeah, on the Surfer app. That was big. 66 meters, actually over 7 seconds of hang time. Very impressive. And here goes Stin Mull. Can he get the board on his feet here? Unbelievable. That is a wonderful mega loop board off there. I think he went into a back roll rotation at the end. What a reaction. Gets smashed by a closeout at the end. I think that's going to be a big scorer. That is someone that's really comfortable putting a board back on his feet in the last seconds. Takes a lot of awareness to be able to fly the kite in the right position one-handed, which is a very modern skill in kiteboarding. We never used to take a hand off the bar in the old days, but now the rider's so comfortable with one hand off the bar, grabbing the board, taking the board off. But Stin there will be looking pretty stoked, pretty much like his profile picture there for the Surfer app in the bottom left-hand corner.
Yeah, crazy stuff here by these riders. As now we can just see, yes, Stian Mull is now making his way out to sea as the kickers are starting to build up slowly. I think there's going to be one popping up in front of him. Here we go. We can see from the commentary box. So whatever we see, you can see as well. Here we go. The kicker's building up in front of him. Does he do something out the back? It is looking very choppy out there from this camera angle. And you do sort of got to feel for them, because it does play on your speed. When it's that choppy, to try and to hold your edge and maintain the speed, it is very, very difficult.
Yeah, out the back there, as soon as you're getting out the back there, it's almost like they're not going to bother. Meanwhile, Simon Brune, that's a mega loop board off with a delayed. I think that was, no, maybe the board didn't come off there. It just looked like the way he flipped round it did. But just previous to that, those of you eagle-eyed at home might have seen a bit of conflict on the inside between, I think it was Simon and Filipos. I think one of those riders was looking to perform a trick right foot forwards and had to bail out at the last second. I don't think it was deliberate conflict, as it's pretty standard to want to ride out here. You don't usually expect someone going right foot forwards here. It's definitely less obvious, if that's fair to say. This is that early wave I've spoke about that I think is a good option here. A contraloop board off then for Simon Brun. He's got some variation, that guy, hasn't he?
He definitely does, and the riders have to be very careful for blocking other riders, even if it was intentional. Here goes Stian Mull out the back, kite loop board off, late back roll by the fin. Ooh!
Tomahawk.
So like I was saying, riders have to be very careful for blocking, whether it's intentional or unintentional. You can be penalized, and there are criteria for it. So the judge will have a look at it. If there is a replay of it, we will have a look like a TMO, and they will look at the severity of it and will deduct scoring as they see fit. So the guys have to watch out not to get in each other's way. There's enough competition room for all of us. Here goes Simon Brain out the back. Oh, that was a beautiful kicker.
I think he just didn't have the power. Sorry to interrupt, Hayden. I'm now looking. It just dropped down to 33 knots. And if you just haven't got the power, sometimes you hit these waves and you're like, oh, come on, give me the win, give me the win. I think because these riders have set up in the sort of 36 and beyond that we saw earlier, I don't think they're absolutely super lit anymore. So it's not as simple. And we can see there, that looks like 3 rotations, front rotations, maybe kite loop the kite, but just tell. But look at the heights from our surf track. 15 metres and above is what we consider to be a real biggie, I think, with the guys and girls these days. And these are 7.3s coming in, 10s. Just a bit of a lull in the wind here. And what sort of time have we got here? Nearly 5 o'clock. This can happen in Cape Town, and it's going to be definitely something the other riders are looking at here, especially the ones about to go out. They'll be starting to think, maybe I should be taking a 9 here now. I think that's the kite that would get you up there. 2 minutes and 25 seconds remain then for 2 of these 3 riders. Only one of these riders will advance into the semi-finals. It really is knockout time here at the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town. As again, no power, didn't have enough power to even bother edging and sending the kite there was Filipos. Been a long day, but it's been a good day of action. We hope you've enjoyed tuning in with us and listening, which you had to do plenty of rather than watching earlier on in the day. But we feel like we've got a solid show going now, and been sitting here the whole day talking. Next to me is Hayden, who's our South African commentator. He's the lead guy today. And how you doing? You getting tired yet?
No, not at all. I'm having a lot of fun today watching these guys absolutely send it. That was Filipos out the back. The kickers are starting to roll in now. This is what we want to see. Here goes Simon Brain out the back. There's a kicker. Oh, the front one just bounced him into it. That is not what you want to see. Just looking at some of the YouTube comments here, a lot of people are asking, is this a extension of 2022? Yes, it is. So we did run the first part of this event in December, which is a couple weeks ago, and we ran out of time and wind, and this was the only time. So we will be completing the 2022 calendar today here in Cape Town, South Africa, and then to kick the 2023 season off will be in May in Tarifa at the Full Power Tarifa event. So it gives the riders a bit of time, bit of break to, you know, have a rest, get to some training. As on your screen now, here goes Filipos out the back, off the kicker, bit late. Whoa, looked like he was going for a boogie 1-footer, but yeah.
There was absolutely no way he could land that once the ball. Well, actually, I don't know. It is possible to land on a board that you've dropped, but we're talking like 1 in a million. I think Ayrton's done it before, where you just land down it. 30 seconds left then remaining. Very close heat then for these lads. 0.56, I think, in this one. Something like that. And cool, that's a nice big move for Stim. But really, these riders now have got to be upgrading their lower scores. I'd be tempted maybe to go and get a smaller one, do something crazy. They've got to be trying or thinking about the variation score here. Filipos has only had 3 trick attempts here, so 10 seconds left here. This could be the real difference now, Hayden.
Absolutely. And remember, if you do not win this heat, that's it. That's game over. You pack your bags and you go home. You have to win this heat, and the winner of this heat goes into heat 13 against Evan Klein and Giel Vlug. As Simon Bren coming down, you didn't see that on your screen. I think that was a boogie loop that he threw there. And here goes Filipos on the buzzer, back roll, kite loop, board off. This is what we want to see with the switch rotation. Sticks it. 5 trick attempts there. The horn goes.
All right, we'll be back shortly with Another heat coming up for the guys here in round 3. That was heat number 10 between Filipos, Stin, and of course Simon. Will be back soon with heat number 11. Let's go to an ad break. Welcome back to the Big Air Kite League then. Let's take a look at some replays from that last heat. Simon Brun loading up a really big contraloop, getting over the horizon there, which is really what we want to see now from these riders, and that was a nice move from him. We haven't got the scores 100% back to you just yet, and this was really an amazing bit of skill there from Stin Mole. Put the board back on his feet in a very vertical position and a delayed back roll after that mega loop. That's really a difficult thing to do that vertically, but done really well with that. It was a tough heat for these riders, and it almost looked like a mega loop board off with a delayed back roll there from Simon Brun, but I'm not sure now that sun's coming down. But there is the scene, and that doesn't reflect even 10% of the people on the beach because they're all huddled down that hill down there. It's a wonderful scene to behold down there. I've popped down there just earlier, one of my breaks, and it's really happening down here in Cape Town in front of Dolphin Beach. As ever, a big thanks to Dolphin Beach for supporting this event. It really is the only place to stay in Tableview, the only place which doesn't have the road between you and the water, and that really is something special to just walk out of your beautiful room here straight onto the beach. It's where you want to be for your experience in Cape Town. I must say another big thanks to our sponsors CORE for powering the Big Air Kite League. They've got many of their riders and team here, especially with their XR7 kite, their big boosting machine, and they've been here since the start really of the Big Air Kite League. We've also got a thanks to Ride Engine, really the guys that made the hard shell harness, so thanks for them for supporting the event. The Surfer app, of course, bringing us incredible interactive stats that we can bring you throughout. Here are your riders: Josh Gillett, Luca Cerruti and Jin Boer, who are in round 3, heat number 11. Who do you think is going to take this one then, Hayden? Let's put you on the spot.
Well, I got two of my friends kiteboarding in there, riding in there today. I got Luca Cerruti and Josh Gillett. I've been kiting with Josh probably for the past 5 years. since, well, he was about knee-high to a grasshopper, and now he's grown up and sending it like an absolute animal. So I would really like Josh to do well, but I think the man you got to watch out for is Luca Cerruti. He was in Red Bull King of the Air this year, so he does have that competition experience. Only thing about Luca, I mean, he hasn't kited today, nor has Josh, so Jan Boer is a little bit more warmed up than them. I think I did see Luca training earlier on some short lines, so feeling warm, feeling good about it. We will see some doubles and some S loops out of Luca Cerruti. That's what we're hoping to see, especially out of Josh Gillett. So yeah, I think my money, I just have to go with it because I just know his riding style. It mimics Mark Jacobs' riding style so well. I have to go with Luca Cerruti.
Thank you there, Hayden. I think someone I fancy as well in this in all the competitions. I always think Lucas Cerruti's got the ability. He can also go big. There you can see the nice ladder layout. We're right in the centre here right now. Heat number 11. We really are in the business end of the Big Air Kite League. Did you know that there's €1,000 going to the rider of the day? Please vote at kitemana.com/vote. That's a big thanks to Kitemana. They are the biggest shop in the world. Whoa, there it is. There is the little... It was almost like they were ready for it. So please vote for your rider of the day. There's €1,000 for that. There's also €7,000 up for grabs at the Race to Space, which is in collaboration with SpaceX and the Big Air Kite League. To register for that event, it's the bigairkite.com/race. That's taking place here. I think it's next month, over a period of about a month, something like that. The whole of Jan, and there's lots of prizes up for grabs for that, so please get your ticket at the bigairkite.com/race. It's the Big Air Kite League. It's for the riders, and here we are closing the day out with just a couple more hours of action. We already know that there's been some drama in the ladies division with two of our top seeds not getting to the final, I think, but that's still really affected the way things are run. But in the men's, meanwhile, we need to get you up to date with who could maybe win the year here. I know that you would have spoken about Andrea Principi not being here probably earlier with Ben.
Sorry, we didn't touch base, and yes, we did say he wasn't here. A lot of people have been asking why Andrea isn't here. Do you know why he isn't here? Could you catch us up on why he isn't here?
Do you know what? I actually don't know the answer. I've read all sorts of things about school and things like this, but I actually don't know is the ultimate decision. I know he competed in the early rounds. I think he had some school to finish. I don't know. But the bottom line is that for Hill to take the title of the Big Air Kite League champion, he needs to get second. I think he needs to finish second, what I've got on my notes here, in the finals. We've still got lots of work to do because these heats are like finals for these riders. Every one of these 3 heats coming up now, you've got to win to advance. So really in this heat now, round 3, heat 11, if you're going to win the event, you've got to win 3 heats in a row of 3 riders. That's pretty impressive.
Absolutely. Here we go. We are 30 seconds away from kicking this heat off. Josh Gillett, Luca Cerruti, and Jan Boer. Heat 11, round 3, and the wind is starting to come through. The swell is starting to come through. This is going to be insane, and we look forward to what is about to happen here in this heat. So, Josh Gillett in the green lycra, Luca Cerruti in the yellow, and Jan Boer in the red lycra. Josh Gillett is there on the F1 kite. And on the red orbit, that would be Luca Cerruti with the yellow lycra making his way out. And here's Josh Gillett. The kick is built up for him. Out the back, Josh Gillett. Whoa! On the horizon, kite loop, late back roll to open up his account here in heat number 11.
Grabbed it on the way down, bit of a butt check, but really for me that was one of the biggest mega loops of the day. The height was way above the horizon, and it's nice to see there's going to be so many different styles coming in here now. That looks like a doobie loop there. Really nice controlled doobie loop then from Luca. He really can go big. He can do every move, but more importantly, he can also take a 9 in conditions like this and go massive, and that's what I love about that rider.
Absolutely, and here goes Jan Boer now. The kickers are rolling up for him. Here we go on that Nash pivot. Just backing out of that one. Biding his time and not wanting to push it too hard. Now, camera pans to Luca Cerruti on the red north orbit. He is in the yellow lycra on a 5.4. He's leading. 16.6 meters was the last jump. Covering 79 meters. Incredible stuff there. This man knows how to boost. And that's what we love to see. Josh Gillett just cutting through through your camera angle there, Boer is still trying to find the kicker. I'm also just not looking at the screen. I'm just having also a look out. Boer out the back. That was a doobie loop. The kite angle was all wrong. He brings it around, just smashes himself into the water. The kite angle was all wrong there. That is not what you want to do in a doobie loop, Lewis.
For a second there, I thought he was really going to eat it, but he actually done really well to manipulate the kite to give him quite a soft landing there, in my opinion. So the riders are now going huge. They're going 15 metres. That is coinciding with a 39.1 gust that's just come in here. That's the strongest of the day that I've seen so far, and that is why the riders are really going big. It's absolutely epic. What a great timing from the Cape Doctor right now to bring us this action.
Whoa, that was a doobie on the inside by Josh Gillett. Adding the variety. Inside tricks are going to add the variety, and that's what the judges want to see.
Yeah, we're still stuck on... this is still this kite. Has he got rid of it? I don't know. But we did see that kite overfly from...
out the back is Luca. There's Luca out the back there. That was... he's just doing his forward rotations there. The cameraman just got him, so not going to count that.
Wanted a boogie or something, but just didn't feel it. Often the case, you just get thrown into sort of one or two front rolls. Here we go. This looks ideal for Josh Gillett. That is lovely. A mega loop with the back roll with a board off, cleanly on, and a grab. He's going to feel great after that, especially more so seeing that kite down in the water from one of his competitors. It's Boer who's in trouble here, as the other two riders are absolutely nailing it so far.
Incredible stuff there, as now the camera looks for Luca Cerruti, as I can see him just from the commentary box here. He's making his way out. There's a few kickers building up for him. The camera hasn't panned just yet, as Luca Cerruti out the back. Contra boogie, board off into 3 rotations, comes down again and lands it nice and clean. That is what you want to see from the man from Langebaan, Luca Cerruti.
And as ever, we're sorry we didn't bring you that one, but Hayden just peering around with the luxury of being here and seeing that, brought that to you in audio. So if you don't see it on your screen, we can actually just look off and see that too. So we got the landing on that one. Can't get you everything, which is really difficult here, but really this looks like a 2-horse race at the moment between Luca and Josh. I'm not sure if he's recovered yet. Yeah, and he's probably gone to the beach to change that, but really it's all about 2 riders for me so far. And a 6.89 is a very high score from Luca, and if he can get another one of those in, he'll be looking strong. 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go then, as you can see in the top left hand corner. Our scoring from heatscoring.com, which is efficient as ever. I very much like the way things have been done here today with the scoring, and that's a lovely controlled move there. I wonder if had he done one of those already?
Yeah, he did, but this one was a little bit bigger. And a kite loop, lay back roll with a board off, getting the extension. And if you look, or you guys can't see it on your screen, but there is a 6 meter, or you're on the inside. This is going to help. Kite loop, lay back roll by the fin.
That's
incredible
massive
stuff. That is big there by Luca Cerruti, adding the variety score. And this is a different rider that we saw in the previous event. He was struggling to land his tricks. He was struggling to put things together. Luca Cerruti is now in that killer mind frame, and he is going for it, and really one to watch out for.
I wonder if he's going to combo this with the confidence high here. He's going straight out in the water. It can be a very overpowering emotion sometimes when you're riding out there and you nail one, another wave sets up, you just go straight into it. Here he goes. He's got the perfect wave. Has he brought that to himself perhaps? A back roll, mega loop with a board off into another back roll as well. Cleanly landed. He's really in the zone here now, Luca Cerruti. I love how he's linked both of those moves up there. He's going to be hard to beat now.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. If we pan to the beach, Josh Gillett is making a kite change. He's going to a 6 meter bandit. So doubles and S loops are going to be coming out of Josh Gillett. The man has thrown them down. We've seen him throw it down in competition. And now on your screen is Luca Cerruti. Boer is still not up. I cannot see where he is. I think he may have not got the kite ready, or if he is okay. We haven't got any updates on that yet, but on your screen is Luca Cerruti. A kicker has built up for him, but he's taking his time. He's biding his time. 12.79, higher scoring trick of a 6.89, and that's what you want to see from the man from Langebaan. But Josh Gillett is not just getting prepped and ready, just getting his mindset right. Oh no, he hasn't changed kites. He hasn't changed kites, Lewis. So he's still on his 9 meter, or his 8 meter, sorry.
Who's this then?
This is Josh. An unhooked late back roll. That is insane.
Yeah, this is nice to see this new movement. So that was an unhooked mega loop with a back roll. I think it was just I don't think it was a back roll straight in. I'm not sure. I couldn't quite tell. But unhooked mega loops, this is next level. But it's so hard to get the kite to save you here. These bridled kites don't want to be pulling up as much when the lines are equal as before. I think he has changed the kite.
I think he's going to change now, yes.
I think it was a darker blue maybe before. I'm not quite 100% sure. Those waiting for scores of the previous heats, Filipos Tanis actually being confirmed as the winner of Heat 10 Round 3, so apologies for bringing that to you late. That was a close decision and a bit of an upset for Simon Brun, and Stin Mole especially will be devastated about that. So Filipos advancing into the semi-final, but here we are though in the 5 minutes remaining of Heat number 11, and we're seeing moves I haven't seen before. I haven't seen the unhooked mega loop just yet, and it's a joy to see that trick. Really love that at the moment.
I mean, to be fair, Lou Wayman was throwing those on 2-line sea kites in Maui back in the day in boots.
Yeah, not in
doing a handle pass
not in 39 knots he was in on an 8 meter. Like this is outrageous. This is in my eyes is using the mega loop sort of strategy into that move and just unhooking. So I think this is. Yeah, we have seen unhooked kite loops, but this is now... Oh, nice contra loop here. Whoa, how many rotations? This would be outrageous if he lands
rotations. That was 3, Lewis. So you were looking on the screen. I just peered to my right here just to have a look. That was 3 rotations we were looking for there from Lucas.
At least. Yeah.
At least. So Josh Gillett is now up on his 6 meter bandit. And we are going to start seeing some doubles. I do know that Luca has a 6 meter orbit waiting there for him. Does he need it to, increase his score? He's on a 12.7 now. He's in complete control.
1.75, I think, just between these guys at the moment, between Luca and Josh. I think Jin Boer, I haven't seen him at all. He's had an absolute nightmare just then. Possibly could be injured, I'm not sure. But it's really a battle here between these two. There, you're right, is the different kite then from Josh Gillett. He is on the 6 meter, and I think that may well be a 7. Or even an 8 maybe from Luca. I wonder if Luca's tempted to change. It looks like he's sticking to his guns at going big. I think we're going to see a double kite loop here from Josh Gillett. He's working that kite up and down. I don't think he's got enough power for this. Can he get up to this ramp here and send it? Other guy, please. We want to see the other guy here. Did he go for it? I don't think he did. But we're back on board with Luca Caruti. He's going to definitely eye this ramp up. What a kicker this is going to be for Luca. That's a high one over the horizon with a board off contra loop with a front roll into 2 rotations. He just couldn't deal with it as his feet end up facing the skies there. That might have sealed the deal in this heat, Hayden.
At 18.5 meters and covering 18 meters. That was insane by Luca.
Double kite loop with a delayed back roll then for Josh Gillett. It didn't have the height from me there. It was... Oh, I think we've got another rider's score coming in here that might be out there.
Lucas, let's not worry about him. I think he just has his surfer on.
Well, I'd say that wasn't bad though. I reckon that was about that height. So that double kite loop for me just wasn't high enough, and I think this is a good decision from Luca here, just sticking to his guns, going for the big moves. He probably's been told, look, you got a 6.89 for one of your biggies earlier. Why don't you just keep working that? Perhaps the riders are seeing the doubles aren't scoring huge yet. No one's doing the massive. I don't think he's that powered out there, is Josh Gillett. He needs something really special to get a big double kite loop score. 2 minutes to go here for one of these or 2 of these riders in this competition. It looks like Jin Boer is now.
And Yin Boer is back. Here we go. He's back on his white Nash pivots. He's coming up to the inside. So he has 1 minute and 40 seconds to try stomp his authority down. There's a few kickers building up for him as we see him on screen now making his way out. There's a kicker building up. Here we go.
Could still win this heat. He's right in the way. I think he's just downwind of the guy upwind of him. Not from any mistake of his, but he's just going slowly out. I think he'll turn back round now. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. At the moment, Luca Caruti has this one, but are we going to see... Here we go. Might be off this kicker. No, it doesn't feel it. Doesn't look proud enough for me on that 6 to really go all time on that kite. We can see it there working up and down as I think Jin heads back out. Tense times this, Hayden.
Tense times, but Lucas Caruti seems to be in control as we are 50 seconds away from this heat being over. 11.04 by Josh Gillett, still hanging in there, but it's going to come down to variety. We do know that the double kite loops don't score big if you don't get the height. You are on smaller kites, so you're not going to get the height. But we've seen how the variety score can add some upsets. As we see Josh Gillett now on your screen. Here we go. Kicker's building up. Out the back, there we go. One. There's an S-loop. Josh Gillett throwing an S-loop down, and he sticks it.
Pretty good one as well. I mean, it's not going to be super high. I think when we see this surfer app data, and I'll be surprised if it's more than 10 meters. However, it was an S-loop. It looked like he threw it in the power zone to me, and I wonder if that would boot out his 5.12. That should give him a better score. Tricked out now, the other two riders. It's all over to you, Boer, for the last 5 seconds of this heat. Interestingly, the winner of this heat will go up against Evan Klein and Gil Vloot in the semi-finals. Pretty epic heat there, as we see another variation of it as an S-loop, which just wasn't really worth it. He was tricked out. The crowd loved it on the beach. Big reaction. Really enjoyed that heat. Let's go for a short break before we continue with the Heat 12 of the men here in round 3 of the Big Air Kite League. We'll see you soon.
New to the Surfer app. Accurate session tracking with just a smartwatch. Available now for Apple Watch and currently being developed for Wear OS. Are you just learning to jump or sending massive airs? The watch tracks it all.
Let's try to predict this jump. Height 8.0. 7.9.
Welcome to the new CORE Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear. We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow.
Welcome back to the Big Air Kite League at the business end of our day here. We really are close to the semi-finals and finals. We're in the last heat of round 3 then, which will be between Joris Heroinen and Scott Baronson. And actually first of 9 that I don't have in yet, which I'll be able to give you very shortly. Unless you have it, Hayden. Who else is in this heat?
Julia May-Vogel.
Thank you very much. And so this will be a winner takes all to get to the semi-finals. Winner of this heat will actually go into heat number 14. Looks like we're going to go into some replays, I believe. This was of that last epic heat between Luca, Josh and Hitjin. We don't actually have the overall score just yet, but that was a move I love. Demonstrating the ability to go right foot forwards, a back roll mega loop with a board off from Luca Ceruti, and I think that might edge it for him. Again, we can't confirm it just yet. There was a lovely contra loop board off from him as well. He really went through the gears actually and had a lot of confidence between his moves in that heat. But Josh Gillett changing down to that smaller kite, going for that double kite loop, that was a big thing for him. Are we going to see the S loop on this reel? There you go. There, you're right. There was the unhooked mega loop delayed back roll. How sick is that in 39 knots? Absolutely love seeing that. You really have to hold on to that. Like, you just can't let go of that. Like, there's no option. There we go. And there was a nice big Mega loop with a delayed back roll with a bit of a rewind and a grab as well from Josh Gillett. Still don't have this one confirmed to you to tell you who has won this one. It will come up on my screen confirmed shortly. But we are going through the replays of that last heat 11. Well, unfortunately for Jin Boer, he didn't really get going in that one, as his kite overtook him. It might have been during this move here where his kite was way out the side. He did well to land so softly, but he ended up with his kite well upwind of him, and that was the end of him in this competition, unfortunately for him. But we saw lots of jumps over 15 metres there, and I think some of the biggest jumps of the day. Demonstrating a right foot forwards moves as well was Josh Gillett. Are we going to see that S-loop from him in the replays as well, I wonder? 7 trick attempts to remind you, then 2 of their best moves, and that's what we're likely seeing on these replays. Could this be the double we saw from Josh Gillett? There's one. No, that was just, we're still early on in this heat for the replays. Got lots of nice ones because the next heat is still red flagged, as this looks like a close decision. I don't mind seeing this in competitions, taking their time with the judges now to make sure they get the right decision. Was this the double kite loop then from Josh Gillett? We remind you, you are watching the replays of that final heat, which is now in 1 frame a second on the way up. Here it goes. What was this move? Was this the double kite loop? No, it was a lovely mega loop. Board off with a grab at the end for Josh Gillett, who just butt checked out of this one. And it really was a battle, as it's now gone into some sort of overdrive mode. For it's gone purpley on my screen. Yeah, we got rid of that. Nice one for the director. There is your scene there. The red flag is currently up for our last heat of round 3. Joris Heronwin, Scott Baronson and Julian Megvogel. Who's going to win it? Hayden, do you know much about these 3?
I know that Scott is on that ozone and he can absolutely send it. Joris Herwijn, Dutch rider, he can send it just as big. He has some really good inversions, especially on some front rolls, so his boogies are nice and clean. And Julian Mayvogel can get it together, sort of a similar riding to Lucas Cerruti. He needs to be in the right frame of mind, and he doesn't need to be overstressed. I feel like looking at the last time we were out here riding, Julian Mayvogel just got a little bit flustered, and it did cost him some major points. So it is a very strong heat. It's a very technical heat. And yeah, whoever wins this goes up against Cohen van Dijk and Jeremy Belando in Heat 14. So, and just to confirm, we've just got an update here. Winning out Heat number 11, advancing through to the semi-finals, Lucas Cerruti is up against Jason van der Spey and Adrian Emmers. So, another banger of a heat coming up.
Yeah, and he won by about 1.6 there. It was I'd say that's maybe not super comfortable, but comfortable enough. So unfortunately for Josh Gillett, the big moves there that stood out for Luca was a 6.89, where he really flew above the horizon out to sea. I think it was maybe his contra loop, which done it for him. So well done to him. He's really, it's only a matter of time before we start seeing this guy on the podium regularly. I really believe in this guy's ability. But we're just about to start off then. Between you say it a bit better than me. I've got to be honest here. Maybe it's your Afrikaans background that you have.
Joris Herwijn.
I don't want to say what I thought his surname sounded like. I couldn't avoid it.
So this heat's kicked off in the green lycra is Joris Herwijn. Scott Barderson on the white ozone. Then the yellow lycra kicks things off with a back roll kite loop to late back roll. Stomps it down nice and clean. And Julian Mayvogel there, he'll be in the red lycra. So I'm just looking, I'm peering out here, Lewis. I just want to get a glimpse as to see who's on what kite that would be, because the guys are starting off quite far upwind. Here we go. That is a huge kite loop, late back roll. That could be Joris Herwijn. Yes, in the green lycra.
I really like that. He got sent into another back roll. You don't often see a late back roll into another back roll. That was really quite a sweet move, and just taking off upwind there, sending a contra loop with a delayed front roll. Another move you don't see much, but that's ended up in curtains there. I think that might have been that was Julian.
Yeah, so Julian Mayvogel, the red pivot in the red lycra. Scott Barderson, white ozone with the yellow lycra, and Joris Herwijn on the duotone and the green lycra. So here we go. It's all happening here in heat number 12, the final round, or the final heat of, was round 4, I think. Round 3, sorry.
Yeah,
it's been a long day.
Yeah, but we are getting to some really tense times now, because these riders, one of them has to win to get through and advance into the semi-finals, of which they will land themselves in with Koan van Dijk and Jabo, Jeremy Jabo, let's stick to that, Jeremy Belando. That's going to be a tough one as well, but they're always like that here at the Big Air Kite League. The level and the standard is very high, but that's a big move. Who is that out the back? 3 back rolls. Is that someone practicing?
That's heel practicing. That's heel warming up there. I think we just, cameraman, can you pan to our riders here?
I think he's on them. He just happened to be in the background. Scott Barronson riding out. Nice takeoff there.
Yes, there we go.
Mega loop delayed back roll for Scott Barrington. Oh, that would have been an insane take if he took that. Thrown into another back roll to toe side. Then a breaking wave. A nice height on that. And 62 metres across the box he went there, as we now looking to find our other riders. But I couldn't call this one, actually. I don't know who's going to take this one to get that last slot in the semi-finals.
So tacking out there, the sun is getting a bit hectic here to look at the screen. So I'm going to try bounce my way between the two. From what I can see, is Joris Harreveen heading out to sea now. The kicker is just not forming where he wants it to be. And if the camera pans a bit right, you will see Scott Barderson also looking for that kicker. There's one just behind this one from what I can see over here, but it is closing out. He needs to get the hurry up on if he wants to make this work. And it's just not going to add up for him as turning around now. This will be Julian Mayvogel. The kickers are starting to roll in now. This is what we want to see. The wind's picking up. Lewis, what we've seen there, 36.5 knots maxing out. So the wind is up and the competition is heating up. Here we go. Julian Mayvogel trying to find that kicker. Is a small one. This we're going to start looking for to make chop work, and he has found it out the back. Boogie loop, not getting the height, but getting the scores on the board, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, it's only a 9.4 boogie loop there. He really didn't go. Look at this nice set. Surely he's got to take this. You've got to keep riding. Back to him, I think we go with that red car. I fancied he was going to go for it, but no, he didn't. It must have just closed up on him. The cameraman trusted that he wasn't going to make it. He's got a nice takeoff here. I would have sent that. Maybe. Probably not worth just the big boost and the downwind loss here. So Scott Barronson with a wonderful example of how to transition a massive 16-metre boost, but he may well be.
Oh, sorry to butt in there, Lewis. The camera didn't see that, but that was an absolutely huge doobie loop there by Joris Harreveen. That was insane. We looked at the jump there from Scott Barderson. Yes, he jumped absolutely massive there, but the doobie loop coming out of Joris Harreveen was insane. Hope someone got a video of that, because that was super clean, super steezy, and that's what we want to see here at Big Air Kite League, as now Scott Barderson makes his way out to sea. The kickers are forming for him.
6.18 coming in for Joris then, which puts him straight into the lead here with about 4 points in front. He's looking comfortable. He's only done 2 moves as well, so he's obviously picking his moments, picking his waves, and it really is hard to pick the waves here. From this camera angle, it might look a bit easier, as that's not really going to score a huge amount. Mega loop 1 footer there. Is that
was the board off? That was
he did get it both out. Okay.
Yeah, by the fin.
Don't think that's going to score a huge amount there, but actually looking out at the sea, the angle we bring you, which is coming from our camera up here, it really starts to show just how backlit these riders can be with the sun setting down in the west. It's hard to actually focus on it because your eyes are coming into the beach. They have to change completely the focus. You can see really nicely. Then you're riding out into the sun and it's blinding. This is the angle that you can see looking out to sea, and it really is, it does your eyes in, to be honest. I'm surprised we don't see some riders wearing glasses.
Yeah, I don't think most of these riders would want to be wearing glasses. Just lots of sunscreen. As on your screen now, Scott Barderson now making his way out. The kickers starting to form. The kickers are rolling in. We've got a bit of white water from what I can see.
Do you reckon that would hurt, a big face caner with glasses on?
Absolutely, it would hurt. It even hurts with the helmet on.
6 minutes to go then here. Heat number 12. It is the last heat of round 3 before semi-finals take place for the men. The ladies is already stacked up and is headed towards their final already. This is a big mega loop board off. Can't even be sure if that was a contra loop. Just looked like the pool was an actual mega loop. Oh, and he just gets bounced out. What a travesty of a bounce out there. He had that absolutely in the bag there. Not sure who that was. I know it's a red Nash.
That was
Julian?
Mayvogel that
Julian.
crashed out there. But Joris Harreveen has made a kite change. Has he gone to a smaller kite? We're going to find out now. There's one. There's two kite loops. It's a double by Joris Harreveen.
We just missed the takeoff, but we did go back to him there. So what's he changed to there? Looks like a dice of some sort. That is a nice big mega loop board off from the North Rider. Just upwind. I think that is Joris up there.
Well,
5 minutes left.
The crowd seemed to like that. That was nice and big there. Sorry, the camera didn't catch that. I'm bouncing between camera and screen here, so if I do go ahead, I do apologize. The glare is just getting really bad to also see on the TV. But now here we go. This is Joris Harreveen heading out again. Here we go. Is he going to go for an S loop? Oh no, just not getting the power there. That dice seems to have a lot more punch and height compared to the rest of the kites for these doubles. So it could be playing into Joris' favor as now he makes his way in. Are we going to see any more kite changes from the likes of Scott and Julian? As there goes Scott, kite loop just with a straight grab. Not getting the height on it.
Yeah, just 11.3 meters coming. Confirms that from the Surfer app data there. Really, these riders want to be punching above 15 meters to get the big boost. 37 knots coming in with a low of 20 knots here at the Big Air Kite League's final stop in Cape Town. We're at Dolphin Beach Hotel. There is a mistake. I wonder if they're going to include that as an attempt. I think that was a good bailout there, actually. I don't think that's going to count as any sort of attempt for Joris there.
So, Scott Bardenson has come in now. He's changed to a 6-meter ozone Rio. So we're going to see some doubles out of Scott. And does this force the hand of Julian Mayvogel to also come in and make the switch? I don't see a spare kite up for him as Joris Harreveen is heading out now. The camera pans him. There he is in front of your screen, making his way out. The kick is going to start to build up. Here we go. Here we go. One. And it's an S-loop. He comes out with massive speed and he sticks it.
Wow.
Very happy with that.
What a move. It almost looked like he touched the water there on that little bit of lift he got. But wow, that was really one of those heart-stopping moments. But he pulled it off. I think that's going to score big as these riders all going for it now. Going for double or nothing. All the riders on small kites now hoping to get that variation score and up some of their lowest scores. But the wind is enough. 37 knots to go for the doubles. Heart-stopping moments here at the Big Air Kite League. That was one of them. On your screens now, Scott Barrington. Here's his go for a double. Needs a good takeoff. Don't think he's got it there. Just didn't get the right wave. He's going to have to turn around, tack a ball. How many attempts have these riders got? Let's remind you, they get 7 trick attempts. Their 2 best tricks will count. They can't do 2 of the same manoeuvres. They have to be different. That's important that we don't just get the same tricks here at the Big Air Kite League. But what I like is we're looking for quality. 2 of their best, not 4 or 5. We want to see the 2 big bangers here. And this one's going to go down to the right. Joris looking good. The others are still going to upgrade their low scores, I believe, Hayden.
Well, they have to because Joris Harreveen is running away with this as Julian Mayvogel was going for a trick there. Just backed out of it. And Scott needs to find this kicker. I think he sees the kicker at the back. Here we go. He launches one. Oh, he backed out of it. I mean, to go for a double, the mindset you have to put yourself in is here goes Joris. Oh, he was also going to go for a double. So the wind may be playing a factor, and obviously the swell. If you do hit the kicker wrong and you have too much horizontal pull to try pull a double, it is not going to help. There'll be too much line slack, so the guys really have to get that vertical takeoff correct in order for them to pull that maneuver.
These guys know on the way up straight away if they've got a good feeling or not. It's not just decided. Good kiteboarding and good big air kiteboarding is not decided before you take off. You know, you're going to hammer yourself like it. But the best guys out there and girls right now, they're making decisions mid-air. Right, does this feel good or not? And they would know on takeoff. I don't think that one. It does feel good. He did get it. Can Scott Barrington land? I didn't think he was high enough. It was. He's nailed it. Scott Barrington gets his double in and looks like it was 10.5 meters, which is about the height, I think, minimum you got to go to get the time for that move.
Incredible stuff there by Scott, making sure he puts some more numbers on that board. He has to start playing catch up. There we go, 4.63. He's sitting at an 8.65. But Joris Harreveen still sitting at 11.41, running away with this as he is on your screen now. The kicker is up in front of him. Here goes Joris. 1. Oh, he looked very tempted to go for that S-loop. That kite came back, looked very, very tempted. As we have 30 seconds left of this heat. And it is starting to heat up slowly, but Scott needs to start adding some more numbers to that board.
Yeah, he lost tension really on the way up. He just didn't get a good feeling as now we're starting to see the riders get tired a little bit here now. So 25 seconds remaining for 2 of these 3 riders, and you'd have to say right now it's Joris that's put in the big. But I don't think these doubles are scoring incredibly well compared to the big boosting moves we saw earlier on. It's 37 knots here, and maybe the bigger kites with the decisions. Perhaps these double kite loops are just for variation, but Joris doesn't really need to worry. He's got the big scores on the board. The other 2 need something very special. 3 seconds, it's almost the end, but this is a big takeoff. What's he got? Was it an S-loop?
No, that was a contra, but he looked like he was going to go for a contra S-loop. That was very, very close. He had the height, but we have red flag now. End of the heat. We'll be back shortly.
Here we are then at the Big Air Kite League. It is the final tour stop, and we have a wonderful day of action which has been taking place in front of us. Maybe you've just joined us here from wherever you are around the world. Hello, I'm Lewis Crathen, and to my side is Hayden Jonas. How are you doing, Hayden? You've been here for all day. Here's the replays. I'm not even going to let you tell me. I want you to tell me about these replays first.
Oh yeah, looking at the replays here, yes, Scott Morrison making his way out to sea. He had quite a good heat, nice and controlled. Make sure he stomped down some doubles, which was nice and good. There's Julian Mayvogel with a kite loop, late back roll board off, just making sure he got some numbers on the board. He had a bit of a tough heat. It wasn't the heat he was hoping for. As to confirm of this heat, advancing through all the way to heat number 14 against Cohen van Dijk and Jeremy Belando is Joris Harreveen, so the winner of that previous heat. As now we are getting ready, we're still looking at the highlight reels here. This is in the yellow, this is Scott. Kite looped with a nice little clean steezy grab. That's what you want to see, and this is Joris Harreveen. I think this was one of his doubles. If I can see from that kite, yes it is. There goes one on the S loop. That's what you want to see. That was some incredible riding there by Joris, and it is why he has advanced all the way through to heat number 14, the semi-finals. And we are getting ready, Lewis. This is it, eh? This is the semi-finals. We've got big hitters now. Heat 13, Evan Klein, Giel Vlucht, and Filipos.
5 heats remain. of the competition of the year here at the Big Air Kite League.
6, including the ladies' final. We still got to do that. 6 heats remain.
5.
Oh, yes, my bad. It's been a long day, Lewis. It's been a long day.
I had to stand by that. I've got a few things wrong today.
Stand your ground.
I've got a few things wrong today, Hayden, to say the least. But that one I was pretty certain about.
I'm taking this. Leave me alone.
So yeah, just to remind you, it's 3 semi-finals of the men, a final of the men, and I think we are already in the finals of the ladies, of course. Yes. So 5 heats left of this epic day so far. The wind, let's tell you about that. I'm refreshing now, 36.5 knots. Let's tell you about the dramas in the rankings here as well. So Hoogenrad can win the year. He has to come second. So more importantly, he's got to go through this heat. It's a green flag right now, and out there with a massive mega loop delayed back roll. That looked like Luca Giruti on that blue north to me. So this is the heat between Evan, Gil and Luca. One of these.
Filippo's, we all make mistakes, Lewis. Filippo's opening up there with a massive one as Evan Klein with a kite loop, laid back roll, board off into another rotation. Whoa, came down with so much speed there.
That wasn't very nice of his kite there, just slammed him into a no. He didn't need that extra back-breaking hit at the end. He'd already taken his hit. 12.4 meters, but interestingly here for me, that was a 3.1 G-force, thanks to the Surfer app for that. But here we are then. Heat 13 is the first semi-final. Gil has got to win this to keep his dreams alive of being the overall Big Air Kite League champion.
As we see Gil, that is not Gil there, that is Filippo's on your screen. From what I can see, Gil is just making his way out to sea. Yes, we pan left. There goes Gil, kite loop. That was a boogie loop. Very clean, coming down. Gil nice and in control. I think that's how Gil wants to start his heat out. Nice and easy, not do anything crazy. Just get the numbers on the board, flow into it, and then start banging out the big ones.
I didn't catch his first score there, but I did notice on his surfer data that he got a 19 plus meters. So
he was warming up earlier.
He only got 2.71 for that first score. I think it was this score here, because the other scores would have been on the screen already from the other riders. So it was a 15.7 for that last one, which gives him a 6.11 for that last move. So I wonder what he did with that first move. He obviously didn't connect, but he went massive. But either way, he currently finds himself in the lead very early on here, as that is a nice mega loop board off with a back roll from Filippos, and that is why he's here in the semi-finals. Wow, what a move that was, Hayden.
That was insane. I just saw that out the corner of my eye. He was over the horizon. That is what we want to see. That was huge. What a surface say. 15.1 meters, covering 78 meters. As now we pan over to Gil. Look, the kicker is building up for him. Here we go. This looks good. What is going to come out the bag here? Goes up, board off, late back roll, tries to get inverted there. Very, very clean. I don't think as high as Filippo's, but very, very clean and steez there. 14.3 there, only covering 55 meters. So Filippo's really had that one in the bag.
Good call there, Hayden. Just didn't look quite as high. It wasn't far off, but it's really useful to see that data from the Surfer app. Again, these riders choosing to use this software here. They want to have this out there. They don't have to have it. Any of them could easily not take it out there. So good for them that they want to bring this interaction and this data to you at home, which is just wonderful for us to see. Of course, G-force landing, time in the air, distance they cover, and acceleration through the air, just some of the metrics that we can bring you. 8 minutes and a half then remaining of this first semi-final. Let's remind you that Gilvloed has to advance from this heat to keep his title hopes and dreams alive here. And Corey, he's got a bit of a tough heat to deal with. Evan Klein, will this be his moment? I think he finished on the podium last year. Did he finish on the podium last year, or was that the year before?
Well, we can just look at his stats over here. Well, it doesn't say that, but it just says full power to Reefer 16th and Lords of Triumph 4th. But Evan Klein, I think he also competed. Mikey, if you can confirm, did he compete at King of the Year?
Yes, he did, but he didn't get through the Porsche Golden Ticket. Unfortunately for him, Kohan Van Dijk and Sean Overbeek, no, one of the Overbeek brothers, just nailed it and went all the way to the finals actually, and the semis respectively. So yeah, he effectively did, but didn't quite get through the Porsche Golden Ticket. And as I'm told, he rode really well in that. He just had a bit of a tough deal against two riders that finished up in the top echelons of that.
Here goes Gil. Gil has something out the bag. Huge boogie loop board off. We could call that a doobie loop board off if we wanted to. That was insane, but he doesn't stick it.
That was a horrendous bit of misfortune on the way down there. Just a micro burst, some of you airline pilots might say, just pushed down into the water like that. That was really unfortunate. 18.8 meters pointed out to me. That was 3 rotations into that 112 meter distance. Wow. Are you kidding me? Maybe he's your rider of the day with that move. Please vote at Kitemana.com. Do not forget to do that, because those rankings so far look quite interesting. In the meanwhile, that guy's not in the heat. I think I know who that was. Artwin. I'm not even going to bother telling you what happened. But meanwhile, Filipos.
That was very nice. A kite loop board off there by Filipos, not getting the height. Only 15.3 meters. He is averaging really between the 15 to 18 mark is Filippo, so he is managing that height over there, as now the camera should pan over to Evan Klein as he's making his way out to sea. There he is, just in front of your screen. The kicker is building up. This should be huge by Evan. Here we go, off the kicker. He goes massive. A huge kite loop, late back roll board off, and sticks it down nice and clean. The sponsors are going to be happy with that. CORE Kiteboarding with that XR7. That is what they want to see. And 15.8 meters, covering 88 meters distance. Thank you to CORE. That's some incredible stuff as the camera pans over now to Giel Vlucht. Giel sees the kicker in front of him. There is one just behind it. Will he get to it in time? I don't think so. I think he's going to have to back out of this one. But wow, that was really big there by Evan. Waiting for those scores to come through, but Giel Vlucht is sitting at 11.83 and Filipos 11.15. So this is very close.
Yeah, and it's Evan just popping over that wave. His body language tells me he's seen something he likes. Is he still excited? Yes, he has. Here he goes. He's connected there with a back roll mega loop into a double back roll, into a third back roll. Is there a fourth back roll? Can he stick that? Yes, he can. Big technical move there, 13.1 meters, but he just kept on spinning with a 4.7 G-force for the surf wrap. That was a pretty good move. Can I just say, Filipos, he might be one of your riders of the day as well. We'll tell you how you can do that in a minute. But meanwhile, going through the gears now is Giel Vlucht. He's got that trick on lock, the back roll mega loop board off with multiple rotations. So do not forget then, Kitemana.com/vote for your rider of the day. It's €1,000 that they're going to get, and I think Filipos is a good shout for that so far. He's found himself here in the semi-finals up against these two pros that are pretty decent, so well done to him.
Pretty well established riders for sure there, Lewis. He's up against Double G, Giel Vlucht, the man who brought in the double mega loop. We all, growing up as professional kiteboarders, we've always thought about doing it, and Giel had the balls to go and throw it down, and it has created a different genre of kiteboarding where we're seeing multiple rotations and add-ons with the double loop and the S loop. So one of the new generation pioneers of the sport. There is Evan Klein now as Giel makes his way around back out to sea. The camera should pan over. There we go. He is in front of your screen. There's a kicker building up in front of him. He's just veering off downwind, waiting for it. He's just pumping it up. Here we go. Nope. Unfortunately not. He got there just too much in time and unfortunately missed that perfect spot to hit that kicker. As making his way out, there we go. There's Evan Klein. You can see how that kite is working. The wind has picked up incredibly here. Here goes Evan out the back. A huge boogie loop board off into a late rotation, a front rotation, adding another one, sticking it down. Very clean. He's happy with that. 16.1 meters, carrying 57 meters of distance. And Evan Klein now leads this heat with a 13.67 ahead of Giel Vlucht. That was a high scoring trick. 7.05 from Evan. As Giel is now making his way out. There are some monster kickers rolling in. Lewis, here we go. This looks big, but he's a bit late.
Can't connect with that. That was a leg breaker. That's one of those you think you can make and you just can't. So he avoids it there. But big scores coming in here. We're seeing scores high up in the 6s and 7s now as we expect this as we get down to the business end of this event now. This is really getting pretty epic now. Wind is over 36 knots still. And punching the air on the way inside. Who is that coming in? Pretty stoked about things.
Oh, there's a windsurfer in the box. Can someone please ride into him and move him out the way, please? As that is Filipos, that is down, but he's back up. I just saw that crash out the corner of my eye. Here goes Giel Vlucht. Front roll board off. It doubles, also Doobie board off and sticks it down nice and clean, adding the numbers to the scoreboard. It is game on between Giel and Evan.
Was that a contra loop as well? He appeared to have the left hand on there. I didn't see the kite either. No, it was actually, we didn't have a wide there, so it wasn't easy to see, but I could just see his left hand on the white side of the bar, which I think is left for them.
That's very brave of the windsurfer to be riding through the competition box and then getting out the water where everyone is. He's going to get thrown stone at him. So, back up to it now. We have 1 minute 46 seconds left. 14.27 to a 13.27. 1 point difference between Evan Klein and Giel Vlucht. We have to wait and see what the variety says, but Evan has now changed over to a smaller kite, so we're going to see some doubles from... Ooh!
Equipment malfunction. That's all I can think of.
I think he got hit by the wave.
Don't know what happened there. He just really didn't work out there. And because he was on that smaller kite now, you said he's just changed down. He didn't have much lift available. Someone slammed it out the back to the left there too. But Giel Vlucht, 1 minute and 18 seconds left here. He's close with Evan. Okay, needs to really find something here. Can he upgrade the 6.11? He doesn't want to be relying on the variation score here if he's going to keep his dreams alive of winning this.
He needs to stomp his authority now. He has 50 seconds left. The kickers are starting to roll in, so he needs to look over his shoulder, make that turn on, and get to those kickers as fast as possible, because the tide is starting to drop, and it is now or never for Giel Vlucht. What does he have left in the bag? I think he's on an 8 meter. He can throw the double on the 8, but is the wind allowing for it? As on your screen, I think that is Giel. Yes, so there's Giel Vlucht and Filipos. There goes Filipos out the back. That was a contra loop. Very, very nice and clean. I think he added a rotation. Just the glare in my face. Could not see that. Giel Vlucht needs to get the hurry up on you. The kicker's building up in front of him. Here we go. Doobie loop with the board off coming. Oh, no. Giel has lost the board.
And he really took that on a whitewater breaker. He knew he had no choice there with 10 seconds left. So Giel is going to be relying on something very big with variation score here. He's down by about 0.96 to Evan. There is the red flag. Judges will do their thing. But could we well have seen one of the most incredible decisions in the history of kiteboarding from Andrea Principi to decide and rely on Giel not coming second in order to win this championship? Because right now, to remind you, before we go off to a break here, we have to fill you in on this, is that right now, Andrea Principi, he has done 3 events out of the 4. They're allowed 1 discard. He had to go home for whatever reason he'd done, but only man that could beat him here was Giel. Giel has to come second today, and we will have to find out if he's managed to get through, and quite really relying on the variation factor here, because Evan Klein has ripped it in that heat and is a point ahead so far. Let's go to a break.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today.
What's up guys, it's Tino here from SpaceX Kitesurfing. Shouldn't there be more kiteboarding competitions for everyone? This year we're collabing with the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town to create the biggest Big Air kiteboarding competition of the world. Anyone can join, you only have to be able to jump. You can ride against your own level of participants. Same as this competition, we will use the server app to measure the height. We have great money and gear prizes, which are easy to win, and also a groovy after party. If you want to find out more details and information, you should click the link down in the description, and see you at the beach.
Kitemana rider of the day, please vote for your rider. We were just joking around, funny, saying you could vote for Andrea Principi. Oh no, you can't. He's not riding today. I don't know the rules. Actually, you can't. I mean, it was a good decision, maybe looking that way, but
funny.
It would be funny. But do you know what? I think there's some other people that deserve it for the day. Don't forget the ladies as well that have been ripping as well. So you can do that. They will win. Is it 500? No, it's €1,000. Wow, they will get €1,000. So let's go into some replays here. Let's try and dissect what happened in that really important heat here. To remind you, Hill had to win that heat to keep his hopes alive of being the Big Air Kite League champion. We are watching the replays. We were watching the replays. There are the replays, and here was Evan, who started off with a pretty big board off rotation move there, going into multiple spins. He was pretty strong the whole way through, really, was Evan. Filipos just couldn't keep up with the other two in the end. A couple of crashes cost Hill in this heat. He sort of worked through the gears. He started off with a huge jump. I don't know what went wrong with it. He only got a 2.5 for it. There is Filipos, who really done well to get to the semi-finals today. He's done himself proud. I don't think he's managed to get through this heat unless something drastic happens with the variation score. But this is the Ocean Rodeo. It's replays, remember, please, guys and girls at home. This is Hill, who nailed that wave and went up in the air and performed something pretty special that I didn't see as it disappeared. But this was massive, and I believe he crashed this one. It looked so good to me. It was up to 20 metres, double front, and he just bombed out the sky with that move. Upwind one of the riders, looks like Jet, that was training. Back to Filipos then, who's with his lovely textbook mega loop board off, really nice and controlled. He's really comfortable during that move. But this was the big one, I think, from Evan Klein here. Mega loop, board off, delayed back roll, lovely control, lots of distance there, which we saw with the Surfer app. And he just went from gear to gear after this. I think we got a 4 rotation move eventually. This may well have been it, where he just kept on rotating. Again, that was 4 rotations during that kite loop board off. And I think it might have gone that way. We can't confirm that yet. We do want to bring that to you. There's Hill during the end of that semi-final. Could that be the end of Hill in this competition? We do not know yet. I have not got that confirmed, but these are still the ever delivering replays of that. If you are joining us now, this was the replay of this, which is gone again. Can I commentate a replay? Maybe, if I think about it. He went high, he did something. It's not bad. Don't know. Trying to bring you all these replays here is very difficult. But we will be coming up very shortly with 2 more heats then of the semi-finals. But right now we are showing you the replays, or not. I think we should bin the replays. Let's go back to our wide view of the beach. I know we're still in replays. There we go. We are back now. Look at that glare coming through now. The absolute nightmare for the judges and commentators, staring out to the horizon, getting ready for this next heat, which is about to take place. Let's remind everyone who's taking to the waters here now. Hilflug making his way to the final. Something's happened there with the variation score, and it looks very close. 0.2 it looks like. Can we confirm this already? Is it possible we can do it? Yes, we can. I confirm to you back at home an incredible variation score coming in of 2.23 for Hilflug to Evan Klein's 1.73 has pushed Hill into the lead by 0.2, making it into the final. Hilflug from the Netherlands, keeping his dreams alive, and I expect to see an Evan Klein up here in a second in the judges booth, probably going to say something, but I think they took their time. 0.2 there, Mike. Did you see that? Just pushed Hill through, so his variation came off. Wow, I don't know what to say.
Wow, that's what I got to say. Wow, like seeing how that heat went for Hill, I was very, very nervous. Obviously them crashing out with that boogie board off, missing the board, but variety, you can see how variety adds an upset. One rider looks like they could be dominating, but we'll talk about that later. We into this heat now. Koen van Dijk, Jeremy Belander and Joris Herwijnen as on the slingshot kite in the yellow lycra. That would be Jeremy Belander. Green lycra on the Nash kite. That would be Koen van Dijk and Joris Herwijnen on the duotone kite in the red lycra.
And just we do have a green flag. I just want to wrap that up as I can quickly see. Hill landed pretty much every move in that last heat. Evan Klein only 3 moves. I think that's what really helped with his variation score for Hill, and he'll be so happy to receive that information. He may well have been aware that he was down on a score. He was about half a point down in the end. It wasn't as much as we saw, but out on the water right now is a mega loop with a delayed back roll with 3 rotations, loads of distance. That was loads of distance. That was. I really love that. What's the surfer app going to tell us about that rider? That was a duotone rider, which must have been Joris, I think, going absolutely miles. There is that J-Bo with a mega loop delayed back roll. These riders starting to get some big distance now. We're in standby with the surfer app, but we are live for this heat 14, which is the second semi-final of the men.
That's Koen van Dijk out the back with his back roll kite loop. Triple spin what he does, his little windmill. Incredible stuff there by Koen van Dijk. They're putting the kite down, but he actually rides away. So what will the judges say about that? The kite went down. He didn't fall down. But Koen van Dijk there, so I do take that back. Koen van Dijk on the red north orbit there in the green lycra. Jeremy Belander on the slingshot code, and on the dice is Joris Herwijnen. Rebel, sorry. They're all making their way in now. You can see them on your screen. There is Jeremy Belander. Now, Lewis, watch out for Jeremy Belander, because like he did in Red Bull King of the Air, he does some monster stuff on the inside.
Just taking a breath there as 10 minutes remain in this heat. Interestingly, for some of these riders, they've had to wait a long time to compete. They've got straight through here to the semi-finals at the early stages of the Big Air Kite League in our first day, where we ran the second division and also the first round of the Pro. So some of these riders we haven't seen or even heard about today. Jeremy Belander and Koen van Dijk. So it's Joris that's been and got the experience of riding today on the water. But meanwhile, Jeremy Belander trying to negotiate this. I think he's going to miss this one. It might close out. Yeah, sensibly just jumps over. And maybe that's just not being out on the water today. Maybe just a bit of bad fortune. But I think it's going to be in his favour here, Joris. He's been out there. He's got the feeling of the waves, the speed of it. But Kohan is such a pro as well. And I think if I had to lean towards one rider here, Kohan, quite easy to lean towards a rider when they've got the highest trick score of the day on the board, which I think is a 7.83. Correct me if I'm wrong, Hayden. I think that's the highest score of the day so far.
I think so too. We need to just go back and look at that, but I think I have to agree with Lewis here. 7.83, probably one of the highest of today. As here goes Joris Herwijnen making his way out to sea. As the kick, there's a nice kicker forming for him just in front there. Here we go. Joris Herwijnen launching kite loop. Board off. Ooh, he's delaying it to a front rotation. Nice and delayed. Look at that. Oh,
he went into another. He got tempted into another, or maybe he was forced into. I think it was a back rotation. Ended up in a double and just got nailed there. It really did explode. I'm pressing the space. Am I too late for that replay? Maybe I might have caught it. I've been told to press the space bar, which is almost like our star move button. He had that in the bag almost, but he just got thrown round into that other rotation. So 8 minutes left for these riders. They get 7 trick attempts, let's remind you. Only 2 are going to count. Can't be the same
there
move.
Goes Jeremy Belander out the back. Kite loop, lay back roll by the fin. Getting stupid height. Look at that. Insane. He was over the horizon. That is what you want to see here at Big Air Kite League. To kick off the semi-finals. Incredible stuff there. 16.4 meters covering 88 meters. As
slammed. Got slammed there. He might have been.
Was that Koen?
I think he might have been tempted to hit one off the wave there, and the wave just broke, but he took it and came back there. Jeremy Belander then going into the lead, but that's only because Koen really doesn't have his second score in now. Koen, with that big score to start with, will be so happy to be in this position right now, but J-Bo's got the moves.
Absolutely, and yeah goes Koen van Dijk out the back. Boogie board off into another rotation, swinging down. Ooh! Can't land that. He came down with his back face in the water. That is not how you want to be swinging down after maneuvers like that.
What about if you like put the board under your back and landed like that and rode away? Do you think they'd allow that? They should do.
As long as you land on the board, eh?
Ayrton could do it. I reckon Ayrton could do that.
Ayrton can do it, we can do it.
Well, no, I probably couldn't. Like, if Ayrton can do it, nobody can do it. I reckon is how it should go. So 16.4 metre sorts of heights here from Jeremy Belando. And I wonder if Cohen's going to be going that little bit higher. Here, riding out to sea on that slingshot then is J-Bo. Looks like no, it hasn't really got a solid... I lost him in the waves there, actually, with that tricky contrast now as our cameraman just panning back to the beach there to get a nice shot of Joris. It's Duotone versus North versus Slingshot here in this second semi-final of the men. We are in the finals of the ladies, and the big shock there so far today is none of the top, our current top two here, well, our second and third ranked. Pippa's not here, of course. They didn't get to the final. I wonder what that means.
Sorry to butt in there, Lewis, but that was a huge doobie loop board off by Jeremy Belando. That was insane. I'm waiting for the surfer stats to roll in here, but that was absolutely massive, getting some stupid height. That is incredible. That the amount, 17.6 meters covering 87 meters. That was incredible stuff there by Jeremy Belando. We can see his dad on the beach here, just cheering him on as Cohen Van Dyke out the back, kite loop front roll with the added rotation with the board off. Whoa!
Joris then with 100 meters distance there. And what I love about this stats from the Surfer app is just imagine a 100-meter running track. It took him 8 seconds to cover that distance, so he'd beat a 100-meter sprinter with that move going that far. That's pretty epic. 65 kilometers an hour he was traveling to perform that. So 100 meters distance now we can see with that live interactive data from the Surfer app. That's wonderful to see and really enjoyable to explain that to you. You really get an idea of what they're doing. 4.5 on the G-force. That's a heavy landing as well.
Joris Herrewijnen heading out now, hits the kicker. Kite loop, board off by the fin, swinging down nice and clean, has a bit of speed and puts it down clean. That's what we want to see, nice and clean by Joris Herrewijnen. Very, very nice. Like I said earlier, let's keep our eye out for Jeremy Belando. He is quite the machine coming up on the inside. He can gain a lot of height off flats, so let's watch out for that, and that is going to help him when it comes to the variety score. We saw in the previous heat how variety score can upset the scoring at the end. As there we go, there goes Jeremy Belando on the inside, a boogie loop, nice and clean. Look at the height. We go to the Surfer app, we wait for the stats to come through. That was very, very high there by Jeremy Belando.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to top 15 meters. No, it doesn't. It's 13.8, but it demonstrates the judges' right foot forwards. Interestingly then, the second scores of Cohen and Jeremy are identical, 6.76, but it's the high 7.83 of Cohan which is leaning it towards him so far here. So this could well go down to the variation score as well. And just while we have a tiny little break of this one, although kind of don't get a break. Oh, this is going to line up here, I think, for J-Bo. Surely going to hit one of the two kickers coming his way here. Maybe not the first. Powers through it. He might get the second. Yes, he will. Lovely takeoff. It's a back roll, mega loop. Wow, that was the board off after the second back roll, I think, with that mega. He didn't get the height really there for me to get nice and high, but he really went for that. 5.1 on the G-force.
That was insane. And just on your screen there, you saw Cohen Van Dyke going for a front roll kite loop board off with an added rotation. Very, very clean there by Cohen Van Dyke as he makes his way in. We're 2 minutes 50 seconds away till the end of this heat. And remember, whoever wins this heat goes straight through into the final. So where they in the final will take on Heelvlug, the first man to make it into the final. So who will it be? Will it be Cohen Van Dyke, Jeremy Belando, or Joris Herrewijnen? We'll find out in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Cohen's had a variation of scores here. I can see with his heat scoring information, which is great. Heatscoring.com giving me loads of stats here. I don't even have to do the work back at home. I can see Cohen, some of his previous finishes, a 9th into Jupafest. He's had a 4th at the Full Power Tarifa, probably his best one at the Big Air Kite League, and then a 10th at Lords of Tram. A bit inconsistent. Arguably his best result, of course, was 4th at the King of the Air. So he's really due something big here at the Big Air Kite League. But can he oust Jeremy Belando here? He's really putting it to him. I'm not sure Joris can pull a big trick to get up into the 6s and 7s, which the other two are in. He's got it in him, Joris, but the other two with 2 minutes left here are really in the driving seat as far as who might take it through. Not much between the top two then. It's about half a point between Jeremy Belando and Cohen van Dijk.
Here goes Cohen on the inside, has the camera panned over. Sorry, just saw that there, Cohen van Dijk. I think that was just a kite loop board off, and I'm also just looking out. I see Jeremy Belando was going for a kite change. So there's lots of action going on here. Keeping my eye out on the screen and on the beach. And Jeremy Belando is on a smaller kite as he is hopping his way over the waves, making his way out to sea. And the wind, I cannot see what Lewis, what's the wind doing there? The glare is pretty bad from these screens.
Yeah, no, good reason to actually have a look at the wind now, because if it isn't quite strong enough, these double kite loops aren't hitting the big score today. I don't think we've seen a double kite loop score over 6.5. Correct me if I'm wrong. Why don't you do that in the comments? I don't care. I haven't been looking at all the scores exactly. I just got that feeling that the biggest scorers today have been the bigger kites and the straight loops for me. So this will have to be something special for Jeremy, but perhaps he's thinking variation. That's why I think the riders are doing that today. Well, let's see though. Here is Jeremy Belando. It's a double mega loop there. It looked like a delayed back roll as well.
I think he just went for the back roll, but on that was a very good move. Cohen van Dijk has now switched over to a 6 meter. The camera will pan over to Cohen van Dijk. He is on the 6 meter. There is a kicker building up for him. He seems to have the speed. Here we go. Cohen van Dijk. Will this cement his place in the final? Hits the kicker. 1, 2 with the late back roll.
Oh, yes.
Insane stuff by Cohen van Dijk. He threw the late back roll before the second loop. That was insane stuff, and the judges are going to love that.
Joris there with some really good kite skill not to slam that into Belando. Belando maybe wanted the double, or very good landing to get out the way of that board there. You didn't like the look of that, Aidan. 3 seconds left of this one. Cohen van Dijk then, whose score hasn't come through from that last double, really showing us he can go big on that double. But cool, that was exciting. The red flag is up. We're going to go for a quick break and get our breaths back. See you in a second.
And welcome back to Big Air Kite League. We're just going through some of the highlights of that heat number 14 semi-final between Cohen van Dijk, Joris Herreweyne and Jeremy Belando. Quite, and we already have the finals, the score coming through. So while we're going through this heat, advancing through to the final to face off Geel-Vlucht, Lewis?
It will be Kohan van Dijk. He's made it into the final here, and I think he's done this before, hasn't he? He's got to the final here. He likes it, the Big Air Kite League, and we can see why. We see some of these replays. Really was up against it, though, against Jeremy Belando there, who brought it to him. I think Joris just couldn't get those 6s and 7s high scores in, but great to see again the riders changing for the double loops. There was Joris with one of his best moves of the heat, which was a multiple front roll rotation board off mega loop. But Cohen really opening that heat with a 7.83 was great for him. Another move there from Joris. I think he bombed out of that. No, that was one of the cleaner landings from him. I think he's done himself proud here. But Cohen's height, for me, totally done it. On the inside then was Jeremy Belando, demonstrating that he can go right foot forwards as well. Jabo, he's won one of these 4. It looks like we're green flagging. Let's ditch these replays and go straight into this heat then.
Well, green flag is up. Here we go. Heat number 15. Jason van der Spey, Adrian Emmett, and Lucas Cerruti. We're waiting just for this highlight reel to go away. There we go. There we go. We are back to you live. Jason van der Spey, Adrian Emmett, and Lucas Cerruti. Jason van der Spey opening up his account with a kite loop, late back roll, board off. You see him heading out to sea now on that yellow air rush lift, back roll, kite loop with a huge board off, getting the distance. Look at that. Jason van der Spey sticks it nice and clean. That's what you want to see from the local man, the Malkbos kid. 17.3 meters, covering 108 meters, Lewis.
Yeah, that's why I was really keen to see that metric there. That was a big one. As Adrian Emmett, he's also not been riding today. He must have had a great start to his competition during the first day of the Big Air Kite League here. Just to remind you, that's why you haven't heard the names of Jason van der Spey and Adrian Emmett and Kohan, a few others, but working his way into this heat really nicely with a nice right foot forwards move is Luca Cerruti. I think we saw that before in the previous heat, a back roll mega loop board off from him, 9.3 meters, so not super high, but a great one for the variation for here. So a reminder to you then that the winner of this heat will go into the final alongside Geel-Vlucht and Kohan van Dijk. Hill needing a second or better to take the championship away from Andrea Principi. So it's still alive for him as he just sneaked his way through that semi-final with Evan Klein. Actually had a higher heat score, but it was the variation score from Hill, who did land loads of different types of trick, which showed that it is a hint of that. We love this at the Big Air Kite League. 2 big banger moves, but we want to see also the variation of what you got to offer. And he'll definitely demonstrated that. I think he landed 6 out of his 7 moves, where actually Evan only landed 3 big moves in the end.
Very, very insane stuff there. As now, Joris Harrewijnen there in your screen is making his way out. He is, sorry, not Joris, that is Adrian Emmett. Same kite, my bad, Adrian. Oh, hitting the kicker. There's a big one just in front of him, but just running out of time. Now, thing about Jason van der Spey is that he's also one of the only riders on the tour in conditions like this who is able to unhook and throw pass. So will we see a kung fu pass coming out of Jason van der Spey? We hope to see it as he's making his way in. Now here goes Lucas Cerruti. He's on your screen right now. The kickers are starting to build up for him. Just slowing it down a little bit as the kickers start to fade. We thought it was building up, but no, he's found something. He's building up some speed. Just not where he wants it, as there goes Adrian Emmett. And yes, he had a very, very good first round, which helped him get all the way up to the semi-final. Same with Jason van der Spey. So not much kiting for them. It's always nice to get through the first rounds and win your heats then. So yeah, it's a little bit less kiting. It's a bit different if it's over a span of days like this, so you're not really in the rhythm. But if it's a one-day event, to win your first heat and make it all the way through to semi-finals does help a lot.
Yeah, I think these guys are good enough to just go out there on their first heat, but they'll have the energy, that's for sure. They'll really be amped and fueled up for this. They know what they're doing on the water, and to have a full day rest and not just be on the beach in the sun, you know, it really does drain you. So Jason van der Spee showing that already with a nice opening score of 7.12. He's got a 5.12 added onto that at the moment, so he's up 2 points. Here's another rider that I think really we haven't seen the best of so far. Finishes of 8th, 7th and 4th I can see out the corner of my eye. He's got the ability to win an event, that's for sure. He's a real radical rider. He can do things with short lines, long lines, and I'm glad to see him here in the semi-finals of this competition.
Oh, a contra boogie board off with multiple spins by Luca Cerruti, but just landing on the face of a kicker, not going to help him. And yes, Lewis, Jason van der Spee is a multiple South African freestyle champion. Hits the kicker out back. Whoa, he saw Luca in front of him and opted to back out of that. So yes, Lewis, he hasn't had the results he's wanted, but he's competed in 2 King of the Years. He's had quite good finishes. And then, of course, he is a multiple freestyle champion here in South Africa. So he has quite the kiteboarding background. He's been kiting. I think kiting is all he has ever known. And you can see it in his riding style. If you have a chat with Jason, you ask him about the tricks that he does. He never thinks about it. He just flows with it. Whatever feels good for him and where he is, he just feels it and executes it.
He's definitely one of those riders, Hayden. That's well pointed out. He's a rider that rides with emotion and passion. I can't imagine he's got a 1 to 7 trick order or anything like that. I think he knows what he wants to do once he's in the air. He's that sort of guy. Once he sees the waves, he goes for it. And I love those riders. You just never know what you're gonna get for them. Here he is here then, just riding out. He doesn't really line up with anything. Nothing coming through nicely there for now. This one might come through then for Luca on that red north kite. He just chooses to miss that. And now just downwind of him we have Adrian, who hasn't opened his account just yet.
No, we're still waiting for some scores from Adrian. Just unfortunately it's a bit difficult now. The tide is going low, so we were expecting the swell to pick up with the tide going low, but what tends to happen here in Bloberg, the tide goes low, it sort of drops off a little bit. Was that Jason van der Spee on the inside? I did not see that. There's a lot of action going on here. I did not see that. But yes, when the tide goes low, it is very shallow. There's a shallow bank here, and it can push the waves either bigger or higher. And what we're seeing now is very, very small waves as a back roll kite loop to reverse by Adrian Emmett. So good opening up account there for him.
It's quite clear to me here then, we've just seen a bit of the atmosphere sort of come out of this heat, even by the way we're talking. I'm looking at the live weather. It's dropped to 32 and it's gone east. We've seen a lot of easterly come into this, and we started this morning with that, with the wind a little bit offshore, and perhaps that's why we haven't seen this explosion of massive trick scores. This can happen at the time of day here, and it's really going to set the scene for the final that comes up. The riders that have kited here the longest, Jason van der Spee, who lives here, surely will be into that. Also Luca, you know, he knows how these winds go, but it's dropped now to 32 and it's gone east, so it's gone that little bit more offshore, which our weather station is saying. And I wonder if there'll be a change of kites, maybe up in this heat. Who knows? The wind might feel back in. It might feel back in, but I think that's just why things have just changed here. But working his way towards that kicker now. Here he goes then. Luca Cerruti, he's connected here. That's nice. Contra loop into Doobie board off as well. Sticks it clean. What a landing that was, Hayden.
Very, very clean there by Luca Cerruti. Really stomping his authority here. But yes, touching on there, it's gone east, southeast. It's not what you want. It's a little bit offshore. It can be a bit gusty, and that's not what you want kiting here. Only thing is that plays into favor at the spot we're at. It's not coming over any buildings. It's coming straight over from the flay, from the wetlands. So it will be a bit gusty. It has to come over land, but there's no buildings that are causing havoc with the wind. So yes, it'll be gusty, but it is manageable.
Yeah, when we say offshore, it's not like some spots around the world where it's over if it gets there. It just changes from that ever so consistent. When your angle changes at the wave, you're heading up a bit, as Adrian doesn't quite get the 2 takeoffs that happened on the water there that didn't really merit talking about, to be honest with you. But this will be about who can dig this out now, to grind this heat out.
Sorry, Lewis, and to the viewers back home. I saw at the corner of my eye. It was happened a bit far downwind, and we were a bit focused here. I saw it at the corner of my eye. I think I just saw Jason van der Spee throw a kung fu.
That was a good spot. All I can see is
I saw it at the corner of my eye. I just saw spinning and I saw a pass going on. So I think Jason van der Spey has just thrown a kung fu in these type of winds. So that is very, very good. And I hope the judges saw that because it's going to add to the variety. Even though he's sitting at a 13.76, he is in control, but there's a kite change coming now for Lucas Cerruti. So doubles and S's, here we go.
Unless he's gone up. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know if that's the plan. I'm not even going to look out to see anymore because every time I look back at this screen, I can't see. So yeah, I'm going to just look at the screen now and talk with you at what we see coming in. At the Big Air Kite League, we are in the last semi-final. Jason van der Spey, a 5.05 for his last trick, which could well have been a handle pass, you're telling me here, Hayden, but there he goes. So Adrian's getting into this one. If he could just... Oh, he couldn't ride through it. The leg came out and 2 feet visibly come off. But he's put a 5.17 down as a banker for his first move. So he's not out of this completely. But wow, where did this time go? 2 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. 10 metres now on the surfer app recorded by Adrian. That really does show us that insight. Only 50 metres distance as well. That these riders are not as powered as before.
Yeah, so going into this, you would think that Luca has it. He's on a smaller kite. He's gonna throw a double, which he's going for, not just yet. That the variety score is gonna play through. But what Jason has done, especially now with the handle pass, the judges haven't seen that. Jason is in a very good spot to maintain the lead of this by doing a handle pass to maintain his variety score. So Jason van der Spey, a competition master, reading the competition, understanding what's happening and what he needs to do to cement his spot in the final here today at the Big Air Kite League, the final stop for the 2022 season.
Van der Spey starting the year brilliantly with the 4th place finish at the Big Air Kite League, which I think is his highest finish. He hasn't really shown us what he's really got. Well, I mean, unfortunately, the wind's dropped a little bit now. He's going to have to show us his experience as a competitor now. He has competed in King of the Airs multiple times, and as you said, as a freestyle champion, he knows how to deliver a timed heat, which is very different than free riding. Oh, S-loop attempt here. Very nice.
Very, very nice there. And I'm just looking out to see Jason van der Spey has switched kites. He's on a 6-meter air rush session team. That is with the Hoogenrad material, so it is a little bit stronger. So that kite will allow him to do the double kite loop as he's making his way out. You can see Adrian Emmers, but here goes Jason van der Spey. He is working that kite, trying to build up some speed. The wind sitting average at 23.2 knots. Is this enough for Jason to do something? If he does this, it adds to his variety score.
A 4 points coming in then. Doesn't sound good when you put it like that. 4 points from Lucas Cerruti for that double loop. They are not scoring in these lighter wind conditions now. This will fall into the hands of Jason van der Spey, that's got nearly 2 points ahead and will be eyeing up the variation. I don't think, unless you're going to do the newest trick ever, he's stoked with it, is Lucas Cerruti. His current second score is a 5.08. Let's see if that pushes it out. Was a pretty decent trick.
That was a double kite loop, laid back roll, and the laid back roll was before the second loop. So super technical, but here goes Jason van der Spey out the back, hits it. Here we go, 1, 2, and he got the height on that, bringing it down. Jason van der Spey stomping his authority here in the semi-final. He had the height there. Luca 11.7. I'm keen to see what Jason has done there. It should pop up there now.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to confirm anything there, Hayden. Those last 2 moves really threw a spanner in the works of what looked to me like Jason van der Spey marching through to the final. But we will be back very shortly after some adverts to confirm who has made it through to the final of the men. Finals coming up shortly then. See you in a minute.
Here we go.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today.
Some replays then. Welcome back of that last heat, which was, as Hayden just coming back from his restroom break. That last heat then, Jason van der Spey, Luca Ceruti and Adrian Emmerts, who is going to have made it into the final. I can't confirm the result of this heat just now, but what I can confirm is we are watching the replays of that. The wind did drop, 33 knots, went a bit more easterly, which presented a bit more difficulty for the riders, but Jason van der Spey was riding really well. He really was ripping it out there in that heat, and he was leading for quite some time. Adrian Emmerts took a while to get going. There he was with that yellow rash vest. So just a reminder to you, if you are watching, this is the replay of that last semi-final. We're going to bring you the ladies' final very shortly. There was a contra-loop front roll board off then for Luca Ceruti, and he'll really want to get through to this final. Again, we cannot confirm just yet. Oh, we might be able to very shortly now. Where's my ladder? Has he gone through? These are the replays, or we're trying to bring you the replays here of this heat. It looked like it was going to be Jason's comfortably, and then suddenly the doubles started coming out, starting off with an S loop. That was from Luca Ceruti. Both him and Jason van der Spey know the conditions. There was a delayed back roll in one of those as well, and he was stoked with that, visibly, Luca. He got back into it. Oh, and I can see the results coming back in here now as my leaderboard has been filled in. Just going to get the nods here that I can confirm the men's finalists then. So, men's finalists here to finish off the year at the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town, right in front of Dolphin Beach, will be from the Netherlands, Giel Vloed. From the Netherlands, Kohan van Dijk, and from South Africa, Jason van der Spey. And a nice little clap there from one person in the booth. It's Hayden.
It's coming home.
It will never come home.
Yeah, it should be interesting. If Giel gets first or second, he's going to take the Big Air title.
Yeah, and let's talk about that. 20 seconds remain. Actually, before we go into the ladies, we just have to tell you that Giel has to come first or second. Second will level him with Andrea Principi, but he will win on split as having the highest score of an individual trick between the two. It's ladies' final time then.
Oh, yes.
Natalie Lambrecht, Francesca Maini. It's coming home.
Oh, it's coming home now.
Absolutely massive in the back.
This is insane. Here we go. Francesca kicking things off. I think that was just a straight kite loop. Now remember, Francesca knocked out Angeli in the semi-finals with the world's first ladies double kite loop. Angeli out for blood. Is she going to come out swinging? And Natalie Lambrecht as well. She's been bolting through some heats today. Here we go. This is Francesca. She is on your screen now. And out the back is Natalie Lambrecht. She hits the kicker. It's not on your screens. I just saw at the corner of my eye. I could not see what that was. And we will not see scores in this. It is blanked out. So it is a surprise at the end for everyone. As now we look for, there on your screen is Angeli Bouillot. She makes her way out to sea, looking for that right kicker. It's just not adding up. Starting off a little bit slow going into this one. A lot different to how she started off her other heat. She normally came out swinging. As here, I think this is Francesca on your screen now. Yes, she is in the yellow. Francesca out the back. Huge kite loop. Swinging down with some speed and sticks it nice and clean. That's what we want to see in the final here. For the final stop of the Big Air Kite League Tour 2022. The first year of running a ladies world tour. So very, very incredible stuff here. As now the camera pans back, there is Natalie Lambrecht. She's making her way out. The kickers are just not forming, and trailing just behind her is Angeli Bouillot. As there's a kicker now just in front of her. Does she have enough speed? Here we go. Hits it. Whoa!
Wow, what a mega loop with the delayed back roll. So in control from Angeli. She's been really riding well today. She's had injuries over the years. Maybe some will say hasn't achieved all she could in competition. Definitely in the ladies division. She's represented the women at the Red Bull King of the Air. And she's up for it. She's waving to the beach. Wow. And she really is having an epic event here. So none of these three riders can take the title here. They can up the rankings. They can go up the Big Air Kite League rankings. And we still don't actually know. We haven't calculated who has actually won this, which is quite exciting of the title so far. However, what we're looking at now is these three ladies looking to try and win this event here in Cape Town.
Lewis, did you see the kite angle on that late back roll? She really got horizontal. I don't know if she's running 20-meter lines or not. She's getting the height, but the kite angle she got there, getting that inverted, incredible stuff there. On your screen is Natalie Lambrecht now. Hits the kicker, back roll, kite loop, comes down nice and clean. Ooh, she had it. She just landed behind the wave, and unfortunately, that's not what you want to see. As now, here goes Francesca Maini. She's looking for the kicker, hits it out the back. Kite loop, late back roll, got a bit inverted there. Ooh!
Reminiscent of one of Ruben's crashes at Big Bay years ago, going into multiple cartwheels into that one. Francesca Maini goes from definitely landing to definitely got 3 minutes to get your board back there. So the nerves getting to these riders, or perhaps just a bit unlucky on the landing there, because Francesca, any one of these three could win this. Everyone says that, but actually the way their heats have gone today, they've all demonstrated. Natalie Lambrecht, big, powerful riding. Francesca Maini demonstrating incredible double kite loops. Angeli, powerful. She's got everything. She's had the mega loop board off today. She's had huge, big scores. So this really could go either way. So the jet ski in the zone, just coming to have a little look to make sure Francesca's okay. She did go into multiple cartwheels during that crash, which looked to me like it was dealable, let's put it that way. But let's see. So 11 minutes remaining for these ladies to battle it out and decide who will be winning this event. Again, they will be definitely upping their positions on the Big Air Kite League. I think Natalie Lambrecht can get up into the top 3 or 4, and same with Francesca Maini, but I'm not sure they've all been at all the events this year, even with the discard. So I don't think any of them can actually win the title so far. But on the screens now,
a kite loop there by Natalie, just with a grab. So sometimes it looks like she does do a 1 foot or board off, but she just does a grab by the fin there. And Angeli Bouillot just looking for that perfect kicker. It is starting to roll in now. The tide is very low, and I think they're just rushing to get to Francesca. I think that's her brother just taking her kite, rushing down, taking the 5 meter to her. As on your screen there, as you can see there, he's rushing down and panning further up. There goes Angeli. Oh, the kicker broke just in front of her.
Yeah, let's go back to this pit stop between brother and sister, because this is quite a special moment. She's going to need someone to take that. How quick can they do this then? To me, that's about 5 seconds. None of the other riders are doing much at the moment, but can Angeli boost one here? Can't see anything now as the sun coming down, but we can see Angeli's timed this really well. Could this be one of her big moves? No, just decides not to. She's only done 1 trick attempt. We obviously can't see the scores coming in, but I can see in brackets the trick attempts. They get 7. Their 2 top ones will count, and a variation score out of 4 will be given to them. So will that be the passing of a kite that will really help Francesca? I got a feeling if that was a smaller kite, I don't think that's going to help her. I think the wind is lighter now. The wind has gone more east again. 34.8 knots. I think a bigger kite might have been what she would have liked.
And if you want to take all the factors into account with that crash for Francesca, I mean, could there have been a lull in the wind that maybe just knocked her out of place? It is a big possibility. You know, a lull hits you, you drop a little bit, maybe 1 or 2 meters. You hit the white water, it can really hurt into the front end.
Yeah, totally. I think we've seen lots of crashes already with these ladies, but they've been landing everything all day. I think that is a factor into it. Natalie with a wonderful landing there, presented with that horrible situation in Cape Town where a wave breaks near you, but a wonderful takeoff from Angeli. Bit out of shape on the way up, but she's powered through it. That's going to be one of her big scoring moves, I think, in this. Really well controlled.
That was insane. What I love about Angeli's riding is that second rotation. Even if she does just a kite loop late back roll, on the rotation that matters, she gets super inverted. Whether it be a boogie loop, late back roll, double, she gets very, very inverted on that rotation. And that's what you want to see. That's what the judges want to see. It shows technicality, it shows style, and most importantly, it shows execution and control. And that is that's what can define difference between first and second.
Yeah, very good point, Hayden. 8 minutes remaining then of the final of the ladies. Could you have guessed these two would be in the final maybe a year ago? The level that Natalie Lambrecht has brought to both her freestyle and big air game. Angeli back competing hard, and Francesca being one of the dominant riders, picking disciplines as she chooses, it seems. Such a dominant rider in racing. Could it be coming home for me? I'm allowed to sing that song now, Hayden.
You can sing it now. But last time we sang that song, I think the score was 32-12.
Okay, so it's been a while.
We will
Not
never
sure when did I
forget.
sing that song. I don't think I've sung that song. I just keep singing it and it never comes home, really.
So stop singing it.
Days of Aaron winning everything are long gone.
But yeah, so Francesca Maini is now back up. She's on the 5 meter. She's there on your screen. So now, is she feeling all right? She seems to be okay. She feeling okay to go throw that double, as there goes Angeli Bouillot. Hits it, kite loop, board off. Look at the extension. Ooh, she slams down hard. She doesn't bring the kites around, and she landed right next to the board. Wow, that was an insane impact there. She seems all right though. So back to my point. Francesca Maini, she's on the 5. She threw the double. The wind's not quite there, but there's a kicker building up for her. As you can see there on your screen, there's a big kicker. Oh, a bit delayed, not carrying the speed, but there's another one building up. Here we go.
I think these ones out the back just don't suit her. They're just too big. They're draining a bit of the power. They're the ones you want to kind of get early. It's the jet ski powering through the zone there, maybe to remove someone out of the zone, I don't know. But of course I've sung the song It's Coming Home, because Francesca Maini winning the event last time round. That's one of the guys just getting ready, but the cameraman is not bothered by that. He's focused on Natalie Lambrecht, that looks to be powered now. It looks like the wind has come back a little bit here now. She's visibly pushing that bar away from her as she rides out, looking for somewhere to take off, which she does. It's half decent. It's a mega loop. Board off. Oh, that's never nice to see the board landing so close to the head there.
Hey, nah. And here goes Francesca Maini. Oh, on the inside. Whoa.
Losing the board as well then from Angeli Bouillot. This really is affecting them, these conditions now, as 5 minutes and 30 seconds are remaining. Let's hope that Francesca Maini is okay. Yes, she did win the event last time around. She's got the experience to pull through this, famously winning from Hannah Whiteley and I think a few other top names here last time round. But this is all up for grabs here. But what I will say is Natalie Lambrecht has had 6 trick attempts. She's got 5 minutes left, and I think she should pick the perfect wave to do so. Francesca Maini, meanwhile, here on this small F1, looking like looks like she's powered. Are we going to see a double?
Oh, it's just not there. And yes, I agree with you. You just need that small little kicker in front of you. You don't want the big monster kicker to throw these doubles. You just want that small one, ankle to knee height, just to give you the, that vertical takeoff, and then you pull the trigger for that double. So very, very, very tricky stuff out there as the tide is dropping. It's getting a bit more choppy, and the thing is, what guys have to be careful of, we saw that from Angeli now doing a kite loop on the inside. It is very, very shallow on the inside here. You don't want to be coming down feet first. You sort of want to land on your back or bum first and sort of swing under the kite, because it is very, very shallow here.
Here's a chance here for Natalie Lambrecht. Yeah, I like this. Can she get the kite up in the air? It's a big back roll mega, and again that looked like it was over the front there. Kite goes straight down, and just this angle, I think this is what is causing some trouble here. As we watch the riders leave the beach, just notice how they're just edging off towards Table Mountain a little bit, and it means when the wind isn't super strong here, the way your board edge is actually hitting the wave is slowing you down. You're not flying off it quite nicely with that last bit of edge. You're almost slowing yourself down. You're not quite getting the tension you would like. So this is really getting tricky, but this is common with competitions in Cape Town at this sort of time. It takes the best, most skilled decisions from these riders to get the most out of it. So 3 minutes remain and 45 seconds, and we've seen some big crashes which look like they would easily be landed in at any other time, but this sort of time, there's a sensation you get as a rider out. If you've never been to Cape Town, there's a sensation you get, which I think is always a wonderful experience, of warmth and heat that hits you as the wind starts to come off the land, and there's signs to you that things are changing and maybe the best conditions of the day are passing, or at least changing from time to time. And I think that's what's going on out there right now, Hayden.
Absolutely. I mean, with the I think the water temperature today is at 20 degrees, so the water's warm, the land's warm, and it's just allowing that high pressure just to push off and go a little bit easterly. It does cause a bit of havoc. It's not nice, but it takes the best of the best and navigate around it. And these are the best of the best. These are the best women ladies riders in the world. that you're witnessing now here in this final in Cape Town. So the conditions are like that for everyone. Oh, sorry. Ooh, sorry. Angeli just went for a double then. She came in hot, slammed down. She seems okay. There's 2 minutes and 40 seconds left of this. She can still get up and do it again. But I think she did that on the inside, Lewis. And again, like what Giel said, it's easier to do off flat water than off kickers.
Yeah, interesting there. Are we going to see? This looks pretty good, though, this little wave. I like this. She just mugs it off then. Francesca saw something else. And I think she's going to have to get going here with some of her tricks as a reasonable boost. Oh, she felt it. She nearly felt it. Nearly had a chance there. Just didn't quite get it round. Look at that difficult win as a haze over the horizon by the World Cup Stadium. A great shot there from the cameraman as Lion's Head, the famous Lion's Head in the background there. Just that little haze coming in over the horizon, just indicating that it's a bit strange. Wind's gone a bit funny. They're really going to have to compose themselves here in the final of the ladies at the Big Air Kite League. Please vote for one of these riders perhaps at the Kitemana Rider of the Day. It's kitemana.com/vote.
Yes.
I'm going to guess. I think it has to be. Should be.
/vote. You are correct there, Lewis. Yes, just looking at the wind now. East-southeast, 35.6, maxing out low 16.5 and averaging at 25. So it's east-southeast. It just has a hint of offshore in it. If you look at your TV screens, you look at the waves, you can see a bit of spray coming off the back. So it's just hitting the waves, just a bit on the face of it and pushing that water over. So it is a telltale sign that the wind is slightly offshore, and you can also see by the tack of when they're going out towards port that they are edging very, very close and aiming towards the famous Lion's Head. But we are 50 seconds left of this heat, and it's all heating up here. We don't see the scores. I don't know what the scores are. You don't know what the scores are. It's going to be a surprise for all of us when it comes down to prize giving later, Lewis.
Yeah, it will be. Like, no one could call this right now, but this is a moment as a rider in a final here in tricky conditions, where that's a boogie loop unfortunately goes wrong again from Francesca. Then in the back of your mind, or even the front of your mind, you're saying to yourself, come on, one more big move, there's one more big wave, and here it might be from Angeli Bula. She gets the double kite loop. Can she stick it? Yes, she can. There is the moment in the Big Air Kite League that she was looking for, and she deserves it. That move, that wave just gifted her the opportunity. Hayden, do you think that's going to be enough?
Wow, I definitely think that's going to be enough. That was incredible stuff there by Angeli. A beautifully executed double. She had the height. She had the control. That is exactly what you want to see with a double. What is the height on that anyway? 9.5 meters. And that was a boogie loop coming out of Francesca at the back there. But 9.5 meters for a double. Incredible stuff. The red flag is up. And that's it. That is it for the final. For the 2022 season for the ladies. The first ever Ladies Big Air World Tour. Incredible stuff. Lewis, wow.
Hayden, we saw a magic moment there, and that's what we love at these Big Air kiteboarding competitions. It's the Big Air Kite League. We'll be back with the men's final shortly, but we've got a lot to talk about that ladies final.
Absolutely,
see you in a minute.
We do. and a warm and windy welcome back to the final of the Big Air Kite League World Tour 2022 Division 1 Men's Final. Joining me for this final, Colin, Carol. Colin, what a day we've had today. From the ladies' final that we've just witnessed, Angely Bouillot throwing a double to Francesca Maini, throwing a double in the semi-finals, a ladies' world's first, to this.
How are the blokes
final.
going to keep up? What are they going to
do? I want to see triples.
So in the final, we've got heel flute, Cohen van Dijk, Jason van der Spy. Heel flute, obviously the god of doubles. Cohen, though, on a fresh new kite, newly on North on the orbit.
Was that even announced?
No. This is his announcement video, I think, making the final of Big Air Kite League. And then we've got Jason van der Spy on the air rush, probably a yellow one. If Cohen, if Heel gets second place, at least second place, he's the overall Big Air Kite League champion.
Yeah, correct. So Heel needs to finish second or higher to be crowned your 2022 champion. I think, you know what, there's the pressure's on Heel here. Cohen has nothing to lose, nor does Jason.
No.
They don't really have a point to prove. Heel has a point to prove. Andrea's not here, but Andrea's in the back of Heel's mind. He has to get the job done. Now, Jason van der Spy, he threw a kung fu pass.
Yep.
That added variety.
Cohen's got that as well.
Cohen can do it. I don't even know if Heel knows how to unhook.
Heel's actually, his bar is attached to his harness. It's like an all-in-one
It's like glued,
thing.
Yeah. So we're going to get back into that. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back. Get ready. The final is coming to you live from Dolphin Beach. Heel Vlucht opening things up with a huge delayed boogie loop with 1 foot out. He sticks it nice and clean. Incredible stuff there. Jason van der Spy, as we're out the back, it's all going off here. Did he go into a doobie loop?
Oh, the riders are kicking off. The graphics is kicking off. It's chaos here at the Big Air Kite League final. This is a big deal. Whoever win. Do you know who won this last time? Lorenzo Casati.
And
Need I say more?
And what happened to Lorenzo Casati? He won Red Bull King of the Year. So there's something to this.
Cohen, back roll, late back, board off, loads more rotations.
He's
4,
a windmill.
I reckon that's 4, and he sticks it.
Absolutely.
I reckon that's going to be the highest scoring one of these first 3.
It's going to be close. It has to be close. Now, I think Jason may have a kite, 2 kites already, a short line kite and a size 6 meter kite. So is Jason going to try go handle past the short lines and doubles all in one heat? The variety on that would just be mind-blowing.
The variety would be good. He's only got 15 minutes and you usually lose about 90 seconds no matter how quick you are on those kite changes. So yeah, I think it'd be silly to do that, but we'll just see. Cohen, look at that height there, 15.9. That's big.
There goes Heel Vlucht. He is on your screen now. The kickers are rolling in. The wind has picked up. It's still a bit offshore, but these are the world's best. It's like this for everyone, so you got to make the best of it. Now, the person with the most experience in these conditions is Jason van der Spy.
I mean, it is his home turf. It'd be rude for him to not take this home, really, wouldn't it?
The
South Africa, yeah, you'd be in tears. I think though, Heel has done so much this year. This would be the ultimate.
It would be rude if he doesn't win it as well, because I honestly thought in that semi-final that was it for Heel. I was a little bit upset after that.
Through 0.02
by the skin of his teeth.
I really want to talk to Heel about that, man. It's scraping
Get him on the podcast, definitely. We have to have a chat about that, because that would
be in the podcast tomorrow morning for sure. Kitesurf 365, big up. Right, Heel's not going to be doing anything right foot forward, so let's find someone else to watch perhaps. Although he's about to attack, Cohen van Dijk.
Yep, there he
is
on the blue orbit, screen, heading out. Here goes Cohen, finds the kicker.
He hasn't even been announced on North yet, but this is it. You're seeing it happen right now. Doobie board off.
Very, very clean and steezy.
Mate, how easy was that?
Do you know how easy that kite goes around?
He just cruised it, didn't he?
It's mind-blowing.
That looked like he was in second gear. He's miles away from 5th.
Colin, I don't know if you can see what I'm seeing.
I'm looking at the screen with all the audience, which is what you should be doing. What were you doing?
I just saw a 7 meter get launched for Heel. Here we go.
That can only mean one thing.
11 minutes and 30 seconds left of this heat. So it's all going to go off here. Jason van der Spy on his 8 meter and tacking out on your screen there in the yellow. That is Cohen van Dijk. He finds the kicker.
No, didn't fancy it.
Hits the eject button. Not going with that one. As Heel is... I'm looking at Heel just he's saying something to his caddy. He's not sure if he wants to change just yet. Remember that eluded kite can fly in light if the winds are a bit iffy, but he does need wind to maximize his height.
Mate, he's got the wind. Look at it, it's nuking.
Yeah, but it's offshore. That's a problem.
Nah,
it's going slightly
only
offshore.
Only a little bit.
East southeast.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's, you know, we're in the world's best big air destination here. No one is allowed to moan. It's totally
Cohen
fine.
out the back, a doobie with an extra rotation through the rotation. Just
Mate,
not
the heli
sticking.
loop was almost too pronounced there. Just kept him up. A little bit too long. He's like, oh, misjudged this by about 2 meters.
On your screen now is Jason van der Spey heading out. Now, he has to keep eye here because he needs to make the call. Does he do a handle pass or does he go for a double? He went for both, but here goes Jason out the back. Back roll. Late back roll with the board off. Puts it down nice and clean. That's the type of riding you want to see, but as clean as what that wasn't as big as what Cohen was throwing down.
Do you know what? I think Jason needs to come in right now and change it up because he's done these big single loop rotations with board offs now. He's basically played their game.
No, he needs to play his game.
Yeah.
Or throw a handle pass.
Yeah.
As like we were saying to Market King of the Air. Either go smaller kite, go for the doubles, or go for the handle pass.
Yep.
So he's in the same position as Giel looked out the back.
That's a nice one.
What was that there? I didn't see that.
Late back roll board off that one, Hayden.
Oof.
Good job I'm looking, eh?
Good job you're looking. It's why there's two of us. It's Cohen van Dijk, a doobie board off. Now that's the second or third doobie I think that Cohen's thrown. Third one, thank you, Mike. So the judges are going to be looking at that. We don't want to see tricks repeating themselves.
I don't want to see another doobie, Cohen. Okay, change it up, son. Come on. Show me some variety. Get that bar around your back. Put the long leash on. Get the boots out, maybe. Put some boots on.
Boots and loops, eh? You've always promoted that, eh?
That would increase your variety massively, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
One boot,
And-
one foot
and a
strap,
sea
even
kite.
more.
I want to see on a sea kite. Just bring back old school big air. Scary to say that, eh?
Right,
5 years
here we
ago.
go. Here we go. We don't have time to talk about 5 years ago right now, Hayden. We're in the Big Air
Don't
Kite League
shout
final.
at me, Colin.
Come on, it's the final. We're taking it enormously seriously. I'm struggling to hold in all my stupid comments. They'll probably come
Jason
out.
van der Spey on your screen there. Oof.
Didn't fancy it.
I'm trying to look. I don't see a second
Heel
kite
up
being
to?
prepared for
What do you reckon Heel's
Jason
up to?
van der Spey.
Heel on his 9 or his 8?
No, I think he's still on his. So there's a 7 up. So I think he's on his 8.
Yeah.
Which he can double loop. We do know this. Jason van der Spey. Whoa, he looked like
Transition.
he looks
Nice
like-
transition, though.
Very nice. Very
really
very
good.
well
I
executed.
love the way he's just immediately planing afterwards. That wasn't even a kicker. That wasn't even a kicker. He's got away with that. That was lovely.
Jason.
Jason.
Wow.
We enjoyed that.
That kite angle was very, very awkward. How he brought that around.
It was low. It was dirty.
It's an air rush lift. That kite will catch you. Don't you worry, my friend.
And the kicker was absolutely disgusting, but he made it work.
What kicker? There was no kicker.
Yeah,
it
it
was
was
white
horrible.
water,
It
basically.
was horrible. It was horrible. Heel float. Here we go.
Here we go.
The man who invented the double loop, he's yet to pull it round twice in this heat. He's just trying to get some big solid scores up, which he is doing. I think he's probably done now, though.
I mean, what is it? 11.3 meters?
Who leads this for you?
Who leads this for me? Cohen.
Yeah.
Cohen for
I think
sure
that
leads
first
this for me.
move.
Good opening account.
Quad back roll madness that
So-
he opened up with.
So from what I'm seeing, if I were to call it now, Cohen, Jason, Giel.
Okay.
So Giel really needs to, from the commentary point of view, Giel really needs to start putting pedal to the
Yeah.
metal, yeah, and he needs to start busting out as Jason at the back. Second time he's done that.
Don't tune out now, though, guys. Like I know that Hayden made that seem quite plain and simple. It's all going to change in the next 7 minutes.
It will all change. It's
That
Giel's look.
wasn't turn it off. You've probably seen it, seen the best. This last 7 minutes is going to be lit.
They're still warming up.
Promise.
They're still warming up. Don't you worry.
It's very windy, and Hayden and I are going to try to not talk over each other, but it's what we do best.
We try our best.
Followed by a long silence. Right, here we go. Cohen van Dijk in the yellow on the screen. He's on an 8-meter orbit. And that is very high. And that board off came off very early. And then he did a tic-tac. Then he got it back on his feet. And then he landed it as if it was easy. That's what's just happened. Okay, good. So
Wow.
I reckon he's got. I reckon he's got
18.2 meters, covering 92 meters of distance. How's that for you for stats from the Surfer app? That is incredible stuff. Hill needs to pull the cat out the bag now. He needs to start getting numbers on the board.
It's
and
double
fast.
time. Double time right now.
There we go. Well, he's on your screen now. Here goes Hill. There goes. He gets a height one. Oh, he has the height.
What?
No,
what
he
were you
actually
about
has-
to say?
He does, but he doesn't have the height. Cohen did the exact same trick and went even bigger with even more rotation.
Jason van der Spy finds another horrible kicker, but makes it work. And he's gone really high, and he sticks it as well. No one's even crashing these. He's landing on top of mad chop. This is mad. This is madness. Remember, Heel has to come second to take it home to the Netherlands.
Absolutely. And while we're in the final, guys, just remember, go to kitemana.com/vote. Vote for your rider of the day. Is it one of these three riders? Remember, whoever wins it wins €1,000 as
That's
that
nice.
Is that Cohen?
That's Cohen. No,
Ooh.
it was Heel. I think that was Heel. I recognise the man bun.
That was very, very
It
nice.
was Heel. It's very distinctive man bun silhouette.
And Cohen Van Dyke, I'm looking down at the beach, Colin. There's a kite change.
Changing up.
Here we go, the variety
He'll be going to the
score.
7 or the 6. He was saying 7 metre to me earlier.
I think the 6 orbit is more of the preferred kite. I mean, if you have a chat with Mark, he agrees that the 6 orbit is more of the double machine. The 7, they just haven't got it to where it needs to be for doubles.
Really? Cohen was like, yeah, the 7's meant.
Yeah, but I think the 7.
It
I
could
think
be
the 7. You
Everyone
need
looking
like 45 knots.
Everyone look forwards. No, I can't see. Who knows? Anyway, it's a 6
cares?
or a 7. So, to reiterate, if Heel Flute doesn't come second, if he comes third in this, if he's last in this heat, Andrea Principi is Big Air Kite League champion.
Exactly.
Which
There
would be
goes
fitting as well.
Cohen out the back.
Oh, man, that was a long way from catching him. That must be the 7. Oh, man, that was horrible.
Wow.
Do you reckon his board got him? It looked like his board got him. Mate.
Wow.
Usually I find crashes really funny, but that was horrible.
That was far from funny. The worst is that when they're still holding their board and then smash
Yeah.
down. That was not very nice there. Jason van der Spey there, but he gets back
He's
up.
back up.
Cohen can take a beating.
Mate, he can.
Wow.
What do you think he's going to do, though? He can't
He's
go
going to
for
go for that again.
No,
Absolutely, he will.
can't.
He will. Watch
can't.
him.
He
He will.
needs
It's
to-
Cohen Van Dyke.
He can't. He needs to come in and change or something. He needs to take the 6 or...
Kitemana.com/vote. Cohen Van Dyke.
Yeah.
The man can take a beating.
Or Angeli Bouillot for that double loop in the final.
There we go. Here goes Jason van der Spey. Oh, he unhooks!
He's really high. Is he doing anything underneath it, though? Did he just
No,
glide
he was going to go
unhooked?
for a dangle. That would have been massive.
Unhook glide. Is that? Do you get points for that? Maybe you
Like
get
unhook glide. I
you
mean,
may bonus points for that.
yeah.
All right, less than 3 minutes now. It's good to say what all the audience can already see. That's what I specialise in.
That's why we're commentators.
That's what. Yeah, that's why they pay
Commentate
us
about the
small
obvious.
bucks. Here we go. Another dangle.
Ooh, Jason not getting
that
the
wasn't
kite on the
worthwhile.
right angle.
Wasn't worthwhile.
If we look at the comments, I like this one. Cohen's made out of rubber.
Yeah, he probably is. I'll check later, but I reckon that's right. Okay, Cohen Van Dyke. Here we go. Is he going to go for it again? Cameraman, stay on this. He's going for it again. Really late back rotation. It's caught him.
And the
He's
kite
got it.
angle.
He's got
The
it.
kite angle.
The kite. It was low.
Wow.
That was low. Oh, that was. That did look like it was going to end in tears again.
Cohen is in complete control of this heat. You
Yeah.
have to say it.
Yeah.
I think for the viewers back home,
It's
I don't
obvious,
know.
isn't it?
Give us your opinion in the comments there. But from our point of view, Cohen Van Dyke is in complete control of this heat. Jason van der Spey, 1 minute and 50 seconds left. He's going to go for the handle pass. He's done it twice. He's unhooked twice.
It
Third
could
time
be-
lucky.
Could be a problem for Hill if Jason sticks a big handle pass.
What we're going to see now, he's coming up to the inside. So Jason there is. The cameraman has him on the screen. Here goes Jason van der Spey. He's looking for the bit more of a flat spot. He's not coming in with major amounts of speed.
I reckon that's Cohen, by the way, or Hill.
Yeah, okay, there goes Hill. Camera should pan out to Hill. Look, there's a kicker at the back.
Ooh, nice kicker. It is Hill.
Oh, gets the height
Oh!
contra boogie board off.
Mate, Heel, if you can
Struggling.
hear me, you need to go into the beach, mate, and get a smaller kite and start making it go around the window twice. And we need to do it now. Okay?
Yeah.
Don't panic.
You have 1 minute, my
but
friend.
you don't have loads of time. So just get on
So
it now.
back to Jason van der Spey. Here he goes. He's on the inside. He unhooks.
Oh, Bez. Oh.
1 to the
Oh.
pass.
Oh. That's going to be good for the
There
variety.
we go. Not getting the height, but it adds to the variety. Now, Cohen can also unhook.
Do you reckon he's going to? He doesn't need to.
He doesn't have to. There is no
don't
need for
think he
Cohen
needs
to
to.
unhook.
Here we go, though. I wonder if...
Well, Cohen's changing kites.
30 again.
Yeah, he's going back to his 8 meter.
He's going back to the biggie.
And now Heel's changing kites. Is he? No.
There's only 30 seconds left. No, Heel's still out there.
I just thought, sorry. I
He's
just
still coming upwind.
saw someone coming that way. My bad.
It's fine. Panic
My
over.
apologies.
Okay, 25 seconds left. Has anyone got anything? Who's got what? This is last chance saloon. I really don't like that phrase, but I've said it now. But it is. It is that. 10 seconds. 20 seconds apparently. 20 seconds apparently. The clock must be wrong on what we're looking at. Hits the kicker. This is it. It all comes down to this.
Wow.
That's sizable.
And so smooth and just dialed in very, very perfectly executed by Cohen.
It's not changing his score though. That's a contra boogie.
Doesn't have to change his score, but he's just making a statement.
There we go.
But that's it.
It was big. It was 14.1. Okay.
The buzzer goes off, and that is it for the 2022 season for the Big Air Kite League. A big thank you to everyone for tuning in.
Rider of the day. Who's it going to be?
Who's it going to be? Go to
Do I get to vote?
kitemana.com forward.
Is it okay if I vote?
Can we all vote?
Can I vote? Do I get more than one vote?
But yes, everyone, that is it for the 2022 season. A big, big, big thank you goes out to Mike McDonald and his team from Big Air Kite League for putting on an amazing show all throughout the year.
It was sick.
9 of the new riders in King of the Air this year all came from Big Air Kite League. The first ever women's world tour, and we saw double kite loops. Look at the platform, Big Air Kite League. Look at what they've created. It is incredible. So a big hats off to them. A big thank you to them. CORE Kites for powering us through this event. Incredible stuff. Incredible kites by them. I mean, if we looked at Evan Klein, Evan I think almost hit 20 meters. I think it was like 19.2. Must double check the Surfer app stats. That XR7 really sending you into the stratosphere. And of course, Dolphin Beach for letting us host the final Dolphin Beach letting us host the final.
Can you imagine another hotel? Go into another hotel and be like, yeah, so we're going to run a Big Air kiteboarding stop. And what we want to do is use the foyer where there will also be wedding guests and the like. Is that okay?
And guys running through in wetsuits.
It's a nightmare. But they're so cool that they let it happen, and they don't just do that. Sometimes they open up like the mega suites, like the penthouse.
Yeah,
and we get sitting there.
They're really, really
They're
nice.
Good.
So
if you're coming to Cape Town, stay here. If you can afford it, stay here.
Absolutely. No, for sure. So, and again, you have to touch on one very, very important thing with Dolphin Beach. There's no road between you and the beach. It's wake up, pump your kites up, and walk to the beach. It's right there. It is in walking distance.
Ask yourself this. Do you enjoy driving your car before going kiteboarding?
No.
Or would you perhaps
Where do you leave your
rather
keys?
saunter out onto the lawn? Saunter out onto the lawn, rig your gear, and then, progress to the beach from there. No vehicle involved. Wouldn't that just be heavenly?
Where do you leave your keys? You're at a hotel, so...
Yeah, I'll leave it at reception.
Absolutely.
I'll give it to Pamela.
Dolphin Beach.
We've got Lewis Crathon here as well. We do actually have a third microphone we're going to organise for him.
Working there?
As we're wrapping things up, we're going to talk about what's happened and try and cover a few things.
We're just going to get 3 more sponsors. Calm your farm there, Colin.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Ride Engine for providing us, for pioneering hard shell harnesses to what it is today, for changing the way all of us ride and how we feel with our equipment. The Surfer app, it's free to download. It works on any phone. It doesn't have to be the latest iPhone 14. It can be any phone with a GPS or your smartwatch. It all connected. It's live information, and it helps you improve your kiteboarding. And of course, Kitemana,
biggest kite shop in the world.
Biggest kite shop in the world. And
3,000 kites sold a year, apparently.
3,000 kites. Wow. So Kitemana, yes, guys. Before you do anything, Go to kitemana.com/vote. Vote for your rider of the day.
Don't just vote for the person that had the most convincing Instagram story. Okay? You
No
make
one's
up your
voting
own
for
mind.
you, Colin.
Make up your own mind. I'm not on it. Unfortunately, I did try, but they said no. You do have to be riding. You can't just be commentating, which was disappointing.
So
but yeah, we're watching. By the way, on the screen right now is the highlights from the women's
reel.
final, and it's pretty mad.
So many. So, joining us back in the commentary booth here, we're going to do a little bit of an event recap.
Yeah.
I think it's only fair. So we have Lewis Crathern joining us here in the commentary box.
The podium's going to be happening at some point, but we're just going to be filling the gap before we get there.
Yeah, we'll fill the gap. Do the highlights over there.
Yeah.
So guys, we will be going. What's up, guys, and everybody back home? We will be going straight to prize giving. We're just getting set up at the podium. And not only will we be announcing the winners of today's competition, but also the champions of the second ever Big Air Tour by the Big Air Kite League and the first ever champion of the Women's Big Air Tour. So this is an amazing day in history, and we just saw women take to the skies like never before. World's first. The first woman throwing down double loops and some absolutely massive loops going on. I think I see, could that be Francesca Maini in the background going absolutely huge? As I'm talking about women taking to the skies, what amazing talent. I'm more excited these days about watching the women's division. They're just kicking ass. Over to you guys.
I think that's a fair point. I think there's more like drama going on in the ranks because you don't know who's going to win heat to heat. And also they're going for double loops, which is really, really dangerous. And they're doing it for the first time. Like Francesca Maini had never tried one before today. Same with Angeli Bouillot. I was with her a couple of weeks back, and she was like, I think I'll try one today. Didn't get to it. So today was the double loop debut. So you're watching them ride really on the limit, which is what we're all tuning in for, obviously. So yeah, the women's is banging. We're just seeing that was the end of the women's final. Now we're into the men's final highlights here. That was Cohen van Dijk opening up really strongly with that quad rotation board off, which he enjoys hugely. This is Cohen as well. And then he went for about 3 of these, didn't he? Almost in a row before changing down and having that mad double loop crash before sticking it. I was surprised that he managed to bounce back like he did.
Was it me, or was that a really long final? That was longer than a usual heat, right? Because I was watching. I really wanted to watch that one with my own eyes. I spent so long talking and commentating. I was like, I need to see really with my own eyes and not say anything about what's going on here. And as these highlights roll through, which there'll be many of in that heat, to me, I was just so amazed by how they always hit a wave. The waves weren't great, and they always kept hitting a wave. And that final was something I'll never forget. There were so many moments where I was like, oh, he's upped it. He's upped it. He's upped it. And then I don't know about you guys, but there was definitely that time where I was like, he's not just upped it, he's won it. And that was the double kite loop for me that Kohan managed to achieve. And I think that will do it for him personally, but I wouldn't like to call the second and third from that one.
No, and it is so important for Heel to get that second place. Otherwise, Andrea Principi is this year's champion, which would be fitting. But, I mean, Heel was the one that was here turning up for the last stop, and he did ride really well. I don't think it was the final that he wanted, but it was still a strong effort from him. Jason van der Spy didn't use the trump card that he has as well as I thought he was going to. I thought he'd be getting the passes down earlier on in the heat, but he left it right until the end. He went for a massive one left foot forward. Can you remember that one off the kicker? That was actually giant. But it just didn't come together for him. Maybe he had too much line tension and knew that the pass wouldn't come. I'm not sure. But,
I mean, had he thrown that pass, that would have been massive. I mean, the last time I saw pass thrown that high, barring Jesse Richmond, was Lewis actually at the 2016 King of the Year. It was also like 19.1 meters. It was massive.
So, yeah, that I think, you know, even just being in the final. That was the moment
there. If you look at that, that was Heel. That for me, that was the defining moment of the heat for him. I think the pressure got him. Like we spoke in the beginning, Heel had everything to lose. Jason and Cohen have nothing to lose. Heels under pressure. He had Andre in the back of his head probably. You know, there's a lot of factors. As it happens, being professional sportsmen, I've experienced the same thing when you race superbikes.
The board looked like it came and collected him, but it can't have.
It just...
Well, maybe it did, but he's just made of that stern stuff that he was all right. This was
That's what we were talking about. It's just he had it. Just need to bring it around. But I think with the offshore winds.
Yeah, I think you're right. That big handle pass from Jason might have worked. He didn't feel it on the way up. And just going back to heel, I don't know. I think he can handle the pressure. I just think that looked like a heat to me where the equipment played a part in that. And Cohen really got his working. He found those extra gusts. That double he got was a really decent double. And you could see just before there, some of the others were trying doubles. It wasn't working as well. He really got the best out of his equipment in a tricky wind. And the two biggest moves he did for me were the two biggest moves of the heat. I think it was a doobie board off and with a mega loop and also that double loop. So our eyes are going to be peeled for second and third as the sun just setting now to the west now. And I think I'm going to just leave very shortly soon. But just let's hand back to Mike. You got something for us.
Alrighty, guys. So we are going to head down to the podium. And stay tuned. And while you wait, check out this epic video of the chica shredding.
I would love to go a bit higher. I think if I can do 27, it could be cool, or 28, but I need much more wind. I need like really pumping wing, be overpowered with my 7, and if it can be not gusty, it's good, and have good kicker. I don't need a big kicker, but a proper kicker, like really clean, you know?
Nice and steep.
Yeah.
My name is Zara Hoogenrad. I'm 29 years old and I'm from the Netherlands.
Ruben Lenten, I'm 34 years old and I'm from the Netherlands.
Alessa Sophia Mensch. I'm from Germany and I'm 24 years old.
Janek Grzegorzewski, I'm from Poland.
Jasmine Cho, I'm 31.
Yeah, women's big air kiting has definitely upped its pace over I think the past 2-3 years, and especially this year. I think it's all in the mind. As soon as the mind knows something is possible, it's easier to achieve. And the ladies have been stepping up to their game, and it's really looking good. Like they're going over 20 meters now, really pulling the sick mega loops with rotations as well, with board offs even. You see Mika, she comes from the freestyle background, and she just copies any big air trick and lands them right away. So it's really amazing to see her step up to that as well and really enjoy the big air discipline.
Well, riding-wise, she's very powerful riding. She's, I think, one of the only girls, actually, that has a really powerful riding style. Like, no other girls is going as fast on the kicker as she's, for example, approaching. You can see that she is going full on that kicker, 100% commitment. And there is no other girl that is doing as extreme loops as she is. Literally no one. Even Mika with all her rotations, she's so far away from the extremity that Angeli is doing. So that's why Angeli. And Angeli is just always like, ho ho ho. You know, she's always so funny. Always so funny. How are you?
And then Angie, she has been going big for a decade already and really hucking them mega loops. So yeah, I think now more girls are seeing that as well and really putting the time in scoring the right conditions. Yeah, girls are traveling specifically for this discipline and are really enjoying it. So everybody's pushing each other, and that's seeming to pay off.
I think the history, generally with women kiteboarding, I feel like the guys were always way more ahead. But right now, we are starting to see that the women are actually pushing way more.
Women in big air history, I think that it's still quite young. There was Angeli, and she was, the one who got into COTA. She was been in COTA twice. She's the only female to ever have been in COTA. She definitely, was sending it, deserved to be there, and for me, she is like the history. There really wasn't anyone else for a while. She was like the only female really pushing big air. Obviously there's Gabby who got the record, and she held it for a couple years. that was also super inspiring. But for me, I think really the first person and the person who really comes to mind is Angeli, who was the one like throwing big loops and doing rotations with loops early on, and really is like the mother of big air in my opinion.
Progress in women's big air is actually something that really fascinates me. Within the last 2 years, I would say women have started pushing it really hard.
I started kiting like 5 years ago, so for me it's always a bit like I don't really know all the stuff that happened before, and I'm still learning a lot. Like I'm still meeting people that are such legends in the sport that I never heard about, which sometimes I'm a bit ashamed of. But I guess I'm still learning, and I think Angeli, for most of the women, is a very big inspiration because she's like the first woman that went like fucking huge, does kite loops with rotations. I think she was the first woman that landed like a laid back boogie kite loop board off. And yeah, she just goes so high, so I think it's super inspiring for me and also for other women. And now a lot of girls are like starting to push. I think it's also because of the Big Air Kite League, like the competitions are here, so they have like a reason to push. Everybody wants to win, so I think there's still a big future for women big air, but the beginning has started. I think it's just the adrenaline that kicks in when you are driving or walking towards the beach and the sand is like blowing up and you feel the wind in your hair and in your face and starting to get nervous, starting to feel these butterflies in my stomach, and then once I hit the water, like it's magic. Yeah, like I grew up in the countryside, so I was always outside and playing and swimming and climbing and this kind of things. And yeah, I think when I was very young, it was like kind of a mix between boys and girls because we were all playing together. And then once I was, how do you call it, when you're like your teenage years, I was hanging out more with the boys, I think. Less drama.
I was in my childhood always playing with the boys, and now I feel like I found girls who are on the same page, and it's actually so nice because, like, sure, when I'm training with my boyfriend or other guys, they are just so good, and you feel like, oh, it's so easy, it looks so easy, they make it look so easy. Even you, Mike, like, you go out there, just pull a huge laid back, and I'm like, should I lube? Should I not lube? It's really so strong. So if you're with the girls, you feel like, okay, they're really badass. Like they really send it, and like they only can be cool. Like
yeah, and then in high school, I switched from going to like a church school to going to a public high school, and that's when I really started focusing on sports. Like my first year in high school, I was on the swim team. And then found track and field, and that's where I really just kind of excelled, and track was like ended up being like my main focus. I ran all 4 years, ended up being like captain 2 years, and then that track was kind of like the thing that actually got me into college. I was super focused on track in high school. All the other sports I was doing for other seasons was purely to keep me in shape so that I would be in the best shape and condition I could be for track season. I won state my last 2 years of high school, and ended up getting recruited to go to college for track. So that was like the thing that I was really focused on.
I'm riding the XR7 from CORE because I just really love this kite to jump high. I also tried the other kites from CORE, but the main reason I'm riding the XR because you go super high with it, and that's what we all want, right? I'm trying to get the kite loop board off consistent now, but it's very hard because you always have to adapt to the conditions. So the conditions in Brazil on flat water and like very steady wind are so much different than here with the kickers and the waves. And one day it's like 20 knots, the other day it's like 40 knots. So you take a different kite, it loops different, like all the things that come with it. But definitely I want to land a boogie board of once. I'm still not very close yet to doing a boogie with one hand. It fucking scares me so much, but yeah, it's not impossible. So I'm gonna go for it for sure once I'm ready.
Like for me, I don't know if other women share this, but I'm sure they do. I enjoy being pushed out of my comfort zone. I enjoy, you know, the process of being scared and acknowledging that I'm scared and overcoming that fear, and you know, pushing myself to then like try a new trick or land that new trick, because you know, when you're going for something new, it is incredibly scary, and that feeling for me and that stoke when I land a new trick it actually comes from me overcoming that fear, and that's what I love. And I'm sure other ladies also, you know, have that same feeling of acknowledging the fear and then, you know, having that passion to overcome it.
I started to actually, in Brazil, for the first time in my life, really train. Like, just think about one trick and do it over and over again until I get it. And kind of also push away my fears, because it's just a kitesurf mecca. Like, you crash, it doesn't hurt, okay, most of the time.
I think the boundary, I think it's just putting in the hours. I think all the women in the sport are still pretty fresh in riding strong conditions, and it is pretty intimidating to ride those conditions. So it just takes a lot of time to feel really comfortable in it. But once they know how to read the conditions properly and really feel strong in their body and especially in their mind, I think, yeah, anything is possible for them as well, you know, and it's just going to be on the same level.
Now, women's kitesurfing is finally starting to get to the level that it should, because there is still the difference, in my opinion, but I feel like the difference is becoming smaller and smaller. I believe doubles are also going to be in the game in not that long. I know Zara is preparing for it, and I'm actually feeling quite positive about it, because CORE is coming up with some new toys. But I just don't like doubles that much. It's literally like going for depth. I just hope, like truly I hope, that this difference I was talking about is going to become like this. Like literally that there's going to be no difference, which is in some other sports.
Yeah, to all the girls out there kiting hard, believe in yourself and visualize and just put your mind to it and you will become it. So really enjoy your sessions and stay safe out there. See you in the air.
Ah, fuck, he's not going to hear me. He won't be
if we didn't have these people, there aren't other people that we even know that could replace them. These people are so vital to the success of our organization. So first of all, a huge thanks to Arnu, our stream wizard. Arnu, where you at, brother? Oh, he's up there, man, the stream. Arnu, we love you, my dude. Thank you so much. Also, huge thanks to our race director for today and solver of all problems, Derek, your legend. Where you at, Derek? There on the ground with the busted knee, still making it happen. We're very worried about that knee, by the way. And, guys, Big Air Kite League, and we're all about using technology to empower what we're doing. And one vital piece of technology that if we didn't have it, we'd be pretty much screwed and we wouldn't be able to communicate scoring with the world is heatscoring.com. And Michael Eriksson is here all the way from Sweden. He's flown in today. He's finally made it through to Cape Town after COVID. Absolute legend, and he's given so much of his time to this project. So, yeah, it's pretty incredible. And another bunch of guys, we got to say thank you to Thibaut and Phil. I mean, absolute legends, working their ass off. All the flags you see here, they're the guys who are first on site, last on site, freezing their nuts off in this cold wind. I don't know why they're both wearing shorts. Oh my God. Yeah, cool. And guys, did you know that our judges are actually amazing riders? Hey? Our judges absolutely send it. So yeah, a huge round of applause, not just for our judges, but for our organization for recognizing that you need excellent big air riders in order to recognize excellent big air riders. Ow! So yeah, guys, also there are many, many people in the community that I could go on thanking from all over the world who've made it possible to have another successful year of the Big Air Tour. And I've got to say thank you at this point to our sponsors. I mean, as you can see, these wonderful flags around us. We've got Ride Engine, born in Santa Cruz, amazing company. Put your hands up if you have a hard shell harness. Hey? So that was made possible by Ride Engine. They made the first hard shell harnesses. Amazing company, super innovative. And yeah, proud supporters of the Big Air Kite League. And this event is powered primarily by CORE Kiteboarding. And I want you guys to know, I know CORE as an organization personally, and when they get involved in the Big Air Kite League, as they've done many times, it's not about what we can do for them, it's about how they can help the community. CORE is just, they've backed us like crazy, and I gotta say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Huge round of applause to them. Let's give them the love. And of course, guys, who voted in Kitemana Rider of the Day? Come on, guys, who voted for that, right? All right, so somebody's going to win €1,000 in our Kitemana Rider of the Day. I think we should kick that off pretty soon. And, oh yeah. And, yeah. Also, huge thanks to Dolphin Beach Hotel, amazing, amazing hotel. The only hotel and accommodation in this entire kiting region where you don't have to cross a road in order to go have an amazing session. Could be clipping, I don't know. But on in my ear. Alrighty, that could be better. So you guys, a huge round of applause and thank you to Dolphin Beach Hotel and Lambrecht Restaurant. Put in there, guys. Amazing time. We're probably gonna have a bunch of beers over there afterwards. I'm super fucking amped to get loose. Let's do it. Let's celebrate our riders and an amazing day of kiting. And everybody grab a Pokeball from there. The junior one is way too good and way too affordable. Just to let you know, 85 rand. Right? 85 rand. Okay. And massive thanks to the final sponsor on this, the Surfer app. Guys, how sick is that dump data? Hey! Hey, round of applause to Flo and Hermes, the great bros are absolute legends. And most importantly, A huge thank you to the riders for following us around the world and spending their hard-earned money and time and attention and pushing themselves to put on an amazing show for us today and push the limits of our sport. Ow! That's right, guys. Big Air Kite League, it is for the riders. So, without further ado, I'm going to bring over Senor Flo, and where's Herbert? Hey, Herbert, put it in, brother. Nah, you both have time, Herbert. Come on, bud. Alrighty, guys.
So thank you very much, Mike, and thank you, Big Air Kite League, for taking the statistics on the live stream. It's amazing to bring this to everybody at home, and thank you all riders to ride with the surf wrap. And I think look back through the live stream, and you will learn something of how high you're doing your jumps and how high you pull your boogies and stuff. So it's really interesting. Well, let's go into the leaderboard. So we made up the leaderboard with the average of the 3 highest jumps. So it's not about the single jumps, it's about how high you're going throughout the whole event. I go 3, 2, 1. So number 3 with 16.9 meters average is Jason van der Spuy. Okay, we go to number 1 straight away, and the number 1 had also the single highest jump with 19.7 meters, but the average of the 3 highest jumps was Mr. Gilfler! 18.4 meters, you got it, mate, you got it.
Finally, it's about time. Thank you.
There you go.
Alright, Filter, you want to say anything? Go big. Alright, sweet. Amazing. And Phil, brother, I want you to hand this one over as my right-hand man. So guys, Kitemana Rider of the Day. So sick. And guys, Kitemana has given 1,000 euros to the rider that you guys have voted as a Rider of the Day. Let me just pull up these results. Alright, so pretty fiercely contested. I'm going to read the top 6. It's going to be a while. Alright, in 6th place with 8% of the votes is Senor Jeremy Berlando. In 5th place with 8.7 is Francesca Maini. In 4th, hey, it's pretty sick, right? In 4th place with 9.3% of the votes is Giel Vlucht. In 3rd, Julian Mayvogel with 9.5. I heard he ramped up like crazy. Don't know what he did to do that, but just went like boop. And in 2nd place, hailing from Egypt, is Mr. Mustafa Abbas with 12.8% of the votes. And coming in first, hailing from Holland with 14% of the votes, is Mr. Corin van Dijk. Ow! Yeah, brother. There we go. Yes, bro. Let's get up there with him. Yeah, dog. Good job, my dude. Well done. You want to say anything? No, fine. Well, he just want to say thank you so much to all the honeys. I want to give him the kissies. And, yeah, sweet. Where are we at now? Oh, shit. Alrighty, it's now the time I want to hand over to one of our commentators, Hayden Jonas, and one of our judges. If you guys could come up here, and let's start out with the results of the ladies' competition. I'll get the trophies ready. You need to hold both these bad boys. Where's one of our judges? Where the heck? Let's get a hold. judging panel.
Yeah, let's get the whole
Right, it's not bad. I do want to go close by the front.
So I must hold like this. Okay, do you have the results? Well, we need the judging panel here so we can get the results.
Put that one close to your mouth.
This one. Mikey, make up your mind.
Do you have it on your phone, Michael? Of course. The points I don't know, the result I do.
This is for the ladies. Yes, Mikey, for the ladies? For the ladies final.
What happens today for the ladies? Give them a little.
What happens today for the ladies? Had this been 4 years ago at the Red Bull you would have podium. That was some insane riding. So let's give a big round of applause to all of our ladies. And a special round of applause to Francesca Maini, the first lady to ever land a double kite loop in competition. So there we go. Well done, ladies. That was some incredible riding today. Hats off to all of you. You can all be very, very proud of yourselves. But yeah, you guys had me shouting and screaming in that commentary box. Had me at the edge of my seat, I tell you. Is this going to take long? So one day then. Cool. Alright, we're ready to go into this. The music's pumping up, everyone's getting excited. Mikey's happy. Alright. In third position for for the final stop of the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town, Natalie Lambrecht. In second position. Oh, what a close final this was. But someone has to finish second. A big well done to Francesca Maini. And of course, taking top slot, the one, the only, the queen, Angelique Bouillot. Stand up. Go this way. I'll follow you. Here we go, let's pop some bottles!
Let's get Lewis up here as well.
Lewis!
Lewis,
I saw you, and now you've gone missing. There he is.
There we go. Groovy. Maybe you guys and us together?
Yeah, we'll do the winner together. Sweet.
Oh, dude, that's a bit aggressive.
I've been speaking the whole day, Mikey. BBB. Lewis going to stand next to me. All hand our trophies. Alright, kicking off the final for the men, finishing in third position Didn't have it all his own way, but fantastic nonetheless by Jason van der Smee.
Very nice. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Do this.
All right. No. I don't want to do it. Okay, no. Just drop it.
But may I say it?
Don't drop the implications, though. Just drop it. Just
But may I say it?
Yeah.
Anyway, Mikey didn't say it, but in second position, not allowed to say it yet, but heel flipped! Great. And in first position, your rider of the day, the new king, Karen van Dijk!
Is Justine Avril from France with 507 points, your champion of the Big Air Tour. Ah! Yeah. Yes! Amazing. Huge congrats, Justine. Oh my God. Ladies and gents, this is the first ever champion of a Big Air World Tour. That is history in the making. Ow! Is there a prize for the constructors, or did you just say just the process? Cool. Yeah. Huge congrats. And let's get a photo up there with Lewis as well, because that's super cool. Right. Being a dual-turn rider. Alright. Oh shit. Amazing. Alrighty guys, and before we go any further and crown our champion of the first division, I want to say a big heartfelt, I don't want to say the word thanks, but like, what's the word? Just like a massive amount of respect and love for an amazing human who without which this sport would really not be the same. And that is Mr. Yannick. Because that guy, he knows that he pushes the sport, he does not get that recognition. So much of what we're seeing today, mixing up these kite lift board offs with rotations,
and just pushing the sport to the next level. So much innovation came from him. I mean, the man was on a tear for like 3 years, and yeah, he never had his day to really shine in Kota, never made it happen, but for me, he's definitely one of the greatest, and I'm going to say the greatest of all time. Absolute legend. Lots of love for my guy, and huge round of applause for Yannick. Alrighty, and now going on to the champion of the 2022 Big Air Tour. Okay, in third place. Oh my god, this is a little embarrassing. We didn't buy enough champagne. Fuck. Oh, no. But he's under 18 anyway. It's Senor Jeremy Berlando! Congrats, Jeremy, third place. Didn't take part in all the events, I believe. Well, 464 points. Amazing, amazing. Well done. And then, holy shit, tied. Was it third place? Did I get that right? Yes. And tied in first place is Gil Vlucht and Andrea Principi with 650 points each. But breaking the results in our rulebook as set out in the beginning of the year, the result will be broken in favor of the rider with the single highest score. And I don't know what the score came from. I think it was probably that massive S-loop in France. Taking it this year is Senor Gil Vlucht. Huge congrats. Load it on again. Yeah, brother. You definitely gotta go to praise me. I will. You wanna put this guy on as well? Alright. Definitely for the photos. That's also one of your prizes. Okay. Sign. Alright, and this rash guard, little piece of history signed by all the riders here at the final stop of the Big Air Tour. Oh my god, and how's that beautiful blue? I love it. It's got to fit it over his huge muscles. That's what he was getting at. Cool, brother. Guys, who's gonna come party tonight? Hey? Also, who's feeling super duper loving and wants to help us pack up a couple flags? Because that would be greatly appreciated. If anybody's feeling warm and up to the challenge, please stick around afterwards. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Alright. Yes. It's sick, brother. And this is yours. Alright, you guys ready? Amazing, brother. Amazing. Thank you. Sorry for all that. You decided to take a white one. Fuck. Alrighty, guys. So again, thank you so much to everybody who's showed up. Thank you to the amazing team. And we're looking forward to kicking off the tour with a banging start. Full power Tarifa in Spain. It's going to be sick. And yeah, it's for the riders.